Volume 16. Prologue. I woke to a quiet, stifled chuckle. As I lingered in the hazy moment just after waking up, before my thoughts fully came together, a gentle hand stroked my head. The touch was delicate, like that of someone admiring a rare treasure they had at long last obtained. I almost detected a fixation bordering on obsession, a sense of now you're finally mine. But that was probably just my imagination. Morning. I opened my eyes and looked at the woman beside me, the one gently running her fingers through my hair. Her crimson eyes met my gaze. Good morning. You look so innocent and cute when you're asleep. Sorry, my face isn't cute when I'm awake. I think your face is always beautiful, Colonel. Don't call me Colonel in private. As she said that, Serena poked my cheek with a fingertip, giving me a flat, reproachful look. My apologies. In that case, I guess I'll get up, Serena. All right, hero. I sat up, stretched once, then climbed out of bed. All right. From here on, it's a straight shot to the capital. After spending a pleasant night and a morning bath with Serena Halls, daughter of a marquis, an Imperial Fleet colonel, and the commander of the pirate hunting unit, I headed with her to the cafeteria of the Black Lotus, the flagship and mothership of my mercenary band. The design philosophy behind the Black Lotus could be summed up as ruthless to the enemy, but a loving mother to the crew. With concealed armor that kept its weapons hidden, it looked at first glance like an ordinary cargo-hauling vessel. Once its weapons were deployed, however, it instantly transformed into a heavily armed gunship. Despite that, the living quarters had been provided with maximum space and comfort. The sheer level of investment in the ship's facilities and the facility's luxury rivaled that of a passenger liner. The cafeteria was spacious and bright, and the automatic cooker installed there was both state-of-the-art and high performance. The synthetic food produced by this Steel Chef automatic cooker was good enough to make even Serena, a marquis's daughter, nod in approval. Good morning, Lady Serena. And you too, Master Hero. Morning, Mimi. Good morning, Mimi. Is it just you here? Elma and the others all went to the medical bay together, Mimi said with a wry smile. It seems they drank a bit too much last night. Mimi was the main operator of my personal ship, the Krishna. She also handled supply management, the sale of loot, and information gathering for our mercenary band, all by herself. She was the longest-serving crew member, but in truth, she was also the youngest. She started out as an ordinary girl with no particular skills, a simple colony settler. Now she'd gained so much experience that she was indispensable to the team. Rumors had it that Mimi was actually the grandniece of the Graken Empire's reigning emperor, or that she looked exactly like the crown prince's daughter. In other words, that she was an imperial princess. She might have seemed ordinary, but she carried one hell of a secret still to us. Mimi was just Mimi. Nothing more, nothing less. All of them, even Kyugi. Kyugi woke up earlier than me. She already went to the training room. I see. She really is an early-to-bed, early-to-rise type. As Serena and I picked up our meal trays, about to sit down across from Mimi, Kyugi herself suddenly appeared in the cafeteria. Good morning, my lord. Good morning to you as well, Lady Serena. Morning. Good morning, Kyugi. Finished your training already? I asked, sitting down across from Mimi with Serena. Kyugi nodded, taking a seat beside Mimi. She was a shrine maiden who had traveled all the way from a distant foreign place, known as the Holy Verthalt's Empire, in order to serve me. A pair of sharply pointed vulpine ears stuck up from her head, and 3 fluffy tails sprouted from her waist. She was a fox girl through and through. In our mercenary band, Kyugi served as an advisor on psionics, basically anything related to so-called psychic powers. She was also my instructor when it came to using my own psionic abilities. As a crew member, she was an apprentice co-pilot on my beloved Krishna. Since she hadn't been with us very long, she was still figuring out exactly where she fit in as part of the crew. Incidentally, Kyugi wielded an extremely powerful psionic ability, apparently called second magic in Verthalts. "Yes, my lord," she replied. "I've only done my morning meditation, but if you'd like to do some physical training, I'll join you." "Let's do that then. Mimi, you're coming too, right? What about you, Serena?" "I'll be returning to my ship. It seems that this dream is about to end." Serena brought her food to her lips with refined, practiced movements. Our current position was in the star system that held the nearest gateway to the Cleon system, where the clash with the Belbellum Federation forces had taken place. During the recent turmoil, that gateway had been sabotaged by agents of some treacherous bastard noble who had tried to betray the Empire and side with the Federation. Those responsible had already been eliminated, and the gateway was now back in operation. Once we passed through that gateway, the capital would be right in front of us. That meant that this little stretch of time when Serena and I could be openly affectionate would come to an end. Once we were back in the capital, Serena, needless to say, and I would both have all kinds of obligations. More importantly, the capital was the site of the Hall's family estate. Serena wouldn't have much freedom to come and go during our stay. She'd be caught between her military duties and her family responsibilities. Hero, you understand, don't you? Unless there's something I absolutely can't get out of, I'll respond to any summons from you, or rather, from the Hall's family. But if you tell me, it has to take priority, no matter what, and I already have something scheduled with someone else, I'm going to ask the Hall's family to do some of the heavy lifting. Very well. You do intend to take responsibility, though, don't you? I promise I'll compromise as much as I possibly can, but there are lines I can't cross. I need you to understand that. I'd met Serena's words, spoken with an uncharacteristically anxious expression, with my earnest reply. I was prepared to swallow a fair amount of trouble. No, a lot of trouble, however, protecting my life as a mercenary, as well as Mimi and the others. Those two things were non-negotiable. I wouldn't give ground on them, ever. Those were the lines I had to protect. I understand. I believe I understand those lines, at least to some extent, Serena told me, smiling softly. The capital was just ahead, so Colonel Serena went back to her own ship then. She did seem concerned about leaving without saying goodbye to Elma and the others, but it didn't sound as if she had time. Well, that's on us for drinking so much that we ended up needing the medical bay. We really messed up. We'll have to apologize next time. After seeing Serena off, Mimi, Kyugi, and I had done a light workout in the training room, working up a sweat. Then we'd headed to the lounge area to relax. While we sat there, taking it easy, Elma, Tina, and Whiska showed up. Well, once we passed through the gateway, it's straight to the capital. I guess we can't just keep hanging around on this ship forever, Elma said with a slightly regretful look as she sat down beside me. Elma was a striking beauty, with sharply pointed ears resembling bamboo leaves. Her race was generally referred to as elves, but unlike the typical elf I would have pictured, she was very physically strong. She was a veteran mercenary who'd had a career longer than mine, and not just I but the entire crew relied on her. She filled the role of big sister in our mercenary band. Elma piloted the Antlion, a medium-class combat ship we had recently brought into service. In battle, she protected my rear by using the Antlion's special equipment, a gravity jammer, to pin down enemies that were trying to escape. It was a crucial role. That's why I told you booze was definitely a bad idea, Tina remarked. Coming from you, you were totally getting into it at the end too, Whiska retorted. As they traded barbs like these, the pair sat down on the floor in front of me, naturally leaning against or clinging to my legs. Tina and Whiska were dwarves. Both had builds that at first glance made them look like children, but they were full-grown adult women. Both were excellent engineers, and they were responsible for maintaining my beloved Krishna, the Black Lotus, and Elma's Antlion. On top of that, they handled restoring the ships and equipment we captured from space pirates. In a different way from Mimi, They were likewise indispensable to running our mercenary band. True to the dwarf stereotype, Tina and Wiska loved booze. The sight of girls who looked barely old enough to be in school chugging strong liquor from oversized tankards gave off a dangerously questionable vibe, but it was completely legal. After all, they were almost exactly my age. Oh yeah, it looks like that pure white girl finally woke up. Dr. Shauko and May are handling things in the medical bay. The pure white girl, huh? I said. Well, I get that nickname. All right, I'll go check on her. The nickname, the pure white girl, was probably better than calling her it, but it still felt a bit too on the nose. At least it was easy to understand. For now, I figured I'd head to the medical bay and see how the girl in question was doing. When I arrived at the medical bay, May and Dr. Shauko greeted me. Good morning, Master. Oh, hero, morning. Did you hear about her from Elma and the others? Morning, you too? Yeah, more or less. May was a custom Maydroid manufactured by Orient Industries, a company that specialized in Maydroids. I myself had designed her, and I'd packed her full of every detail that constituted my romantic ideal of what a maid should be. Specifically, she was equipped with the highest grade compact, positronic brain a Maydroid could hold, a special metal alloy skeleton, a top-quality ultra-compact generator, high-output artificial muscles made from special metallic fibers, and an absurdly comprehensive skill set covering everything from cleaning and ship management to combat and education. She embodied, without compromise, my ideal of the ultimate maid. So naturally, her facial features, physique, and personality had also been designed entirely to my taste. Long black hair, glasses, a classic maid uniform, and a cool but deeply caring personality. Yeah, perfect. Is something wrong, Master? No, I was just thinking that you're the most reliable, ultimate maid as always. I am honored by your praise, May replied, bowing politely. Oh, don't I get any praise? Dr. Shauko asked. Your boobs are top tier today, too. In truth, the doctor's chest armor was heavy enough to rival Mimi's, and since she was much taller than Mimi, her overall proportions were excellent. I don't think that's the right way to praise someone, but well, I'll allow it. Despite voicing an objection, Dr. Shauko grinned broadly, clearly in a good mood. She was a brilliant scientist who specialized in biology and genetic engineering, as well as a licensed physician. She was also knowledgeable about nanomachine engineering and materials science, to the point that she often held lively technical discussions with Tina and Wiska. She was a true polymath. Apparently, that brilliance resulted from her having been engineered as a designer baby. Still, to me, she was simply an exceptionally capable doctor with incredible expertise and skills. Whether she was technically an artificial life form rather than a human didn't really matter. The circumstances of Dr. Shauko's birth were certainly unusual, but if we were talking about strange origins, then someone who had tumbled into this universe from another one, was far more unusual. Lately, I'd become increasingly aware that I was drifting away from being an ordinary human myself, so none of those things about Dr. Shauko bothered me much. So she woke up. It's more like we woke her up. Her immune system still has issues, so we can't take her out of the medical pod yet. But her autonomous breathing and metabolic functions are now more or less stable. Once we resolve her immune problems and she regains some motor function, we should be able to let her out. I see. I leaned over and peeked inside the medical pod. Within, blood-red eyes stared blankly up at the ceiling. The girl blinked occasionally, so she was probably awake, but she didn't really react. We didn't know the girl's name. She had been the core of a so-called biological command unit installed aboard a Bellbellum Federation battleship, and the information we had about her was limited. One thing May had reported was that the girl possessed computational, that is, electronic warfare, capabilities at a level far beyond normal human limits. Another was that, although she looked like a young girl, That was the result of bioengineering. Based on Dr. Schauko's analysis, the girl was actually probably just a little younger than me or Tina, around the same age as Serena. The third thing we knew was that this girl had likely been sealed inside a specialized unit like canned goods for at least a dozen years, possibly since she was old enough to be aware of her surroundings. Calling it cruel wouldn't even have begun to cover it. Beyond that, we had almost no information. May seemed to have obtained something via the chip embedded in the girl's brain, but she hadn't said anything about it yet. And if May wasn't volunteering the information, then it probably wasn't something I needed to know just yet. So you put clothes on her today. The white-haired girl was dressed in something like a simple surgical gown. I had no idea how they'd managed to dress her while she was still inside the pod, but I assumed there was some method. We couldn't very well expose her naked body to your gaze forever, hero. It's not like I feel anything looking at a body with no curves whatsoever. But yeah, it's more comfortable this way. At least I don't have to wonder where to look. Sorry for having a flat, scrawny body with no curves to speak of. The sudden voice startled me. Where had it come from? I reflexively used my psychic perception to search for the source. The fact that I did that so naturally really drove home how far from normal I'd gotten. It didn't take long to identify the source of the voice. It was the girl right in front of me. Her gaze was still fixed on empty space, but I sensed her awareness directed toward me. Still, that voice hadn't come from her physical throat. It had sounded like a synthetic voice processor I'd heard somewhere before. So you didn't only wake up, you can talk too. I can't move my body, my organic eyes can barely see, and I can only hear faintly. Still, I am receiving data from the sensors attached to the medical pod. Now that the girl mentioned it, several unfamiliar components were attached to the pod. Some were probably optical sensors or auditory sensors. I see. Sorry for staring at your body and commenting on it so casually. I'll be more careful from now on. It doesn't bother me. This body is nothing more than a vessel for my brain. That's a pretty hardcore take. I paused, then continued. Mind if I ask your name? I'm Captain Hero. This is the Maydroid May, and this is Dr. Schauko, our ship's doctor. I am Unit 104. That doesn't really sound like a name. That's what I was called. It's the only thing I've ever been called. I never had a human name to begin with. The voice from the speaker carried a hint of reluctance, but I had to admit she was thorough. I plan to explain my position and your current situation, I told her. Want to hear? I already received some information from the Maydroid, but go ahead. Having multiple information sources improves accuracy and allows for cross-checking. Also, you're apparently that Maydroid's master. Fair enough. First things first, do you remember the battle near the border? After that battle, I found the pod that contained you drifting through the battlefield and recovered it. For the record, that battle ended in a victory for the Graken Empire. I was a mercenary hired by the Empire, and this ship is currently heading for its capital. You're officially classified as a prisoner I captured. Because your body is weak, our doctor will keep treating you, at least until you're able to move. After listening to all this, Unit 104 paused briefly as if thinking. Then she said, I understand the situation, but treating me is pointless. My remaining operational lifespan is less than 1 year. Treatment won't extend that. It would be a waste of resources and time. Dr. Schauko replied instead of me. That might be true with Belbellum's technology, but with our tech, the problem is solvable. She winked at me, basically saying, leave it to me. Even so, my subsequent performance wouldn't justify the cost. I do possess numerous military secrets from the Belbellum Federation, but the value of that information decreases by the second. The technology you'd use to treat me is probably the same bioenhancement tech reserved for Graken nobles, and I've heard that procedures requiring that technology are extremely expensive. Performing them on a disposable command unit like me would be irrational. That depends on how extensive the enhancements are, Dr. Shauko replied calmly. If they're just enough to allow you to live a normal life, they won't be that outrageously expensive. I see. But even then, they wouldn't be cheap. They surely wouldn't be something that could be approved at the discretion of a field commander. So what's your objective? Who decided to treat me, and why? Dr. Shauko didn't answer. She simply looked at me, and May did the same. Was this your decision, Captain? Why? There's no ulterior motive, I said. I just didn't think I'd be able to sleep at night if I abandoned you. Sleep at night? The girl's voice held genuine confusion. For a synthetic voice, it conveyed surprising emotion. The Imperial fleet will interrogate you. If you don't resist, and you tell them everything, you probably won't be executed. They might treat you as a prisoner, and it's possible they'll try to use you as a witness to the Federation's inhumane practices. If the Federation denies everything, though, the impact of that will be limited. Or so an Imperial colonel told me. This was something Serena had mentioned in passing before we'd fallen asleep. It wasn't guaranteed, but she'd said it was the most likely outcome. In that case, I continued, you'd be released as a foreigner, neither an Imperial citizen nor a Federation national. They'd dump you in the capital with no support. And then you'd die. Miserably. Freezing and starving in some back alley. That kind of ending would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Honestly, after having spent so many years sealed inside a life support unit, could she even have a functional immune system? She would probably die of illness before hunger or cold claimed her. People who die that way are common in the Federation, said the girl. The Empire must have plenty of deaths like that too. So isn't what you're saying simply self-indulgent hypocrisy? She wasn't wrong. You saw people like that everywhere, slumped in alleys, begging on the streets. I didn't have the saintly compassion to save them all, I really didn't. So what if it is hypocrisy? I shot back. I'm helping you for my own peace of mind, not for society, not for humanity, purely for myself. Nobody has the right to criticize me for that, not even you. I feel I at least have the right to complain, considering that it's my life. Then what? You'd rather be used up by the Federation, tossed aside, and die alone. Don't you feel even a little like paying them back? Like giving them one good punch for what they did to you? Of course I do. If I could, I'd shove my hand up their asses and rattle their teeth from the inside. Even under your protection, though, what could I really do? I know you're a mercenary, but how could a mercenary act against the Belbellum Federation? In the last battle alone, the Krishna, under my command, destroyed 4 battleships including a flagship, 7 cruisers, 12 destroyers, and a pile of corvettes and carrier craft. The Black Lotus and the rest of my fleet scored plenty of kills too. We'd taken 0 losses. From a kill ratio standpoint, that was the kind of defeat that would make the Federation want to scream. It wouldn't cripple a multisystem power like them, but it certainly wasn't damage they could ignore. All right, I'm in. I'm useful, Captain. I'll even become your mistress if you want. I may be flat, but flat bodies have their own appeal. I'm 24, so it's legal, don't worry. Was that a high-speed palm flip drill? Because you turned around real fast there. Look, since imperial politics are involved, I can't promise anything. I do intend to take you in, though. Keep that in mind. Understood. I'm trusting you, Captain. Just like that, my first contact with Unit 104 came to an end. She had the potential to develop an even more extreme death to the Belbellum Federation attitude than the Imperial fleet held. But since she'd be operating within the Graken Empire for now, I figured that shouldn't be a problem. Cooperation was a good thing. How long do you think her treatment will take, Dr. Shauko? We have plenty of sophisticated medical supplies from the Aryan system. If we really push it, we can speed things up. Proceed as quickly as you can without overdoing it, then. Once we're in the capital, it'll be easier to restock sophisticated medical supplies. The capital system, home to many nobles, had the highest demand for body enhancement procedures in the empire. Being an imperial noble was practically synonymous with having an enhanced body and sword-based close combat skills. That high demand meant that sophisticated medical supplies flowed in from all over the empire. In other words, availability wasn't an issue, only price. "It will probably cost a fair bit, Dr. Shauko said. "I've got more than enough money from blasting Federation ships to scrap. Send the bill to me, or rather to May." "In that case, I won't hold back." Dr. Shauko grinned broadly, clearly delighted. The costs probably wouldn't run into the millions of Ener, but either way, leaving them to May would mean that everything worked out just fine. After all, May was the ultimate, perfect maid. Chapter 1. Returning to the capital about a full day after Serena returned to her ship, the Lesterius, we passed through the colossal structure known as a gateway and arrived at our destination. We had reached Gracius, the capital system of the Gracan Empire. At its center lay the capital itself, an ecumenopolis, a planet entirely encased within structures, surrounded by multiple colonies. It was, in the most literal sense, the empire's core and beating heart. Security around the capital, especially the ecumenopolis itself, was exceptionally tight. Attempting an unauthorized descent, or even so much as making a move that suggested entering a descent trajectory, would be met without warning by merciless gunfire from the Imperial Fleet's royal garrison. That applied even to ships belonging to the Imperial Fleet itself. Thus, getting past security required a fair amount of tedious red tape. Fortunately, just like last time, Serena had said she would handle it for us. That meant that, once again, we ended up waiting on the Gracius Secundus colony until our descent clearance came through. But although we ended up waiting, "Good day, hero. It's me. I missed you. Eek." Less than an hour after we docked at Gracius Secundus, Chris showed up aboard the Black Lotus, wrapped in a pitch-black aura of menace. "Someone help me." Christina Dalenwold was the heir to the Dalenwold Count's house, and she was supposed to be serving as the Kormat system's governor as part of her training to inherit the Count's title. Yet, for some reason, she happened to be here. I'd saved her twice in the past, and since then she directed an extremely straightforward kind of affection my way. Chris had grown more mature since the last time I saw her. She might even have gotten taller than Mimi. When we'd first met, her glossy hair had been cut almost in a bob, but now it reached down her back. Her once flat figure was also developing into something unmistakably feminine. That said, maybe she could have put away the dagger she held in both hands as if she were about to stab me. "Yeah, let's talk this out peacefully, okay? I'll stab you now, hero, and then take myself out too." "That's no opening at all. Just kidding. Do you even know what a joke is?" "Ha ha." Chris laughed and touched the tip of the dagger with one finger, and its blade snapped back into the hilt with a cheap, springy sound. Apparently, it was an elaborate novelty item. Although my heart had genuinely skipped a beat, I had panicked for nothing. "Still," Chris added, "wouldn't you say that a bad man who toys with the pure feelings of an innocent maiden like me deserves to be stabbed at least once or twice? What do you think, hero?" "Entirely reasonable. But you see, there were unavoidable extenuating circumstances. Want me to inject you with the same drug? How much do you know?" "Let's not do that, okay?" I stopped her there, since Chris was absolutely the type who'd go through with it. She didn't exactly choose her methods carefully. She was all blazing direct action. When I first took her in, she'd even come alone to my room. Yes, in that sense. Hoping for rescue, I looked toward the others, who watched us from the lounge area. Mimi very conspicuously looked away, whistling a tune she couldn't even perform properly. Principal culprit identified. "Go on, do it. Get him." The useless drunkard space dwarves were enjoying the exchange as entertainment while they drank. "Gee, thanks for the help, guys. Well now, guess this is what they call paying the piper. It's probably not good, right? Tina, don't give up on me here. If you do, everything ends. Whiska, you always manage to be the voice of reason in moments like this, and I love you for that. But could you maybe stop watching and actually step in? Why is Kyugi just standing there smiling calmly and watching all this? Kyugi, your lord is in crisis, you know. Why are you just wagging your tails like that? As for May and Dr. Shauko, they weren't even present. I understood Dr. Shauko staying glued to Unit 104, but the fact that May hadn't rushed over here probably meant things weren't actually that dangerous. Probably, right? About Serena, there really were unavoidable extenuating circumstances. I mean, if you know about the drug, then you already pretty much understand the situation, right, Chris? I think that my understanding the circumstances and feeling angry enough to protest are separate issues, Hero. Don't you? Yes, you're absolutely right. I had no rebuttal, not even a syllable. Okay, I get how angry you are, but there's still the age issue, right? I can't go laying hands on a minor. Besides, there's no way the Count would approve of his granddaughter getting involved with some mercenary like me. So, if I'm not a minor, and my grandfather's approval is taken care of, then there's no problem. Hold on, time out. Let's both calm down a bit. An intensely bad feeling had washed over me, so I tried to shut her down. The instant I'd mentioned her age and Count Dalenwald, I'd seen a glint of certain victory flash in Chris's onyx black eyes. Do you know my exact age, Hero? You don't, do you? She asked cheerfully, clearly enjoying herself. If only I could have confidently said 13, 14, however, I'd never actually looked up her official age. When we'd first met, based on her size, I'd assumed that she was about 12. But now that I thought about it, I'd never once asked her directly. I'm actually only about half a year younger than Mimi, Chris declared. You understand what I'm saying, right? You didn't fudge your data using your noble privilege or anything, right? I didn't, and I couldn't even if I wanted to. Noble registry data isn't something you can just rewrite. She shoved her small data terminal in my face, displaying her personal ID. She was unmistakably a legal adult. I see. All right. I understand that you've cleared the age hurdle. And judging by your confidence, you've already got the Count's approval too, haven't you? Still, I'm not the kind of man who casually lays a hand on women. How many crew members are on this ship again besides you, Hero? 7, I think. And you're involved with all of them, right? Yeah, what was that? Things were looking bad. Very bad, all right. Time to run. I turned and bolted, but something slammed into my lower back from behind. I'd been viciously tackled. I went down hard, face first, barely managing to break my fall with my arms. I won't let you escape. Why, you've gotten pretty fast, haven't you, Chris? Looking back over my shoulder, I saw her smiling sweetly. I underwent the proper enhancement surgery to prepare myself to inherit the title of Count. Okay, I get it. I surrender, let's talk. As I spoke, I flattened myself against the floor. I'd had a feeling this would be coming the moment word reached Chris. Time to brace myself. Serena's the same, but I mean, I'm happy you're going to such lengths for me. I really am, I said. Having someone go this far to get me, that's every man's dream. There are so many obstacles, though, right? Status differences, public perception, noble responsibilities, family expectations. And on top of all that, everyone knows that I hate being tied down and prefer a free mercenary life. As a partner, I feel like I'm a terrible match. But I mean, I'm happy. I really am. I'm genuinely happy about your feelings toward me, Chris. We were talking face to face in the lounge. For some reason, I was sitting alone in a chair while everyone else sat on couches arranged in a loose semicircle around me. I felt like a defendant on trial. I understand your concerns very well, Hero, but please rest assured, I'm not exaggerating when I say every one of them has already been resolved. And how's that? First, regarding status differences and public perception. Those ceased to be an issue the moment you received the first magnitude star's cross of brilliance, the gold star, in short. and were granted the title of honorary viscount. Furthermore, I've heard that during Ixamel's rebellion and the Belbellum Federation's invasion you achieved significant military success alongside the Imperial fleet. That only strengthens your position. I see. Even so, I can't exactly fulfill noble duties. You needn't worry about that either. I'll fulfill those responsibilities myself. That's precisely why my grandfather has been training me. In other words, from the moment he decided not to bring in a groom from outside our domain to manage it, and instead to have me inherit his title and govern the territory myself, he already intended to make you my spouse. What? Wait, seriously? Chris nodded confidently. I was stunned when I thought about it, assigning Chris, still young, but arguably beginning her training as a noble a bit late, to serve as a system governor and learn territory management on the ground was somewhat unnatural. It would have been far safer and far less work for the Count to bring in a noble heir already trained in governance and have Chris assist him. Yet, the stern Count Dalenwald had been maneuvering almost from the start to make me Chris's groom. That was hard to believe, but it wasn't completely illogical. Also, I don't intend to tie you down, hero. As long as you come back to me in the end, that's enough. Your dream is to build a home on a safe planet and live peacefully, isn't it? I can provide land for that anywhere in the Dalenwald domain. Our territory's security level is extremely high compared to the neighboring systems, and we have no intention of letting it decline. Normally, living on a planet requires first-class citizenship, but within Dalenwald territory, exceptions can easily be made. You really do understand everything I want, don't you, Chris? In that case, hold it right there. No cutting in line. Several things had happened at once. First, Serena had burst into the lounge with a shout. Then I was hit with a flying tackle from the side and sent flying off the sofa, as was Serena. I heard someone click their tongue too. Was that Chris? On top of that, a crowd poured into the lounge. At its center was a girl accompanied by female royal knights with swords at their waists. The girl's face was extremely familiar. To be exact, she was the spitting image of Mimi. That's enough. This dispute is now under the authority of Princess Luciata, granddaughter of His Imperial Majesty. This is complete chaos. Someone, anyone, please help me. Chapter 2. The noble princesses, I've got some questions, I declared. For starters, why is a princess of the Empire charging onto my ship like this? It would take too long to explain in full, so I'll put it very briefly. I received a message from one of Lady Hall's subordinates during my meeting with her. When I asked what was going on, I realized that it was a matter that looked very terse. A matter that required mediation, so I rushed here immediately. You were about to say that it looked interesting, weren't you? When I shot her a glare, Princess Luciata responded with a radiant, royally polished smile. This little, she really is the Emperor's granddaughter. Hero, is that not a disrespectful way in which to address Her Highness the Princess? Isolde, the royal knight I'd once beaten black and blue during training, had stepped forward to protest. I dismissed her immediately. This is my ship. I don't care whether you're the princess, the emperor, or someone else. If you don't like it, you're welcome to leave. Also, something you just said caught my attention, Serena. Don't tell me you had your subordinates watching my ship. UMI heard that word of your arrival had already reached that black cat thief over there. So just to be safe, you know. Monitoring him through your subordinates after you only slept with him once, Chris chimed in. That's quite possessive, and having your people surveil him, wouldn't that count as abuse of authority? When Chris pressed her, Serena fumbled for words. This situation was scary. It wasn't abuse of authority, Serena countered. I asked an off-duty subordinate for a strictly personal favor. It was an emergency measure to protect Hero from a vicious noble with no relation to him whatsoever. And it wasn't only once. Hero and I have done it plenty of times. GGHU? Serena had risen to the challenge, and sparks flew between her eyes and Chris's. There shouldn't have been any psionic force involved, yet palpable pressure filled the air. I could practically see a black panther and a hawk behind the two, bristling at each other. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Princess Luciata watched with sparkling eyes, clearly enjoying herself. "Hey, weren't you here to mediate? If you're not going to do anything, could you leave?" Maybe my feelings showed on my face. Princess Luciata briefly looked startled, as if coming back to herself, then cleared her throat. "Yes, both of you, enough. You care for the same person, so you mustn't quarrel." Coming from the mouth of someone who'd been watching this with glittering eyes up until now, that was rich. I definitely wasn't the only one thinking that either, though nobody said it out loud. "Besides, I believe this conflict is pointless," Princess Luciata added. "Neither of you intend to have Captain Hero all to yourselves, do you?" "Well, I suppose not." "Yes, that's true." Serena and Chris reluctantly acknowledged it. If someone tried to monopolize me, it would mean I needed to reject my relationships with Mimi and the others, something I couldn't accept. So if monogamy was non-negotiable in a given relationship, I'd have to reconsider it entirely. "In that case," Princess Luciata continued, "hasn't the hierarchy already been decided? Fighting will only trouble Captain Hero and push his heart away." She delivered this statement with a beaming royal smile that looked as if it came with a halo. Unfortunately for her, I was used to Mimi's face, so the smile didn't have much effect on me. What caught my attention more was Mimi herself, off to the side, squishing her own cheeks as if to practice the same smile. "You don't have to force it, Mimi, okay?" "Yeah, well, it's not like my heart would just drift away because of a little bickering," I interjected. "What did you mean, though, when you said the hierarchy's already been decided? What hierarchy are you even talking about?" "Why, Captain Hero, your hierarchy of wives, of course. Who will be the principal wife among the wives you take, and who will be the secondary wives? To nobles and royalty, it would be common sense that the most suitable principal wife would be Christina Dalenwold, the future countess. The chief secondary wife would be Serena Halls, the daughter of a marquis, and the next would be Elma Wilrose, the daughter of a viscount." Princess Luciata continued to explain smoothly. "Between a marquis and a count, the marquis is ordinarily higher in rank. That generally applies to their children as well. However, while Serena is a marquis's daughter, she holds no personal title in her own right. Christina, on the other hand, will formally hold a noble title and territory. At that point, the order among wives is already determined." I listened obediently to Princess Luciata's long-winded explanation, digesting what she said. It wasn't hard to follow. As a future countess, Chris would hold the highest status. Everyone else would be ranked according to their family title. Mimi, Tina, and Wiska, girls who had nothing to do with the noble world, would fall below them. "I appreciate your highness making a clear ruling and settling things in advance," I said. "But, personally, I'm not really into ranking people like that." "You really are something, Hero. Surrounded by 8 women, no, 9, including the future countess and the marquis's daughter." Princess Luciata beamed again. Meanwhile, the female royal knights who flanked her looked at me as if I were garbage, like I was an unpleasant pest. It hurt, and the way Princess Luciata had almost said 8 before flicking a glance toward May was pretty telling. In the Gracken Empire, machine intelligences were supposed to have rights, but apparently it wasn't that simple. "You're free to do whatever you like in your private household," the princess informed me. "This is merely a matter of the formalities expected of an imperial noble. That said, it seems that even you are reaching the time when you'll have to face the music." "Face the music?" Well, of course, setting aside the matter of Lady Wilrose, who ran away from home and concealed her status in order to work as a mercenary, you can hardly deny your involvement with Lady Halls. "Oh, about that kind of thing. Well, I don't plan to run. That was the deal. Still, if Chris is involved too, there's no way I can keep everything reined in myself." When I said that I wouldn't run, Serena's face brightened. When I added that Chris was also involved, her face lit up as well. Both of them had looked a little anxious. But there are lines I won't cross. First, I won't accept any arrangement that breaks up what I already have. This mercenary band, well, saying this myself feels arrogant, but it's the truth, is a family or a clan that formed around me, gathering talented women. If you take the man at the center of that and fold him into a noble house, this whole thing collapses, and I can't accept that. I looked from Serena to Chris, making sure that they understood. Secondly, I have no intention of quitting as a mercenary. If you can't accept those 2 points, then I'm sorry, but I want you to give up on me. And if you insist on taking those things from me, no matter what, then I'll resist with everything I've got, and I'll run as far away as I have to. But of course, I'll compromise as much as I can so that it doesn't come to that. Thank you, Chris said with a smile. My grandfather understands you well. You don't need to worry about that. On the other hand, Serena wore an expression that suggested she'd bitten into something bitter. Still, she said, I'll do everything I can to ensure that it doesn't come to that. If it does, I'll chop down the root cause with a big cleaver. Catch my drift, Princess Luciata? When I turned on her, the princess tilted her head innocently, as if playing dumb. Me? Someone shoved me and Serena into that suspicious situation, didn't they? I'm saying that if push comes to shove, I'll have that person do the heavy lifting. Only as a last resort, when we're truly stuck. But you know the whole state of things already, don't you? The only reason you're even on Gracchus Secundus at this particular time is because that specific person arranged it. Surely not. It's a coincidence. I've just returned to the capital after finishing an inspection tour of the provinces. Is that so? It was absolutely a lie. Or rather, she likely had been on an inspection tour, but there was still no way it was a coincidence that Princess Luciata, who would normally be in the imperial palace on the Ecumenopolis, under heavy guard, had intervened at precisely this moment. The most reasonable conclusion was that this too was one of the emperor's moves. But my perspective was so different from his that I couldn't even begin to guess what it meant. Anyway, we can talk after we descend to the capital. Oh, Count Dalenwold is staying in this colony, isn't he? In that case, I should go greet him. No, my grandfather is still in our territory. Only I came here with a few attendants. I see, so you can relax a bit. Yes, I asked my grandfather for a little time off. As Chris said that, she snuggled up to me happily. She was as cute as ever, but she'd grown up in more ways than one, which made handling her a bit difficult. When we'd first met, I might have patted her head without thinking, but she'd now become a proper young lady. That's good to hear. Serena, you don't really have time to play around here, do you? Well, I'm technically serving as Princess Luciata's attendant right now. And you brought her when you stormed aboard the Black Lotus. What game are you playing? I also happen to be enjoying a hum. That is, I also happen to be satisfied with this arrangement, Princess Luciata declared. You don't have to hide it anymore. The discussion's over, so go home. I gave her a stony look. Princess Luciata clasped her hands, pressed them to her left cheek, and smiled. It was the most blatantly cutesy begging pose imaginable. Honestly, it was shameless. I heard a rumor on the grapevine that there's a very interesting girl aboard this ship. I would dearly like to meet her. Hey! I glared at Serena, no, at Colonel Serena. When Her Highness invokes imperial privilege, it's difficult to refuse. May, can you guarantee Unit 104's safety? Yes, Master, May said over the comms. She is completely isolated from any network connection, so there will be no issues. Well, you heard her. If you're fine with assuming personal responsibility, then I'll introduce you, Your Highness. How fortunate. Please escort me there, then, the princess said with a bright, delighted smile, as if this were the highlight of her day. Fine. Whatever you please, Your Highness. A storybook princess and a whole pack of equally storybook female knights. Captain, isn't this a bit overblown when you've got me right here? The moment she saw me and Princess Luciata's entourage, Unit 104 immediately started swinging. What did, when you've got me right here, even mean? I'd told her I intended to take her in, but still. More to the point, Unit 104 was already out of the medical pod, looking straight at us and speaking in her own voice. Just a day ago, she'd been peering out through sensors and talking with a synthesized voice through a speaker. Her recovery had progressed so quickly that it was honestly alarming. Dr. Shauko hadn't done anything reckless, had she? I don't even know where to start, I said. You recovered fast. Anywhere you want, Unit 104 replied casually. No, wait. If I broke, that would be a pain in the ass, so maybe give it a little longer. As for my quick recovery, that's thanks to Dr. Shauko. That's good, but you speak pretty crudely. Did you pick it up from Federation soldiers? Anyway, this is Princess Luciata, granddaughter of His Imperial Majesty, daughter of the Crown Prince, which means she's Her Imperial Highness the Princess. So if you get too rude with her, you'll get your head sliced clean off. I traced a finger across my own throat. You mean, for real? I don't know which part you're asking about, but the princess title is absolutely real, and whether the knights will actually cut off your head depends on them. When I glanced toward the female royal knights, they gave me extremely displeased looks that practically screamed, "We're not killing someone over that, you idiot." Well, if they did draw blades on Unit 104, I would stop them. I was unarmed, but restraining them using telekinesis would still be easy enough. So she isn't Mimi in cosplay, huh? Seriously. In that case, Captain, what kind of connections do you have? There are some chicks here I don't recognize too. Unit 104's gaze drifted toward Chris and Serena. Since we were here anyway, I figured I might as well explain. This is Christina Dalenwold, a future countess, and this is Serena Halls, the daughter of a marquis and an Imperial fleet colonel. She's the officer who commanded the Imperial forces in the battle where you were taken down. My. So just checking, are you getting something with all of them, Captain? I don't know what you mean by something, but for the record, I'm not reckless enough to lay a hand on a princess. Why are you making a little pouty face, Princess Luciata? That's not going to work. It's cute, but me with a princess is obviously impossible. Common sense, you know, and you royal knights, please stop appraising me like livestock. He can afford a ship like this. Don't me. Chris is starting to give off a dark aura again, and Serena is growling too. Please, all of you, just stop. All right, Your Highness, are you satisfied now that you've seen her? As you can hear, she isn't exactly refined, so before she says something rude, she's interesting. What's her name? Apparently it's Unit 104. Other people have also called her canned goods and a piece of junk. Oh my. Do people in our neighboring country have no sense for names? If it were me, I'd call her Shiro. Yes, ma'am. Captain, are you sure she isn't Mimi in cosplay? Shiro was the same nickname Mimi had given Unit 104. In fact, it had already started to spread among all the crew members, but me, May, and Dr. Shauko. Unit 104 looked unhappy about the suggestion. I'm joking, said Princess Luciata. That's far too simplistic. Let's see, how about Neve? Neve, I said. That doesn't sound too bad, I think that works. Neve, huh? Yeah, not bad, Unit 104 opined. Much better than Shiro. It's an honor to receive a name from a princess. If I successfully become part of the captain's crew, I'll gladly turn those Bellbellum Federation bastards and space pirate trash into cosmic dust for the Graken Empire and for Your Highness. How very reassuring. I'll pray from the bottom of my heart that you do. And Neve, you're very cute, like a doll. Is that so? I've actually never seen my own face. I've only just become capable of receiving visual information without relying on optical sensors. Unit 104, no, Neve said this in a slightly childish voice that sounded younger than her appearance suggested, staring at her own pale hands. She'd been stuffed inside a metal can for years, perceiving the world via a chip implanted in her brain. Of course, she wouldn't know what she looked like. When Neve had first gotten out of the medical pod, her hair had been a mess, her hands and feet had been in rough shape, and her skin had looked awful despite being hydrated. She'd actually been in a pretty tragic state. Thanks to Dr. Schauko's treatment, though, she looked dramatically healthier now. Well, still quite unhealthy at a glance, but much better than before. It made sense that Princess Luciata described her as doll-like. That said, the moment she opened her mouth, her vocabulary was crude enough to completely clash with her appearance. That contrast had a real impact. Yes, you're cute. Right, Captain Hero? Sure, judging from her appearance alone, she's delicate, like a snow fairy. You sound as if you're implying something, Captain. You could praise me more honestly. Even as she said that, her expression appeared oddly proud. This little brat, you've really opened your heart to Captain Hero, haven't you? Princess Luciata remarked. Your Highness, the captain freed me from those Belbellum Federation bastards. He got me out of the pod. He's having me treated so I can survive, even though my lifespan was supposed to be nearly over. And he's promised that, no matter what happens, he'll pick me up in the end and take me in as crew. He's giving me a destiny as a person, not as a disposable part. That's why I've decided to dedicate everything I have left to him. I see. Captain Hero, please take good care of Neve. Of course. I take full responsibility for her. Once I picked her up, I'd see things through to the end, especially because there was nobody else to do so. Chris stared at Neve with a complicated expression. If Chris hadn't been a noble's daughter, if she'd had no relatives besides her late parents, she might have ended up a crew member on my ship too. That was what she'd once wholeheartedly wanted, and what she'd eventually forced herself to give up on. Now that you've said that in front of the princess, I feel relieved, Neve said. Oh, speaking of taking care of things, Captain, once my reproductive function recovers, I'd like you to help me make babies. Now that I can move my body again, I'm starting to feel desire. I'm a woman too. I want to hold my own child in these arms someday. If you're okay with it, I'll have 2 or 3. So please give me your babies, Captain. That sudden bombshell hit with devastating effect. First, Chris's face snapped toward me. Yikes, if looks could kill, this girl is scary. Then, starting with Mimi, the women all became restless. They glanced at me, stealing looks and sending damp, lingering stares loaded with longing. Calm down, everyone. I don't think we're at that stage yet. Stuff like that should wait until we have a proper foundation. Dr. Schauko was capable, and May would be perfect at childcare. Even so, though, a spacefaring ship wasn't exactly an ideal environment for raising children. As for you royal knights, could you not so conspicuously check the feel of your sword hilts? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Don't joke around, I told Neve. Well, I know you're probably not joking, but still, don't run your mouth until you're fully healed. We still don't know how the Empire is going to handle you, so I can't promise anything about the future. They might decide to take you in themselves. Besides, you're doing this on purpose to stir the pot, aren't you? Ha ha ha, this is fun, Captain. It isn't fun for me. Chris, let's calm down, okay? Yes, Master Hero, but I'll have lots of babies too, all right. That was fast. Way too fast in multiple ways. And let go of me, okay? Chris had used some bizarre gliding footwork to slide toward me and grab the hem of my clothes, refusing to let go. Somebody help me. Princess Luciata finished touring the ship, aside from the cockpit and other top-secret areas, and seemed satisfied. She then departed with the ladies of her honor guard, Serena in tow. In the end, it felt less like she had come to mediate between Serena and Chris, and more like she had quietly put out a fire before it could become a real problem. Or maybe she had just wanted to see Neve with her own eyes. After seeing Princess Luciata and her entourage off at the gangway, I turned my gaze toward Chris, who still stood beside me. So, what do you plan to do, Chris? Now that I thought about it, I realized she'd boarded the Black Lotus alone to begin with. No wonder she'd had no reason to leave with the princess. "Am I bothering you or something?" she asked. "No, not at all. But did you really come here alone? You mentioned that you had attendants, didn't you?" "I came here by myself. I've given my attendants leave until tomorrow." "Do you have a hotel room booked somewhere, or did you come here alone from your lodgings?" "Hero, I'm an adult now, a proper noble. I can protect myself." As Chris said this, she placed a hand on the hilt of the slender sword at her waist, puffing out her chest. Her blade was thin and rapier-like, too long to be called a dagger, not long enough to really qualify as a short sword. If I had to compare it to a Japanese blade, I'd have said that it was about the length of a kodachi. "Hero, you're looking at me as if you don't think I know how to use this." "Sorry. I know that you've probably enhanced your body and trained since I last saw you, but I just can't picture you fighting." I could acknowledge that Chris had grown a great deal, but the image of her during our days together in the Sierra system still clung stubbornly to my mind. "Of course, I couldn't beat you or Lady Serena since you're soldiers," Chris acknowledged, "but my grandfather says I've got good instincts." "I see. Well, if you're walking around armed, it's unlikely that anyone will mess with you." If someone did, though, they'd either be from outside the Graken Empire or a once-in-a-generation idiot with no regard for their own life. Nobles here generally didn't flaunt their status, but if a commoner picked a fight in bad faith, then they very much ran the risk of getting cut down. "By the way, Hero, could you introduce me to Kyugi and Dr. Shauko?" "Sure. I guess this would be your first time meeting them in person." They'd likely exchanged words already. Still, this clearly mattered to Chris. When I glanced over at Kyugi, she was already looking our way, gently wagging her tails back and forth. Her fox ears were perked up too. She didn't seem frightened of Chris at all. As for Dr. Shauko, she was still in the medical bay, continuing treatment on Unit 104, who was now called Neve. The repairs to the girl's circulatory system and internal organs were complete, and her senses, vision, hearing, and the like, had been almost fully restored. Now they were moving on to rehabilitating her motor functions. With Neve's organs repaired, recovery from here on out would be rapid. She'd apparently be able to walk in just a few days. Imperial medical technology, or rather, Dr. Shauko's medical skill, was absolutely insane. "Standing around here talking feels awkward," I told Chris. "Let's head to the lounge and sit down. I don't plan on booking a hotel this time. Everything here is a bit expensive, after all." Chris smiled wryly as we headed for the lounge. Gracchus Secundus functioned as the front gate to the capital. Anyone who wanted to descend to the capital had to pass through here first, and the screening process was so thorough they would dig up your entire life history. That naturally took time, so visitors inevitably ended up staying here for a while. As a result, people and goods flowed into this colony nonstop. There were plenty of hotels and restaurants that catered to travelers, but as Chris had said, the prices were noticeably higher than in other systems, about 20 or 30% more. There were supposedly regulations to keep prices from spiraling out of control, but they were still steep. That was why people like us, who owned ships comfortable enough to live in, usually didn't bother booking rooms here. Apparently, true nobles saw spending money in a situation like this as a form of refinement. But I was an only honorary noble. Thank you very much. I had no obligation to play along. All right then, time for introductions. Chris, this is Kyugi. She's a shrine maiden from Verthaltz, and she traveled a really long way to come take care of me. She's incredible, my mentor when it comes to psionic powers. And right now, she's also training as the Krishna's co-pilot in Elma's place. Once we'd taken our seats in the lounge, Kyugi bowed politely to Chris. "Kyugi, this is Chris. Full name, Christina Dalenwold. She's the heir to the Dalenwold house, and she currently serves as the governor of the Kormat system. You can tell she's a noble just by looking at that sword of hers." I think I've mentioned her before. Our connection began when I rescued her from pirates in Syrah. There's a lot I can't go into, but we've been through life and death situations together. We're very close. Please get along. Nice to meet you, Kyugi. Yes, Lady Christina. It's my pleasure. They exchanged smiles, some kind of ritual, I guessed. She's not here right now, but I should also introduce you to Dr. Shauko, I added. She's a former researcher and physician from Inagawa Technologies. She helped me out back in the airing system before I met you. I saved her from pirates then, and later I helped her during an incident that involved a mysterious bioweapon that nearly destroyed Arene Tertius. Long story short, we reunited in the frontier regions, and after some rigmarole, she came aboard as our ship's doctor. So you're engaging in stuff with Kyugi too? Chris fixed me with a lustful, knowing stare. Yes, I suppose. I'd like you to do all kinds of things to me as well, she told me. Hey, that kind of thing depends on the timing and circumstances, okay? In terms of my mental categories, Chris was still firmly filed under must protect and absolutely off limits. So comments like that were just problematic. Looking at this, I guess I was a rare case. He didn't hesitate at all with me. He didn't hesitate with Elma or Dr. Shauko either, or with May. Maybe the key is being a grown, independent woman. We didn't qualify back then, huh? Mimi sure jumped in quick, though. Well, it was customary, and at the time, I was desperate not to be abandoned by Master Hero. For me, it took way longer. Maybe you didn't want to pressure him using your status? Hey, you might all want to stop pretending to whisper while talking at full volume. Also, Chris, please stop rubbing my stomach. That's not doing anything for me, and it's way too intimate. After that, I fended off Chris's bold advances, told her, within reason, about what had happened after my work in the Cormet system, and even sparred lightly with her in the training room using practice swords. Eventually, Chris reluctantly left for her hotel. I sent May with her as an escort, but judging from that sparring match, it probably wasn't necessary. No street thug would stand a chance against Chris. Even Elma would likely struggle unarmed. A mistake would easily get her cut down. I took a bath with Mimi, then flopped onto the bed with her in a warm, relaxed haze. She's really grown up, hasn't she? Mimi murmured softly. Chris, I mean, she really has. Girls grow up fast. I thought back on the Chris I'd just seen, as well as the Chris I'd first met. Back then, she'd been small and slender, but now she was taller than Mimi. Her old bob cut had grown into a style you could have called semi-long. I feel as though I haven't grown at all, Mimi remarked. HMPH. Still sitting on the bed, she straightened her back and raised her arms as if stretching, or maybe she was just showing off. Either way, it looked as though the buttons of her pajama top would burst open at any second. Absolutely magnificent. I think you've built plenty of muscle, I replied. I'm not losing any weight, though. If anything, I'm gaining. Muscle weighs more. If your muscle ratio goes up and your frame stays the same, weight gain is inevitable. But honestly, I think you're perfect just the way you are, truly. Really, I kind of want to be slimmer like Elma. Elma would probably flip out if she heard that. I could practically picture Elma smiling as her veins bulged, and Tina and Whiska flanking her. Then again, Elma drank constantly and snacked all the time without gaining a trace of weight, so maybe Mimi felt the same way about her. Master Hero, are you going to marry Chris? That's a tricky question. I do love Chris, and I'm happy that she loves me too, but marriage is another matter. I'm already married to you. You don't have to worry about me as long as things stay the way they are. Mimi spoke gently, but her voice was tinged with loneliness. We'd never really done anything overtly husband and wife-like, but the idea of losing our quiet bond still didn't sit right with me. This is all my fault for getting involved with Serena too, but I couldn't just abandon her in that situation. Absurd as it had been, there really hadn't been another choice, and I didn't like to think about the other possible outcomes. Any other choice regarding Serena, whatever it was, would have had very bitter results. I know it sounds as if I'm avoiding the issue, but things will turn out how they turn out, I added. All we can do is try our best moment by moment to reach an outcome we can live with. And right now, I'm going to cuddle with you, Mimi. Come on, let me spoil you. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I opened my arms. Mimi blinked in surprise, then smiled and leapt straight at my chest. There, she's so adorable. Chapter 3. The dwarves come calling. I didn't mean it as compensation for my having gotten involved with Serena, nor for the way my relationship with Chris was progressing toward engagement and marriage. But while we waited a few days for our descent request to be approved, I spent my time flirting with the crew and lazing around. We went on a crazy number of dates, too. During that time, Elma seemingly got in contact with the Wilrose family in the capital. Tina and Wiska also reached out to someone, unusual behavior for those two. Did you get in touch with Area in Raimai or something? I asked. The Raimai system was where Tina had once lived, and she had old acquaintances at Raimai Prime. Since we were staying in the capital, I figured she might have taken the opportunity to touch base with them. The answer I got back from Tina, however, was completely unexpected. Not exactly. We were messaging Mom. Mom? Yes, Wiska chimed in. I don't think we've really talked with you much about our family, have we? Our parents got divorced. I was taken in by our mother, and Tina went with our father. Then that old fart up and died, leaving us behind, Tina said. Mom somehow managed to keep things going in Raimai, though. Then I ran into Wise again, and that's how we ended up where we are now. Unlike our old man, Mom's actually a decent person. Decent, huh? So this decent mom of yours isn't mad you ditched a perfectly decent company to run around with mercenaries? At that question, the pair averted their eyes. Thanks for the very easy-to-read reaction. She just scolds us through messages, that's all. It's not as if she can come storming onto our ship when we're always moving around, right? Yeah, as long as an angry mother hen doesn't come charging in from the capital, we should be fine, I said. The capital, Gracias, the heart of the empire, was unfortunately super convenient when it came to transportation. Every gateway naturally led to the capital, and many passenger transports and logistics companies were granted access rights to those gateways. In other words, if the girl's so-called decent mother learned that her daughters, and the mercenary who'd led them astray, were in the capital, there was a very good chance she would cancel all her work and come charging straight in, just as I'd said. And no way that happen, ah ha ha. Anyway, that conversation had taken place 2 hours earlier. Hello, I'm Sheila, the girl's mother. I'm their Uncle Bargain. Gatram, I'm their uncle as well. The twins' mother, along with her older and younger brothers, had just stormed aboard the Black Lotus. Tina and Wiska had contacted them only yesterday, which meant that this had taken barely more than 10 hours from the moment that message arrived. Sheila, Bargain, and Gatram had essentially acted immediately. Thanks for coming all this way. I'm Hero, a mercenary. I'm deeply indebted to your daughters. I couldn't very well turn away Tina and Wiska's family at the door, so I invited the 3 of them aboard and guided them to the lounge area. This ship didn't have anything as fancy as a reception room, so only the cafeteria and this space were suitable for receiving guests. When I buy a new mothership someday, I should seriously consider installing a proper reception room. Tina and Wiska didn't even sit down beside me. They peeked out from behind the sofa I was on, using both it and me as a shield. You certainly arrived very quickly, I commented to our guests. I happened to be in a nearby system on business when I received a message from my daughters, Sheila explained, so I thought that I should come introduce myself. I've wanted to meet you properly for some time now, but the opportunity never presented itself. I should have been the one to go see you first. I'm sincerely sorry for taking your daughters around without properly meeting you. But the mercenary trade does involve constant travel, after all. For an up-and-coming platinum ranker, a hero who even received a gold star from His Majesty. I suppose that can't be helped. My daughters, like myself, are no more than ordinary commoners. But it's only natural that an honorary viscount, such as yourself, would prioritize duty over meeting a partner's parents. Isn't that right? I'm really, truly sorry. Faced with the faint pressure hidden behind her gentle smile, I bowed my head and surrendered unconditionally. Truth be told, I'd gotten too used to the situations of Mimi, whose parents' circumstances were vague at best, and Elma, who had concealed her origins themselves. Thus, when it came to Tina and Wiska's family, I'd been careless. At the very least, I probably should have contacted them and paid my respects when I recruited the girls away from Space Dwerger. Hindsight was 2020. Sheila, that's enough. Yeah, sis. Rebuked from both sides by Bargain and Gatram, Sheila closed her eyes. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, she let out a sigh. How is it that both my daughters, of all people, ended up in this situation? You're one to talk, Sheila. You married Graham even though we tried to stop you. Must be in the blood, I guess. Still, this guy's far more decent than you're giving him credit for. Graham must have been the name of the girl's late father. Having Gatram judge me as decent was nice and all, but it struck me that I seemed to be in a position where I needed to be judged decent in the first place. Well, I was a mercenary, a drifter. In that job, it wouldn't be surprising to get killed at any moment. I'm not leaving Hero, okay? Tina stuttered. Me neither. I'm staying with him, said Wiska. The sisters' hands reached out from behind the sofa and settled on my shoulders. Once they'd weighed in, my own stance was set. That said, Wiska really did act a little stronger than Tina around her family. On the other hand, Tina had taken half a step back, and there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Wiska, Tina, we didn't come here to force you to come back. Nope. And even if we wanted to, there's nothing we could do against Captain Psycho Hero. He'd slice a dwarf into neat little rounds in an instant. No, I wouldn't do that to the family of someone important to me, unless there truly was no other choice, I objected. I really regret not introducing myself to you sooner. I sincerely apologize for that. But if these two say that they won't leave my side, I want to stay with them too, no matter what happens. I'd bowed once more, then looked Sheila straight in the eyes as I spoke. She stared back at me in silence. Naturally, I could see her resemblance to Tina and Wiska in her features, since they were mother and daughters. Her hair was a slightly purplish blue, the same color as Bargain's and Gatram's. I wondered whether the late Graham might have had red hair. Sheila sighed again. Can you truly take care of both of them? Dwarven women are deeply affectionate, sure, but if you betray them, you'll regret it dearly. I'll devote myself to them with everything I have, I replied. At that, Sheila nodded, while Bargain and Gatram exchanged wry smiles. Yeah, that confirmed it. The twins' two uncles had looked into my background thoroughly. Still, they knew full well about my complicated relationships, so I figured things should be fine. I had no intention of neglecting either sister. I see, said Sheila. Then please let me speak with my daughters for a bit, and with your other women as well, just the women. Why, yes, ma'am. Sheila clearly had her information about me down pat, and in situations like this, it was best not to oppose women. Our family have been merchants for generations. It's, well, not exactly common to inherit the family business these days, but not everyone could be involved in it anyway. My older brother took over the business, and I joined the military. I'm retired now, though. Nowadays, I work as the hired captain of a passenger ship. While Sheila talked with the women of my crew, Bargain, Gatram, and I headed to the hangar, which was also Tina and Wiska's workplace. We picked out a few things that could pass as chairs so we could sit and converse. What about Miss Sheila? Sheila's sharp. She graduated from a good school, and she works for a spaceflight engine manufacturer. That's where she met Graham. He was an engineer there. That's also when Tina and Wiska were born. Graham had a bit of a drinking problem, though, and he liked to gamble. In the end, About 2 or 3 years after Tina and Wiska were born, he and Sheila had a huge fight and split up. Then Graham disappeared, taking Tina with him. It was almost as if he'd kidnapped her. Seriously, I didn't want to speak ill of the dead, but that was a pretty hard pill to swallow. When he died, he'd left Tina behind, and it sounded as if that meant that she'd had a rough time. Of course, Graham probably hadn't been all bad, but still. When Wiska eventually found Tina and brought her out of Raimai Prime, we were shocked. Sheila was overjoyed, but she was absolutely furious with Graham. She said some pretty dark things, like that she wanted to bring him back to life just so that she could kill him herself. Well, yeah, if someone practically kidnaps your daughter, disappears, and then dies and leaves her to struggle on her own, of course you'd be furious. On top of that, Graham had apparently had ties to local mafia or gangs, so Tina had taken serious risks escaping Raimai Prime. No wonder Sheila had snapped. That's why Sheila was strongly opposed to your relationship at first, Captain Hero. After meeting you in person, though, it seems like she's adjusted her stance a bit. If so, I'll be happy. Also, you don't need to address me so formally. Platinum Ranker, Gold Star, Honorary Viscount, none of that matters. At the end of the day, I'm still just a rookie. And to you, I'm your niece's husband, I guess. What would you even call our relationship? You'd be a nephew-in-law. I see. A nephew-in-law. Well, I might not be as cute as Tina and Wiska, but I'd appreciate it if you treated me the same way. Ha ha ha. Having a famous hero as our nephew-in-law. Now that's something to brag about. Bargain laughed heartily. Gatram wore a broad grin as well. Calling me a hero still feels like a stretch. I mean, how am I being portrayed out there anyway? Huh. It seems our nephew-in-law isn't very aware of his own reputation. Didn't you once allow a joint media right along with several companies? They turned that footage into a documentary series. It depicted a clean, celebrity-class top-tier mercenaries' lifestyle, romances with beautiful women, thrilling battles against space pirates alongside the Imperial fleet and other mercenaries, eye-watering sums as rewards, and even social commentary on piracy from a mercenary's perspective. That documentary is incredibly popular right now. What the hell? That's terrifying. I'm too scared to watch it. A documentary that dissected my daily life? No way. But although I deliberately avoided watching it, Mimi apparently had episodes saved and rewatched them often. I could tell when she did, because she always had an unmistakable smug grin afterward. To be frank, I'm a fan. I could never have imagined getting a chance to talk to you like this. I'm honestly pretty excited. Gatram covered his mouth with one hand as he dropped that bombshell. Want to take a hollow, with the Krishna in the background? Really? Of course. And we've got loads of pirate loot lying around. I'll throw in a souvenir too, if it's nothing dangerous. I'm so unbelievably happy right now. I feel like I might shout for joy. Gatram trembled as he stared at the ceiling. Please don't. You seem like you'd be insanely loud. Sheila spent a long time talking things through with the women of my crew, and in the end, she seemed satisfied. I look forward to seeing my grandchildren soon, she told me. You'll give it your all, won't you? Yes, once everything's properly prepared. You mentioned buying land and a house in a planetary settlement. That might seem like a faraway dream to someone who's used to colony life, but you should be able to manage it. I have high expectations. All right. Satisfied with my reply, Sheila nodded with a smile. When that time comes, be sure to contact us too, nephew-in-law. Yes, do, and thanks for the gifts. We'll treasure them. I'd given both Bargain and Gatram several bottles of alcohol taken from space pirates, each one signed by me. They contained unbranded, crudely bottled pirate-made liquor, in other words, bootleg alcohol. But that was precisely what made these gifts valuable to the two men. They'd received 1 bottle each to store, 1 for display, and 4 to actually drink, so 6 bottles apiece. 6 bottles was no small load, but Bargain and Gatram were dwarves. Despite their short stature, Their bodies were incredibly tough, and carrying so much alcohol didn't seem to trouble the pair at all. As for Sheila, Tina, Wiska, and Elma had given her high-end, properly manufactured liquor. And obviously, she was a dwarf too. After Sheila and the others left, everyone gathered in the lounge and sat there in a daze for a while. I'm exhausted. Me too. Same here. Seeing Tina, Wiska, and I completely wiped out, Mimi and the others grinned at us. They really had been like a storm, Tina and Wiska's family. Truly. Chapter 4. Bits and bobs at the Imperial Palace at long last. Our descent request was approved. We decided to land on the capital, separately aboard the Black Lotus and the Antlion, both of which had undergone weapon sealing procedures. Naturally, the Krishna, its armaments likewise sealed, was stowed inside the Black Lotus. On this visit, our achievements in the recent border conflict would be formally addressed, which meant that all 3 ships that had participated in the fighting had been ordered to descend together. Under normal circumstances, the Antlion docked to the Black Lotus, but descending through the atmosphere and landing in the capital was another matter entirely. Remaining joined would put the docking connectors at risk of being torn apart by gravity. Thus, we had disconnected and were descending separately. So, you're coming along too, huh? I posed this question to Chris, who sat quietly beside me, while I kept the capital's approaching grandeur in my peripheral vision. We were gathered in the Black Lotus's lounge, watching the projection of the capital on the holo display as we waited to finish descending. Not everyone was present, however. Elma was descending alone aboard the Antlion. May was on the Black Lotus's bridge, and Dr. Shauko and Neve, formerly Unit 104, were in the medical bay. Even if Elma will be with you, she's been away from noble society for a long time, Chris replied. So when it comes to speaking to members of Marquis Halls's family, it would be better if I were present, wouldn't it? If you say so, Chris, I'll be relying on you. Hearing my answer, Chris smiled brightly. Before, I would have considered it dangerous to rely so much on Chris in a situation like this. Whatever she said, she'd never truly given up on seeing things through with me. Now, though, I didn't need to be wary of that anymore. I'd made up my mind. Moreover, Chris seemed to respect my way of life as a mercenary. I didn't know whether her grandfather, Count Dalenwold, felt the same way, but at the very least, Chris herself did. If the Count was allowing Chris to come to the capital and act freely, even though she held such a view, then it stood to reason that he had already given his tacit approval, just as she'd claimed. That meant that Chris was completely on my side. Chris's goal was to make me her partner as I was. To accomplish that, she'd want to minimize any interference or influence from the Hall's family. That meant she had no reason whatsoever to side with them in any negotiations. In other words, I could trust her completely. That said, I added, our first stop is still the Imperial Palace. The inquest, then, Chris said, her expression turning downcast. I won't be able to accompany you for that. In short, our top priority was to fully clarify everything that had occurred in the Cleon system and prove the innocence of both Serena's actions and my own. Depending on how you chose to frame it, you could have argued that I, having been invited to dinner by Count David Ixamel, had murdered Vincent Ixamel, then engaged in a large-scale battle against the Ixamel household's troops as a diversion, allowing Serena to subdue David during the chaos. From there, it could be claimed that Serena had unlawfully seized command of the Cleon system's logistics base and its defensive forces, stealing the credit for herself. That interpretation wasn't entirely implausible. That said, material evidence, and David's own confession, covered every charge against the Ixamel household. Drugging us at the banquet, attempting to defect to the Belbellum Federation with us as bargaining chips, and repeatedly injecting Serena with dubious pirate-manufactured substances. Even if David recanted his confession, there would be no room left for excuses once his mind was thoroughly examined at the Imperial Palace. The Ixamel household's downfall was all but inevitable. At the same time, that meant our achievements were effectively proven. Still, however things turned out, the full sequence of events had to be laid bare. That was simply how things were done. Once we arrived in the capital, we parted ways with Chris, who was accompanied by a single female knight as her escort. Then we headed for the imperial palace. Our transportation was handled with great ceremony by members of the imperial fleet's military police stationed in the capital. Naturally, we included Neve. I never imagined that the first place I'd walk to on my own feet would be the Graken Empire's imperial palace. "You really never know what life has in store for you, do you?" she said lightly. She was dressed in a simple white one-piece. Officially speaking, she was a prisoner of war from Belbellum, so if she'd worn anything too ornate, it would have made a poor impression. Thus, we deliberately chose something understated. Even so, Neve's position was extremely delicate. Soldiers in this universe ordinarily had subdermally implanted identification chips that stored serial numbers and other data. But Neve had none. In fact, she didn't even possess an ID number, proof of household registration, or any other official record of being a citizen of Belbellum. Since she hadn't even had a name to begin with, that made enough sense. In short, Neve was nobody. For the Imperial fleet, that made her a troublesome presence. Her testimony, the coordinates where she'd been recovered, and the components of the pod she'd been stuffed into, which had been more like a sealed can, all clearly indicated that she belonged to the Belbellum Federation's personnel. Yet whether the Federation would acknowledge, that was another matter entirely. It was more likely that they would insist it was all a lie perpetrated by the Graken Empire to smear them. If the Federation did make that claim, the Empire would have a hard time producing decisive counter-evidence. If there was proof that the biological unit containing Neve had been installed aboard a Belbellum military vessel, things would be different, but every ship equipped with such units had been completely destroyed in the battle, mostly by me, using reactive anti-ship torpedoes. "Leave this to me," Dr. Shauko said. "I'm not involved in the Ixamel household matter, and I'm Neve's attending physician. If you don't mind, I'll take you up on that. As for what happens to Neve, we'll respect her wishes. I understand the situation well enough. All things considered, taking her in ourselves would be the safest option. It wouldn't be impossible for a government agency or the Imperial fleet to look after Neve, but doing so might interfere with any negative campaign against the Belbellum Federation. If Neve were formally employed or supported by the government, the Federation could easily claim that she was a planted asset and that the entire campaign around her was fabricated. On the other hand, it would look just as bad for the Empire to abandon her entirely and let her die on the street. That left one convenient option: the neutral mercenary, nominally neutral, at least, who had recovered Neve on the battlefield, taking responsibility for her. A kind-hearted mercenary rescuing an abused girl who'd been manufactured as a weapon by Belbellum. If it had the right presentation, that would be a heartwarming story. And if the Empire then provided some degree of support to that mercenary, it would keep up appearances nicely on the international stage. That was probably how things would play out. "Thanks. We'll do our part on our end," I told Dr. Shauko. "Do your best, but I doubt there's anything to worry about." "I hope you're right. A bit of trouble would be unavoidable, but if everything ended happily in the end, it would all be for the best." The inquest was conducted in a warm, friendly fashion. As if. It wasn't outright chaos, but the air was tense and uncomfortable, with a sharp edge that made it hard to breathe. The one saving grace was that hostility wasn't directed toward our group, but at Count Ixamel. No former Count. The questioning, more like interrogation, directed at the former Count Ixamel by the personnel overseeing the inquest, was brutal. They questioned him about drugging me, my crew members, and Serena with sedatives, attempting to coerce me by taking my crew members hostage, injecting Serena with dubious pirate-manufactured substances, including, apparently, an artificial parasite that latched onto the brain and stripped away free will, and attempting to defect to Belbellum by offering up territory near the border gateway as a gift. The inquest members also pressed him about sneaking private troops to the gateway to sabotage it, and cutting off reinforcements from the Imperial fleet's main squadron. The scope of the accusations was staggering, and the way they went after him was merciless. Any attempt by the former Count to deny a charge was immediately crushed with physical evidence, prior confessions, and information extracted from his own mind in real time. Not even silence was permitted. The interrogators treated it as an admission of guilt. Is it really legal under Imperial law to deny even the right to remain silent? I murmured. Imperial law often favors nobles, Serena replied quietly, covering her mouth. When they're accused of wrongdoing, though, it gets bad. With this much evidence, Ixamel doesn't stand a chance. When the interrogation ended, the former Count was escorted away by the military police. It might have been my imagination, but his hair seemed to be noticeably grayer than before. "Now then," one of the officials said, "Captain Hero, it's your turn." "I'm up next, huh? Go easy on me." With the former Count gone, the attention shifted to me. Every member of the inquest radiated an overwhelming aura of nobility. They were almost certainly all high-ranking aristocrats, enhanced to the point that their cognitive processing far surpassed that of normal humans. Lies wouldn't work. Neither would half-truths. Therefore, telling the truth was the only real option, which, oddly enough, made things easier. Let us begin by confirming the events aboard the Ixamel household's battleship, the Majestic. You and your crew boarded that vessel alongside Colonel Serena Halls, having accepted an invitation from the Ixamel household. Is that correct? Yes, I was invited, so I brought my crew along and accompanied Colonel Halls to the Majestic. I'd decided to make use of an agreement between the Mercenary Guild and the various interstellar nations. That agreement basically prohibited any one nation or empire from requisitioning the combat strength or techniques of a guild-affiliated mercenary. There were clauses that protected the rights of the nations too, but those weren't relevant here. Hearing my limited response, the noble who'd posed the question gave a wry smile. He had probably hoped to probe my capabilities, but that wasn't happening. If you're invoking the agreement, then that can't be helped. Very well, I withdraw that line of questioning. While your actions were somewhat excessive and impulsive, this inquest recognizes their overall legitimacy and will not pursue the matter further. He paused. However, that judgment applies exclusively to this case. You should remember that. This time, we had definitive proof that the Ixamel household was plotting rebellion against His Majesty, the Emperor. That is why your actions have been treated as attacks against traitors. Had that not been the case, you would have been held accountable for the mass killing of Imperial citizens. Understood. Still, if I were put in the same situation again, I thought I'd probably do the same thing. So the best solution would be to avoid ever ending up there in the first place. After me, Serena underwent a similar inquiry. As in my case, the overwhelming evidence of the Ixamel household's treason meant that she was also left unpunished for overextending her authority. Mimi, Elma, and Kyugi were questioned as well. But when asked about the specific methods they'd used to escape the crisis, they, like me, refused to answer, and that refusal was accepted. Are they under orders not to press us too hard? They're backing down pretty easily. That thought crossed my mind again when another member of the inquest panel said, "I see it noted in the report that you possess a counteragent to pirate nanomachine compounds." "Our doctor did put something like that together," I replied. "But I'm not a specialist, so I don't understand it myself, and I can't casually hand over data I don't understand fully. Furthermore, as captain, I won't sell my crew's expertise cheaply. If you're interested in that counteragent, speak to our doctor directly. Is that doctor present today? She's in the Imperial Palace, but she's tied up with another matter. I don't know whether I'm authorized to discuss it here, so you'll have to look into it yourselves. Understood. Once David Ixamel, the declared archtraitor, had been removed, the inquest proceeded without much tension. It eventually concluded, and we were dismissed. That was easier than I expected, I sighed with relief. No real twists or trouble. It wouldn't normally have gone as smoothly as this, Serena said. I suspect someone very high up ordered that our inquest conclude quickly. And that's fine, is it? It is. The main point of this inquest was to brand David Ixamel a major traitor. We were just window dressing. Punishing the people who captured a traitor would be inconvenient. What does that mean? You'll find out soon enough. I'm not telling. Why not? Serena gave me a look full of the kind of pity one might reserve for a pig being sent to slaughter. That couldn't be good. Let's move on, that's more important. Christina is waiting. Huh, what do you mean Chris is waiting? I don't understand anything anymore. Someone please explain things properly. You're going to meet my father, Serena said sweetly. After all, you're my future husband, right? Oh, I didn't expect that kind of thing to happen here in the Imperial Palace. I'd assumed that such a meeting would happen at the Hall's Marquis's residence in the capital or someplace similar. I made a mental note to ask Serena for more advance warning next time. The Imperial Palace was an enormous building. Actually, calling it a building was probably a bit misleading. An enormous structure, whatever you called it, the area encompassed by what people referred to as the Imperial Palace was vast beyond belief. If you attempted to walk from one end to the other, it would apparently take you several days. That was why the palace grounds had several dedicated methods of transportation, such as trains and taxi-like vehicles that flew through the air. On this occasion, however, our destination was close enough to reach in just a few minutes on foot, so we didn't use any of those methods. This area's still part of the Imperial military sector, right? Yes. My family has served in key military posts for generations, so we were granted a private residence within this sector. Like a villa. It's not that fancy. It's just a space intended to reduce the burden of reporting for duty, so that we can respond at any time. I see. So it was basically like a slightly luxurious private nap room built into their workplace. Was the Imperial military basically a dark megacorp? Well, that wasn't entirely off the mark. As we continued to talk, we arrived at a gate where a sentry stood guard. The sentry clearly wasn't an Imperial soldier. How could I tell? For starters, their uniform was different. It was the kind that screamed ceremonial and expensive, stylish, glittery, and unmistakably high-end. Extravagant would have been a fair description. I thought you said your home here wasn't that fancy. If it looked too shabby, that would cause problems too. Now then, we're going through. Yes, ma'am, said the sentry. Please proceed. Saluted by soldiers who appeared to be private troops from Marquis Hall's household, we passed through the checkpoint gate and stepped into what was apparently their private residence. You said it wasn't fancy. By capital standards, this is perfectly modest. Honestly, Serena drawled the words in a weary tone. A polished wooden floor with an elegant, refined air. A pristine carpet, ceiling light fixtures that looked like antique lamps steeped in history. Expensive-looking antique furnishings and paintings. Vases holding what were probably real flowers. No matter where I looked, this space consisted of pure luxury. It made your average five-star hotel look dull. If this was modest, then what on earth qualified as lavish? Something so dazzling that you couldn't even open your eyes. This place seems relaxing, Kyugi said. Relaxing? Kyugi's kind of a big shot now, Mimi muttered. Mimi and Elma looked equal parts astonished and exasperated as Kyugi wagged her tails slowly. In the past, she'd gotten flustered just over staying in a somewhat upscale hotel, but now this level of luxury didn't even make her blink. Was that because she was a user of psionic abilities who'd cultivated mental discipline? No, she might just always have had this side. Yeah, she probably did. So you said that Chris is already here? Yes. It seems that she and her guard have already arrived. She'll be in the reception room. Serena strode forward without hesitation. To her, this place must have been familiar. It was effectively her own home. It was inside the military sector, too. Maybe Serena tended to use this private residence whenever she stayed in the capital. We passed several maids as we went deeper into the space. Then Serena stopped in front of a door and knocked 3 times. "It's me. I'm coming in." A familiar voice came through the door. "Please do." Following Serena into a reception room, I spotted Chris. Looking toward us, she smiled and rose from the sofa. "It looks like the inquest ended without any problems. I'm relieved." "Yeah, it worked out," I confirmed, although it did feel as if an invisible hand somewhere far above was pulling strings. When I glanced at Serena, she closed her eyes and shrugged. She probably didn't know anything about that, but the fact that she didn't deny it suggested that she'd felt the same thing. "My father might know something," she said. "Is that woman your escort, Christina?" "Yes." "Edeltraud, introduce yourself." "Yes, Lady Christina. I am Edeltraud of the House of Klaus, a vassal house under Count Dalenwold. Lady Serena, Hero, and everyone else as well, it is a pleasure to meet you." Chris's female royal knight bowed gracefully. She was a beauty with dark brown, almost black, wavy hair that reached her shoulders. She seemed like a normal human who was a little younger than me. No, quite a bit younger, actually. Around 20, give or take. "A vassal house? What's that again?" "Like a subordinate house in noble terms." "Basically," Elma replied. "The House of Dalenwold is a landed lordship that owns multiple star systems. Under them are noble houses that oversee a system or several systems and support the House of Dalenwold's governance directly. Those are called vassal houses. The House of Dalenwold is the parent house." "Huh, got it." So the House of Dalenwold was like a parent company that managed multiple noble houses like subsidiaries. That meant that Chris and Edeltraud's relationship was essentially comparable to that of the heir of a parent company being accompanied by her guard, the daughter of a subsidiary's head. As for Edeltraud's skill level, well, honestly, she didn't seem that strong. I thought Chris might even be stronger. It was just a hunch, but it seemed like a key reason for Chris's sudden increase in strength might have been that she'd undergone more extensive body enhancement. "Please, this way, Master Hero. Everyone else as well." "Thanks." Chris shifted aside a little and patted the spot where she'd been sitting. I obediently sat down. The seat was warm. I could still feel Chris's body heat. Serena began to sit down on the opposite side of me from Chris, then stopped, as if she'd remembered something, and instead moved to sit across the table from us. Right. If Serena's father was about to arrive, then Serena sitting beside me would be awkward. In the end, Mimi, prompted by gestures from Serena, sat next to me, Elma beside her. Kyugi took the seat next to Chris. Even with the 5 of us lined up on it, the sofa still had a bit of room. It was comfortable, too. As you'd have expected of a marquis's household, they used good furniture. The room's maids prepared tea for everyone with practiced ease, and as I sipped mine, speaking with Chris for a little while about the inquest, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Serena answered the knock. When she did, the door opened, and everyone aside from me and Kyugi stood up immediately. Wait, am I supposed to stand up too? I hurriedly rose a beat late to greet the individual entering. Kyugi was somehow already standing too. "Ah, hello, we meet again. Please sit." The individual prompting us to sit was the same person who'd served as the moderator of the inquest earlier. So this was Serena's dad. Before he had to say anything else, everyone's tea was replaced, including the cups. There wasn't so much as a clink, and there was no sense of hurried movement either. The maids were terrifyingly impressive. "We met earlier, but I never introduced myself," the man said. "I'm Lawrence Halls, head of the House of Halls. I look forward to working with you, Captain." Likewise, though, to be frank, I'm not exactly a learned man who was raised with the appropriate etiquette for dealing with a high-ranking noble such as yourself. I'll do my best not to offend, but if I fall short, I'll be grateful for your indulgence. "Don't worry about that," Marquis Halls said with an easy smile. "I'm a soldier myself, you know. I couldn't hear my own subordinates' reports if I insisted on strict etiquette every time. It's one thing in an official setting, but please feel free to speak normally in a private setting like this." "Thank you," I bowed, but as the Marquis he spoke, smiling all the while, I studied him quietly. He had short, neatly cropped blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a classic-looking, dignified, handsome older man. Yet he looked surprisingly young, as if he wasn't even 10 years my senior. Was that due to the enhancement procedures nobles underwent? Some anti-aging treatment? Either way, nobles were something else. At that point, I introduced Mimi and the others, but I mean, she really looks identical. Lawrence seemed a little shaken as he stared at Mimi, or maybe it was just that he'd broken into a strange sweat. Well, of course, Mimi looked exactly like Princess Luciata. And if Luciata had moved around more openly lately, the head of the House of Halls would have had at least 1 or 2 chances to see the princess in person. Right. The reason I called you all together for this meeting is simple," Lawrence said. "It concerns my good-for-nothing daughter." "Isn't good-for-nothing a bit harsh?" Serena said, blanching. "Hilda and I arranged a number of potential matrimonial matches for her, and she quite literally crushed every single one. Then she joined the military and earned a fearsome reputation. Even at her age, she still hasn't had a single romance worth mentioning. For a noble daughter, that's enough to be labeled good-for-nothing." Serena fell silent, her expression looking as if she just sucked on a million lemons. So that was what it meant for someone to have no retort. Female officers aren't rare in the imperial military, but the most glamorous path is joining the Royal Knights, the Marquis continued. Yet this child deliberately requested that she be assigned to a dangerous frontier fleet instead. Then, she used her achievements as leverage to form an independent anti-pirate fleet and went around bathing battlefields in blood. Understand, Captain? Among the capital's nobility, she's called things like the Halls Marquis's crazy bitch, the bloodstained daughter, and the pirate eater nicknames you'd hardly expect for an unmarried young lady. Yeah, that's hard to comment on. Honestly, I couldn't poke holes in any of it. I even felt like I'd heard the crushed every prospective fiancé story from Serena herself before. "Then you appeared," said Lawrence. "Your noble title is honorary. Still, your rank is Viscount, and you've built a good relationship with the military. Among the oddballs who make up the platinum rankers, you're a remarkably decent sort of mercenary. Squashing the Ixamel household's rebellion alongside Serena was also a significant achievement, and it seems that you've worked with her more than once before. If she's opened her heart to you, then you must be capable." Here it comes. It's coming. The but, no question, this was exactly the point where he was going to throw in a complaint. "To my mind, everything seems splendid," the Marquis declared. "I want you to keep taking care of my daughter and form ties with the House of Dalenwold, of course." Yes. Thank you. You look surprised. Think about it. Serena is beautiful and highly capable, but her standards are rather too high. To have neither a husband nor even a fiancé at her age. You understand what that means, don't you?" The Marquis looked at me with a troubled expression, clearly seeking my agreement, while his daughter, her face bright red, repeatedly tried to smack him. He deflected every blow without even looking. Impressive. "So, yes, I'm in favor of this match," he carried on. "So is my wife. To be honest, she's relieved that a man who can finally hold the reins has appeared." Of course, from a Marquis's perspective, you're not the best possible match for my daughter. But you're a better option. You're an acceptable choice, albeit barely. I'm barely acceptable, huh? Of course, you're not an official noble. Still, you've garnered undeniable military achievements and results. His Majesty favors you. And, the Empire's history is long, and now and then someone appears. An unnamed prodigy, a darling of fate, the sort who's reliable as an ally and brings ruin as an enemy. Such figures are recorded even in the history of the House of Halls. AHIC. As I acknowledged what the Marquis said, I flicked my eyes toward Kyugi. She was looking right back at me, so that was probably what this was about. In any case, I don't object to you deepening your relationship with Serena. You're currently married to Mimi, is it? Special measures are taken in cases where one spouse becomes a noble after marriage. Follow them properly, and you'll be able to maintain your current marriage while taking a new spouse. We'll also need to begin preparing for the ceremonies. 2 weddings minimum, possibly 3. I see, wait, 2, 3. Had he just said 2 or 3 weddings? As I cocked my head in confusion, I felt Chris, who was seated to my left, lean in. 1 ceremony in the capital for the houses of Halls and Wilrose, she whispered. 1 ceremony in the capital of the Dalenwold domain, hosted by the House of Dalenwold. And the 3rd, if we do it, will be in the Cormet system, where I currently serve as governor. All right, I guess things get complicated with 3 houses involved. Just thinking about having to arrange all that made my head spin. Maybe I should dump the prep on the girls. Not completely, but I probably wouldn't have much to contribute anyway. I didn't know the first thing about wedding procedures in this universe. Oh, don't worry about the scheduling and arrangements, Marquis Halls said. Leave those to us. Don't worry about the cost either. We nobles will handle it. Maybe he'd sensed my anxiety when I heard that I might have to hold 3 ceremonies. His offer would be a huge help, but was it really okay? Wouldn't that be too much, though? These'll be my weddings too, after all. In principle, yes. But however much you earn as a mercenary, Master Hero, you're still a commoner. Ah, I know you're an honorary viscount, of course. Still, if we forced you to pay for the ceremony, it would reflect poorly on us. So, truly, leave it to us. The Marquis smiled wryly. When I looked to Chris, she nodded, so I decided to accept his offer. I'd ask Chris for the details later. I trust you understand that you'll also need to pay the House of Wilrose a proper visit, the Marquis continued. The 3 houses will need to join forces to conduct the ceremonies. Of course. Even without being told to visit them, I'd intended to. If I came all the way to the capital and didn't stop by, my brother-in-law would probably sulk. On another note, your future countess here made a bold move, Marquis Halls remarked. To rush here in a high-speed craft, your well-loved son-in-law. Thanks. Honestly unable to follow, I looked to Chris for an explanation. She simply smiled and clamped both her arms around mine, gripping me tightly, as if she had no intention of ever letting go. Seeing that, Serena wore the expression of someone chewing something bitter. What's going on right now? I wanted Hero for our house, you know, the Marquis told his daughter, but you didn't manage to close the deal, Serena. I don't think things turned out badly in the end, she shot back. True. This way, we gain a connection to the House of Dalenwold. Moreover, it may be fortunate that we've avoided earning the resentment of the next countess, Marquis Halls said with a shrug. I still had no idea what they were talking about. Smart people were exhausting. These are the usual noble complications, the Marquis explained. If Serena had formed a marriage bond with you first, that would have caused the next Countess Dalenwold quite a problem. Hence, she flew to the capital at top speed with only the bare minimum escort. I see. I still didn't understand why it would be a problem. Was it because of that wife-ranking thing Princess Luciata had mentioned? If you and Serena had married first, you'd have been made a baron under the House of Halls. An actual baron, not an honorary title. That would have made you a vassal of the House of Halls. The head of the House of Dalenwold couldn't marry into a vassal house under the House of Halls. Nor could the House of Dalenwold pull the head of that vassal house away as a husband. To resolve the issue cleanly, the only option was to force a marriage, or at least an engagement, before Serena, one between you and House of Dalenwold. That way, you become a groom of the House of Dalenwold. From the next countess's perspective, that was the only way. Ah, wow, that sounds like a hassle. Derp. My brain couldn't keep up with this noble political math, no, noble matrimonial math. I was probably making the dumbest possible face as I listened to it all. This kind of talk was no good for me. The information just slipped in one ear and out the other, as if my brain refused to process any of it. Well, it's a bit unconventional for a man entering a noble house as a husband to already have more than just 2 or 3 wives, Marquis Halls continued. Still, that's not as unreasonable as a countess marrying into a barren house under the House of Halls. Given the circumstances, I imagine that the women at your side are cooperating with the next countess as well. Listening to Lawrence's careful explanation, I fell into thought. I'd known that, one way or another, I'd have to settle things between Serena and Chris at some point. So maybe it wasn't bad that it had worked out like this. Actually, looking solely at the outcome, this might even have been the best possible result. If so, maybe the right kind of man was one who could close his eyes to the messy parts of the process. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed, the Marquis said. I really did want you for our house. Wanted me, why? Why, of course, Captain Hero, you're an expert in pirate suppression, aren't you? I've heard Serena's pirate hunting unit achieved its results thanks to your reinforcement. Pirates bring scores of harms and not a single benefit, and they plague our house constantly. If I could have welcomed you as the head of a cadet branch under our house, I suspect that our countermeasures against pirates would have progressed quite nicely. I see. Well, if we're paid an appropriate fee, we can provide assistance as mercenaries. Our line of work risked our lives, so I wasn't about to casually promise, sure, we'll help for free. If it were only my life on the line, maybe, but I'd be involving my crew too, so I couldn't do that. Excellent, then I'm sure I'll be relying on you someday. Chapter 5. Uneasy days, all right then. See you later. Parting with refreshing smiles from Marquis Halls and Serena as they left, we went to pick up Dr. Shauko and Neve. We had to wait a little, but both of them safely completed their interrogation. Well, more like their interview, and were able to rejoin us. Nice work, I said. How'd it go? I don't think there were any particular problems, replied Dr. Shauko. According to the interrogator, although it will depend on their discussions with the other side, it's likely that Belbellum won't acknowledge Neve's existence. That said, they also mentioned that publicizing the matter externally could damage the Federation's image, so it sounds like they at least plan to launch a negative campaign. As she said this, she gave a small shrug. Maybe, as a doctor, she had mixed feelings about her patient being used for political purposes. I see. So what happens to you after this? They seem to have acknowledged my abilities as excellent and useful, Captain, Neve said. However, if a government agency of the Graken Empire or Imperial Fleet took me in, those Federation bastards might say something like, "See, their story was all fabricated after all." So that'd be difficult. They did say that they could look for a civilian organization willing to shelter me, but I told them that I already have a prior commitment and will be in your care, Captain. I see. Then you're part of my crew, as I promised. Once you feeling better, I'll put you to work, all right. Of course, you can unleash as much of your hot, surging passion on me as you like, Captain. I'll take it all in. That's not what I meant. I'm really not in the mental state to enjoy that kind of joke right now. Even if I've brought it on myself, my situation in terms of women has gotten way too messy. I mean, it's my fault, but no, wait. Is it really entirely my fault? There's room for debate, isn't there? At the very least, I'd exercised maximum restraint when it came to Serena and Chris, treating them with extreme care, though saying that was just crying over spilled milk. Yeah, I know. Ah, forget it. No point brooding over it. Captain, we'll look after Neve for now. Are the arrangements for the necessary medical supplies going smoothly, Dr. Shauko? Yes, no problems. Mimi and May helped me out with that. Good. Once Neve can work again, we'll deduct a percentage from her pay to cover the costs. Of course, Captain, Neve spoke up. I'll work properly and pay it back. Good enough. No interest, no deadlines. All right, then. Should we head back for now? Or should we stop by Viscount Wilrose's house? As Lawrence had said, since we'd come all the way to the capital, it would be proper to visit to Elma's family home. Before, the timing hadn't worked out, so we hadn't been able to introduce Tina and Wiska to them. Now, we also needed to introduce Kyugi and Dr. Shauko. Tina, Wiska, and May were staying behind on the Black Lotus. The two mechanics hadn't boarded the majestic Count Ixamel's flagship, so they hadn't needed to attend this inquiry. In May's case, entering the Imperial Palace would have required troublesome measures like limiting her performance, so we'd asked her to hang back. And as for May's past actions, since the responsibility for those lay with me as her owner, it had been decided that May's personal attendance wasn't necessary. Mother said my father and brother are both at work today, so we should come tomorrow, Elma told me. I see. Let's head back to the Black Lotus for today, then. Considering Neve's condition, that's probably best, right? Yeah, I'd like to start treatment as soon as possible. As we talked, I felt something brush my sleeve. When I looked over, I saw Chris pulling her hand back with lowered eyes. What's wrong? You and I think I was a bit too forceful about things. She was apparently now reflecting on her actions over the past few days, really, ever since we'd arrived in the capital, and she looked dejected. It was true she'd been pretty uninhibited at times, or rather forceful. Don't worry about it, I said. I knew I'd have to settle things properly between us sooner or later anyway. All things considered, I think we landed in a good place. At any rate, I'm coming to visit you the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll prepare some delicious sweets. Chris looked up, a faint smile on her face. Since she's gotten taller, it's harder to pat her on the head now. Well, she doesn't really seem like a little girl anymore either, so casually patting her head or engaging in that kind of physical affection would feel a bit inappropriate at this point. Tomorrow we're visiting Viscount Wilrose's house, and the day after tomorrow is Chris's place, I said. What else was there? There should also be an award ceremony to recognize the border defense and the stopping of the rebellion. And don't you need to visit Marquis Hall's capital residence too? That's quite a packed schedule. For now, let's head back. Chris, do you want to stop by the Black Lotus and take a break with us? Yes, I'd love to. This time, Chris displayed an unreserved smile. Yeah, that's much better than her looking down with that gloomy expression. Since I do whatever I want myself, I should be able to accept a little chaos with a smile. I guess I'll aim to be a man with an open heart. We invited May, Tina, and Wiska, who had been staying behind on the Black Lotus, to join us, and along with Chris, we gathered for tea. Well, it wasn't anything particularly refined. It was just a break we took together. There was no shortage of conversation topics, but we kept things to safe subjects, talking about our recent circumstances and listening to the others speak of theirs. It's kind of rough, isn't it? I observed. Considering our positions, there's a lot that's hard to talk about, or that we shouldn't talk about. That's unavoidable, given our status. Once you're married, that should mostly go away, though. Me marrying Chris, huh? Do you think the Count really approves? That was what worried me most. Chris's enthusiasm was obvious, but I couldn't quite tell whether Count Dalenwold truly approved of her marrying me. Yes, grandfather supports my marrying hero, Chris said. After my father and mother passed away, my uncle also, well, died of an illness. Then grandfather decided that I would be the one to inherit the countship, and once he did, marriage proposals flooded in. But grandfather said that every one of them was transparently motivated by the base intention of exploiting the house of Dalenwold. So rather than handing you over to people like that, it's better for you to marry Hero, who has no strings attached, and have your grandfather act as your backer until you come into your own. Grandfather didn't say it quite that explicitly, but I believe that's essentially the idea. Our ties with the House of Halls potentially becoming closer than expected is a concern. But since Lady Serena didn't object to Princess Luciada's perspective on hierarchy, I think we can somehow make it work. Also, Marquis Halls doesn't seem inclined to interfere excessively with the House of Dalenwold, at least not on the surface. Speaking of nobles, Elma's family is noble too, right? My family. We're fine, we don't hold any territory. That doesn't mean that we're completely removed from power struggles, but they're limited to those at court. It's a different arena from that of landed nobles moving people, goods, and money on a large scale outside court. If the House of Dalenwold ever needs to exert influence on the court or central government, my family might be able to help a little. But if you expect that of me personally, well, Elma shrugged. It was true enough that expecting her to shine in that arena would be a bit much, since she'd left the capital early and made her living as a mercenary. Makes sense. Well, I guess we'll naturally talk about all that when we visit the Wilrose house tomorrow. Chris, you'll come too, right? Is it all right for me to join you? Of course, Elma replied. I want to introduce you to my father and mother, Chris. Tina and the others too, of course. We were too busy last time, Tina said. Ha. Looking back, that's a good memory. No, actually, it's not, Wiska added. The light vanished from Tina's and Wiska's eyes. Back then, they'd been literally worked to the bone by jobs with the capital branch of Space Dwerger. I'm looking forward to meeting Elma's family. What kind of people are they? I've only talked with them a little myself. Her brother Ernst is a good guy. There won't be any stupid events like mock duels this time, so I'd like to take things slow and really spend time with them. I owe Ernst, after all. Elma's brother had put in a good word for me at a specialty armor shop when I was getting my ninja armor. Ernst didn't seem to think very highly of me, but when push came to shove, he always helped. A good guy, really. We'd decided to leave meeting Elma's family as something to look forward to tomorrow, so we set a time to meet up with Chris again, then wrapped up today's tea gathering. Man, I'm mentally exhausted today. I just want to take a bath and relax as much as possible. After filling my belly with the dinner the Steel Chef 5 served us, then taking a bath, I decided to spend the evening relaxing with Tina and Wiska. I'd had them stay behind today, so this sort of made up for that. Good work today, hun. Physically, I'm fine, but mentally, well, it's my own fault, so I can't complain. I don't think it's as bad as you make it sound. You haven't really done anything wrong, you know. I think Chris and Serena were just drawn to your kindness. Who you are as a person, your bravery, things like that. Lying beside me, Wiska offered these words of support as I grumbled. I was sprawled on the bed in the captain's cabin, my room, with Tina and Wiska lying to either side of me. Since they were both small, there was still plenty of space, even with the three of us lying there. You're right that it's not as if I actively went out of my way to flirt and make this happen, so maybe saying it's my own fault is overstating it. Still, I feel like I tried to act in a way that would avoid this, but I ended up getting caught anyway. Well, I mean, Serena, though. It seems like she never intended to let you get away from the start. Yeah, seriously, you could feel her obsession. It was like she wouldn't let her prey escape. You finally got hunted down, huh? Or rather, it's more like you got worn down and lost, or just let her into your arms because you couldn't turn your back on her. If by saying that it's your own fault, you mean that your kindness tightened the noose around your own neck, then maybe you aren't entirely wrong. Don't analyze my actions so coldly. That hits where it hurts. But well, yeah, if I have a weakness, that's probably it. I'm soft on my own people, I'm sentimental. Of course, I had the option of abandoning Serena, but could I really have done that? I guess this was just how things shook out. I don't believe in fate or anything, but I'll chalk it up to the stars aligning this way and accept it. I'll be careful not to let things keep dragging on like this, so the number keeps growing. Still, it's a headache that even now, 2 more people seem like they could end up added to the mix. Linda and Neve, huh, said Tina. Neve aside, I don't know about Linda. 50-50 chance. Really? Asked Wiska. I feel like she'll stick to her sense of obligation one way or another. You meet lots of people, and you never know what'll happen. Linda's still a kid, too, so her feelings could change, you know. I agree with Tina about Linda, but with Neve, it already seems like a done deal. You can't abandon a girl in circumstances like hers, can you? If we made it, then Neve can make it too, right? Fine, I lose. Quit attacking me on both fronts, emotionally and physically. Anyhow, while we're discussing this, there's something I want to ask. Have either of you got any feelings about how things panned out this time? If so, it'd help if you told me now. When I asked that, the pair fell into thought simultaneously. The way they both closed their eyes and went, was adorable. The little mannerisms they shared were so cute. So Chris will become the main wife, and the second and third wives will be Serena and Elma, respectively. Then, with Mimi included, we'll end up even further down the ladder, right? I don't really like this idea of deciding who's above who or below who, but officially or outwardly, I guess it would end up like that, I replied. We're commoners, so we're not really going to compete, said Wiska. Still, I do want your baby. And we honestly don't care about paperwork or formal marriage stuff. If we can be with you, that's enough for us, Tina added. Yeah, though, like Wise said, I want a baby too. Isn't this a little too convenient for me? I think I said this before, but we're easy, replied Tina. Worst case scenario, even if you dumped us after we had kids, the 2 of us together could live anywhere. I wouldn't do that. I couldn't help bristling at how Tina put it. If she really thought I'd father a kid and then toss those 2 aside, it was frankly insulting. I know you wouldn't. It was just hypothetical. What I'm saying is that we've earned plenty of money from you, and we've got skills too. If it came down to it, we could even rely on Mom, so you don't have to worry about anything. As long as you still need us, we'll stay by your side. With that, Tina smiled and pressed herself snugly against me. Wiska did likewise. Do whatever you like, we'll follow you. As long as you spoil us like this sometimes, we'll be satisfied. I feel like I'm the one being spoiled more than the one doing the spoiling, though. Feeling their bodies' warmth as the 2 of them snuggled close to me, I stared up at the ceiling. Thinking about it now, Tina and Wiska are kind of intense emotionally too, or sort of clingy somehow. No, I'm imagining it, I must be. Yeah, I'm overthinking. In any case, I'm happy proud, even that they care this much about me. I'll make sure I never do anything to betray them. The next day, after I'd had my mental fatigue soothed by the mechanic sisters, and we prepared to head to Viscount Wilrose's house, Elma's family home. Please take care, Master. Sorry to leave you on watch again, May. May shook her head as she responded to my apology. Please do not worry. Machine intelligences like me aren't very welcome in the capital. May would be staying behind solo today. Neve could walk now, and her condition didn't require her to remain in a medical pod, so she'd accompany us. This time, the goal was to introduce my wives to the people of the House of Wilrose, so even Dr. Shauko, who was usually pretty much a homebody, would come with us. Thus, May ended up staying behind on the Black Lotus alone. At a capital spaceport, security was expected to be airtight, so I didn't actually feel we really needed someone to stay behind on the Black Lotus. Still, May had declined to accompany us to the House of Wilrose on the grounds that she was a machine intelligence, saying that her presence would only impose unnecessary tension on the other side. Besides, I have been told that you'll be making it up to me tonight. Yes. Apparently unanimous agreement among the women had already decided who'd keep me company tonight. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect anything tomorrow. Come on, if you're ready, let's go, Elma said. May, take care of things while we're gone. We'll be off, Mimi chimed in. Yes, Miss Elma, Miss Mimi. All of you, please take care. Sent off by May with a bow, we headed for Viscount Willrose's residence in the capital. You insolent scoundrel, plotting to lay hands on the young lady. Prepare yourself. The position at Lady Serena's side will be mine. Prepare yourself. You upstart imitation noble. Get ready. I kind of expected that we'd get attacked like that, I said, so I'm surprised nothing of the kind happened. At my remark, Viscount Eldemois Willrose, Elma's father, smiled wryly. I doubt that anyone would attempt something so reckless against you now, hero. Beside him, Elma's brother Ernst drank his tea with a sour expression. Upon arriving safely at the Willrose residence, we finished a round of quick introductions and then split into a men's group and a women's group to socialize. We were supposed to be having a friendly conversation, but it didn't look friendly at all on our side. Now, I asked the Viscount, word of what you did has spread among the aristocracy. They say that you took a sword from that idiot Count Ixamel's son and mercilessly beheaded him, then rampaged against dozens of fully armed private soldiers. Only a complete fool would pick a fight with someone who'd cut down even a count's heir without hesitation if provoked. Wah, that's supposed to be classified information. Someone's leaked it intentionally, I imagine. One of the members of the inquiry. That man, a handsome face with a genial smile flashed through my mind. This was probably the work of Lawrence, Serena's father. I couldn't gauge his intent, though. In short, this person is broadcasting. We've secured a vicious piece on the board. And at the same time, you understand what it'd mean to lay a hand on that piece, don't you? The nobles of the House of Halls possess military fame, and the house's influence is immeasurably large. It also has deep ties to a number of military manufacturing companies. In other words, the Hallses are a great house with tremendous political power, military strength, and financial might. They are one of the Empire's top families. You could count those on your fingers. And if you provoked them carelessly. Eldemois trailed off there and shrugged. I'd vaguely understood that a marquis was on a different level, but hearing that from my father-in-law, a true court noble, really made the danger of the situation sink in. The House of Willrose belongs to Marquis Ettingen's faction, you see, he added. But, well, it's not as if Marquis Ettingen and Marquis Halls are on bad terms, so it should be fine. Even as he said that, Eldemois rubbed his stomach. Sorry, really. By the way, Marquis Ettingen is. Ernst answered my question. Put very simply, he leads the faction of the capital nobility that supports the imperial house. The House of Halls is a landed noble house with vast territory, but broadly speaking, they're also pro-empire. Therefore, the relationship between the two houses isn't bad. Even with that sour expression of his, Ernst had explained the situation properly. Really, he was just like his sister, kind at the core, or maybe just a reliable guy. Either way, you're pretty indiscriminate, aren't you? Ernst muttered under his breath, flicking his gaze toward Niamh. It's not something we could imitate, Eldemois remarked. We elves aren't that energetic, you see. Now that even Eldemois was saying such things, I desperately started trying to explain. That's not it either. I mean, if you look only at the facts, sure, it looks that way, but it's not. Please hear me out. You say that, he continued, but how many girls do you have now? Just counting the ones over there makes 8. And you've got a maidroid too, don't you? Aren't there more? No, not right now. It seemed like Niamh might join the pack eventually, but I wasn't sure about Linda. Besides them, there aren't any others, are there? Tinia. No, not Tinia. Unlike Linda, she has no reason whatsoever to come out into space. Your eyes are darting around. It's not like that. Please listen. I desperately explained that this arrangement had been unavoidable. I also explained that, since every member of my crew besides myself was a woman, it was too late to start bringing in male crew now. However you looked at it, That would only invite trouble. At this point, I won't nitpick, but you understand what will happen if you neglect my daughter, don't you? There's no way I could neglect her, and I have absolutely no intention of doing so. If I did, I'd probably get my neck snapped. But more importantly, Elma was an irreplaceable partner. It might be possible for her to get fed up with me someday, but the reverse. Unlikely. Elma could probably have survived without me on her own, but I would have been completely lost without her. Good, then. As for the formal betrothal ceremony, 3 houses will be involved, so we'll discuss matters on our end. Once we've decided on the details, we'll contact you. Be prepared for that. So this kind of thing really takes place. Of course it does. Did you think that you could formally wed 3 noble daughters and just wing it? I'm ignorant about this universe, so I'm not familiar with the Empire's common sense. This is what you get with mercenaries. Ernst let out a deep sigh, looking truly exasperated. Well, I can't help what I don't know. I figured there'd be some kind of ceremony, I just didn't know what kind specifically. Anyway, it looks like they're having fun over there. Milfa and Elfin both love to chat. When I looked toward the women's group, I saw that they were having a lively time. Their gathering was more like a casual gossip session than a tea party. Should we start talking like normal people over here too? Brother-in-law, throw me a topic. Stop calling me your brother-in-law. No, wait. I guess I am going to be your brother-in-law. So this really is happening. That was one hell of a sigh. And whose fault is that? Ernst retorted. Fine. In that case, tell me about how you met the much-discussed young lady of the House of Halls. From the beginning, all of it. From the beginning, that'll be a long story. Even as I said that, I recalled what had happened in the Tarmine system, where I'd first met Serena. Come to think of it, among my crew, she was actually the first person I'd laid eyes on. We met in an interrogation room at the Tarmine system's Port Authority. As Eldemois and Ernst listened intently, I began to tell them the story of how I'd met Serena and everything else that led up to the present. This story was going to be really long. It's fate, then, Eldemois and Ernst said, perfectly simultaneously, once I'd finished telling them everything about my history with Serena. Could you not say it in father-son unison like that? Still, however deliberately someone might pursue someone else, I don't see how they'd run into each other that often in a universe this vast. Even accounting for the fact that you were both targeting the same space pirates and operating within Imperial territory, it's still abnormal. Do you have any idea how many star systems fall under Imperial control? Easily over 3,000. Please stop rubbing reality in my face, I pleaded. Well, it seems that I've been manipulating fate unconsciously. I have no idea how I'm doing it, but if, without realizing it, I've repeatedly attracted situations where I reunite with Serena, then maybe the Wilrose family's claim that that was fated isn't entirely wrong. That would mean that even while I complained about how troublesome it all was, I had unconsciously been seeking Serena out myself. That's kind of embarrassing. I absolutely can't let Serena find out about my fate manipulation ability. Knowing her, she'd definitely say something like, "After you treated me so coldly, it turns out you really did love me all along." With a smug, triumphant grin. I couldn't handle that. The final push came from His Majesty himself, did it? Said Serena. Was this ultimately unavoidable from the very beginning, then? Do you think that His Majesty intervened because he foresaw how things would turn out? His Majesty's far-reaching calculations have long since surpassed the realm of human comprehension. They say he even keeps track of things as trivial as single civilian transport ships being attacked by pirates on the Empire's fringes. Ah, yes, that might actually be true. When I'd first met that damn Emperor and spoken with him, he'd already known about me and the Krishna from the very moment we appeared in the Tarmine system. He knew everything. How I'd holed up inside the Krishna after reaching the colony, what information I'd gathered, even my psychological state while I did so. It had been terrifying then, and even now thinking back on it sent a chill down my spine. Mulling that over, I glanced toward the women again. Their warm, elegant chatter earlier had died down, and now they pressed close together, whispering with their foreheads nearly touching. I've got a bad feeling about this. By the way, let me ask in advance. Is Elfin seeing anyone, or is she engaged? Elfin was Elma's big sister. I'd felt her gaze flicking my way for a while now. What do you intend to do with that information? I just want to make it clear up front that I don't intend to do anything. If she starts saying things like, "This looks fun, so I'll come along," or "Everyone says we'd get along, so I might as well join in too," please stop her immediately. No joke, absolutely stop her. As head of the household, you can rest assured that I'll absolutely stop it. I won't allow anything that nightmarish to happen. Don't worry. All right. I'm trusting you both, then. So, what's he really like? My sister Elfin leaned in, brimming with curiosity. What's he really like is a bit of a vague question. Please be clearer about what you want to know. I more or less realized what she meant, but I didn't really want to answer. His personality and his bedroom skills. I am curious too. I'll pretend I didn't hear that second part. In general, he's sincere, and I think he respects us. I believe that he's considerate in his own way, at least within the realm of what he notices. Ignoring the obvious interest of my sister and Chris, which was especially strong on the second point, I gave a safe description of Hero's character. To be honest, I thought that Hero was pretty detached from worldly matters. But that was tied to his origins, and it wasn't something I could openly talk about even with my family. Really? Look how many of you there are, though. Doesn't anyone have any complaints? My sister asked, her lips slightly pursed. Well, I won't say there are none at all, Mimi smoothly deflected. But Hero only has one body, so we've come to terms with that. Mimi really had gotten reliable. When she first came aboard the ship, she'd been timid about everything, like a little animal. However dependable he is, he'd collapse if everyone leaned on him at once, so we support each other too. With my lord as the central pillar, we've also become pillars ourselves, and we support one another. May handles that balance very well, doesn't she? Yes, I believe that May does an excellent job of coordinating the group centered around my lord. Kyugi had chimed in with Tina and the others. There was nothing more to say about Tina and Whiska at this point, but Kyugi really was shrewd. Although she had a personality even more detached from the world than Hero's, she never allowed that to show in a situation like this. If Hero is the leader on the surface, then May is the leader behind the scenes. I imagine that Hero is an extremely interesting subject for her to observe. He clearly receives significant assistance from her. Yeah, Hero doesn't really think about it, but May is incredibly capable. Abnormally so. I agreed with Dr. Shauko's assessment of May, whose competence really was unusual. A full-spec Maydroid was supposed to be capable, of course, but May went far above and beyond that. So it's all good? Chris asked. I'd say there's little doubt, Mimi answered with a dry smile. There was nothing inherently bad about this, but machine intelligences were far too capable to be described simply as shrewd. Faced with a special being like Hero, there was no way they wouldn't take action. May almost certainly received extensive support from other machine intelligences. They exist as one and many, many and one. Even if May is a custom-made, full-spec unit, her level of performance is still exceptional. I wouldn't be surprised if she was equipped with one of those independently developed anti-entropy processors people whisper about. The kind that use heat to perform calculations and end up getting colder. Do those really exist? There are rumors that they've already been put into practical use. By combining an anti-entropy processor with a conventional positronic brain that consumes energy and generates heat, you eliminate the need for cooling while dramatically boosting computational power. Part of me thinks, no way, and another part thinks, of course. The moment the conversation turned to May's unusual performance, Our resident intellectuals had veered straight into a technical discussion. Enough already. With three techies, things always get derailed like this. Let's drop the topic for now. May being so competent isn't a problem, okay? All right, all right. Then should we talk about physical compatibility instead? Though that's probably a sensitive subject for Elma. That topic is also off limits. Even with family, it's not something you should be too open about. I countered Dr. Shauko's teasing with a perfectly reasonable argument, but Tina's sly grin instantly crushed my feeble resistance. Well, it's not as if it's a competition. For what it's worth, Wise and I often spend nights together with Hero as a threesome. Isn't that wild? Two dwarves at once, my sister asked. Her cheeks were flushed, and she covered her mouth, clearly fascinated. Yes, it is. Wiska had turned red and begun fidgeting. Chris was beach-red and breathing heavily. You're going to be a countess someday. Have some decorum. I usually pass out first. I need to build up more stamina. Me too, but he's gentle, isn't he? He's not rough at all. I said stop it, I insisted. Everyone had jumped onto the topic, and once it reached this point, there was no stopping it. Let's drop this subject, okay? Please. Why? Because I don't want to talk about it. Mimi, you understand, right? Mother, stop making that face. Elven women are just like that. Stop it already. My protests were in vain as everything was laid bare. I can't take this anymore. Chapter 6. Neve, the next day, we were treated to Chris's hospitality at Count Dalenwold's residence in the capital. After that, we all went out to do a bit of shopping together. Well, I say, a bit. But we actually spent nearly half the day wandering all over the place, buying the latest bedding and other household goods. Not what you'd call light shopping. This one feels nicer against the skin. It does feel nice, but won't it be hot to sleep under? It might be better for me, since I get cold easily. You're the same, right, Chris? I used to be. Since my enhancements, though, I've actually gotten more heat sensitive. Holding blanket-like objects, Mimi, Elma, and Chris earnestly debated back and forth. So body enhancement really did change your constitution enough to make you more sensitive to heat. Isn't the most important thing that it's easy to wash? Choosing good bedding is important, sis. The quality of your bedding is the quality of your life. You're way too serious about this. Wiska countered Tina, who had prioritized cheapness and ease of cleaning, with a completely serious face, and Tina recoiled at her intensity. Wiska really did have odd fixations sometimes. I'm less interested in bedding and more curious about this chair, remarked Dr. Shauko. I believe it would be better for you to sleep properly in a bed, doctor. No. Sleeping in a chair can be nice too, you know. If it's good quality, it's no different from a bed. You think so too, right, Neve? I think I prefer to sleep in a wide, soft bed. Stretching out your arms and legs while you sleep feels great, Neve replied. Chairs are nice too, though, Dr. Shauko insisted. Just choosing bedding, well, some of us were choosing other items as well, was enough to draw the attention of others. We were definitely being stared at. There were 10 of us, counting Chris and her guards, which was a crowd by any standard, so, of course, we stood out like a sore thumb. And even at a glance, Chris's guards were obviously guards. Anyone could tell that she was a young lady of distinguished status. That said, strictly speaking, she wasn't just a young lady. She was the next Countess Dalenwold. Apparently, as long as she didn't publicly declare her status, Chris could just barely get away with acting like the daughter of a high-ranking noble. In fact, if you were the governor of so much as a single star system, you were officially treated as equivalent to a baron, even if you were just a noble's daughter, without a formal title. At that point, you were no longer supposed to go to shops with friends, picking items off the shelves and chatting about them. You were expected to summon merchants to your home instead, at least in the capital, and me as an honorary viscount. Apparently I could summon merchants too if I wished, but honorary titles were kind of awkward. They weren't hereditary, and if you held one, You weren't treated as a real noble in the strict sense. And then, once you started talking about rank among nobles, things apparently got more complicated. May had explained it all to me in detail, but it had gone in one ear and out the other. I barely remembered any of it. Anyway, back to the point. This was taking forever, especially since the women had begun debating designs and details. There was just no end to it, so I figured I'd step away and take a break for a bit, along with Neve, who still wasn't used to walking around for long periods. That had apparently been a bad idea. Captain, why do you think we're being put through this? I'd like to know that myself. This was the result. Right now, I was running through the capital's back alleys with Neve in my arms. Why? Because a swarm of small drones, about the size of baseballs with wings, was behind us giving chase. This had started with a bag suddenly being placed on the bench where Neve and I were resting. A passerby had casually set it down right next to us. Plop. The moment we tilted our heads in confusion, I was hit with an overwhelming sense of danger. Pulling Neve close, I activated my personal shield. At the same instant, the bag exploded, and the blast hurled us out into the street. We went tumbling across it, barely managing to get back up, and that was when the flying microdrones came after us. So yeah, running was the only option. For the record, my personal shield had taken damage beyond its tolerance, and it was overheating. It would take several dozen seconds before I could deploy it again. Did you get in touch with Mimi and the others? I asked. Yeah, Neve confirmed. They've evacuated. They're more worried about us, actually. Still in my arms, she'd connected to my handheld terminal in order to contact Mimi and the others. I could see a cable extending from the back of her neck. It was plugged into my device. They're probably targeting me, Captain. Don't push yourself. Just leave me behind. There's no way a human can escape a swarm of self-destruct drones. You don't have to die too. Like hell I will. If I were going to abandon her over something like this, I wouldn't have helped her in the first place, or said that I would look after her. Neve was just too used to the battlefield. She was way too quick to discard herself as an acceptable loss. Maybe that meant that she really valued my life, but I still didn't like it. Crap, a dead end? A dead-end alley? Seriously, don't these things usually pass straight through? Whatever. We're jumping. Huh, jump wah. I leaped straight up with Neve still in my arms. It wasn't just a normal jump, of course, since I used telekinesis to forcefully propel my body upward. Honestly, it might be more accurate to say that I threw myself. I barely managed to land on the rooftop of the building blocking our path. Holy crap, I landed it somehow. What was that? What you just do? Don't talk or you'll bite your tongue. More importantly, report our situation to whatever passes for security now. As I shouted this, I ran across the rooftop, then kept leaping from building to building. I was focused on escaping. Wait, though, how amazing am I right now? I'm clearing gaps of over 10 meters between the buildings with my body strength alone. Do I even need power armor anymore? I already did, but Captain, at this rate we're just being worn down. I know, but this was the capital, the heart of the Empire. Unlike that of some random trade colony, the security level here was supposed to be extremely high. Things like open combat, let alone assassinations, weren't supposed to take place here. And they shouldn't. If I were to fight back against the drones, I didn't know how far I'd be allowed to go. However strong you are, Captain, you can't keep running forever while carrying me, can you? Yeah, no kidding. Neve was right. Even with my enhanced body, there was a limit to how long I could sprint at full speed while carrying her. My breathing was already getting ragged. Damn it, guess I've got no choice. I'd really wanted to avoid using my psionic abilities so openly right under the Emperor's nose, but at this point, there was nothing for it. Still holding Neve, I stopped fleeing and turned to face the swarm of baseball-sized drones as they closed in on us. Captain, they're going to catch up. Even with a personal shield, I don't think you can block that many self-destruct drones. Just watch. This is your captain getting serious. Ignoring Neve's protests, I held my breath and let time slow down. Within that dulled flow of time, I grasped the swarm not just visually, but through a spatial awareness like a sixth sense. Machines are such a pain. If they had been living beings, I could have tracked the drones all at once via their psychic signatures. But I had to lock machines in individually with my perception, then bring them all under telekinetic control. Now I really understood why the people of the Holy Verthalt's Empire were so wary of May. Hup! Now! Using telekinesis, I seized the pursuing drones all at once, compressed them into a single point, and then slammed them into the rooftop of another building, where they simultaneously detonated. They really were self-destruct drones. Isn't that a little too hardcore? Heh heh heh, you're so passionate, Captain. If I wasn't, we'd be full of holes right now. Neve was grinning up at me, so I pinched her cheek and tugged it lightly. I was glad that my personal shield had finished cooling down before I slammed the drones away from us, because shrapnel had flown everywhere. Oh, crap. Looking closer, I see that there's a hole in that rooftop. I hope no one was hurt. I'm detecting increased network traffic and multiple suspicious signatures nearby. Looks like reinforcements are coming, Captain. Neve stared into empty space. She was apparently using my handheld terminal to connect to the local network and wage electronic warfare. Yeah, I really should get her a proper terminal with built-in YOU capability. Give me a break. Where's security? It'll be about 5 more minutes before they arrive. By the way, the next group of attackers will be here in under a minute. What do you want to do, Captain? Waiting isn't an option. If they surround us and attack from all sides, we're done. I want to move toward the security forces. Can you tell me which direction to go? Still clinging to my neck, Neve pointed with a small finger. That way? Most buildings in the capital looked the same. Their heights were probably regulated too. In the direction Neve indicated, though, I could see a noticeably taller structure in the distance. Way off in the distance. That tall building is the Security Bureau's base. Looks like it. And our next guests are almost here. They might try to surround us. Fantastic. All right, let's go. Aye, aye, Captain. Repositioning Neve in my arms, I leapt once more from rooftop to rooftop, fleeing across the capital's skyline. God damn it. These guys are relentless. I agree. Honestly, though, I can't help feeling more amazed that you're still standing, Captain. Sitting at my feet, Neve made that remark as though this was someone else's problem. The situation was actually pretty tough, though okay. I was protecting her as well, and the later wave of laser gun-equipped attack drones was clearly aiming more at her than at me. Just as she'd said, our attacker's real target might not be me after all, but her. In the end, we didn't really outrun them, did we? She remarked. You can't outrun lasers on an open rooftop with good visibility. After all, a laser gun strikes its target the instant it's fired. We were within the planet's atmosphere, so the laser's intensity was lessened, and their range wasn't infinite. Still, they could maintain lethal power across several hundred meters, which meant they weren't something we could just run away from. Unwilling as I was, I'd had no choice but to stop and shift gears into a defensive battle of endurance. I'm impressed. Imperial swordsmen really can deflect lasers with a sword. This takes a lot of control, you know. And what's the mechanism behind all those things floating around us, shielding us? Are you some kind of hero from a holo movie or anime, Captain? I've got psionic powers, yeah. Since I just needed to block every single shot, I was turning anything available on the rooftop into a shield against the laser fire. I might even have used the building's air conditioning equipment or something, but desperate times. Sorry to the folks in this building. Wait, did I not tell Neve that I had psionic powers? I'd assumed that she'd heard about those through Kyugi or the others, but apparently not. It did seem like this was the first time I'd said that to her directly. Psionic powers. So they really do exist. First time I've ever seen them, Neve mused. Belbellum's military didn't have any, huh? I deflected a laser beam fired by a drone about one size larger than a basketball, using the rebound to shoot down another laser attack drone. Thankfully, there weren't many of the laser drones, so between the swords in my hands and the rubble shields I controlled with telekinesis, I was managing to hold off the attacks. At this rate, I'd shoot them all down eventually, or security forces would arrive before that, and we'd be fine. Captain, more incoming. Where the hell are all these drones even coming from? Just when I'd thinned out our foes, more arrived, laser attack drones and small self-destruct drones. At least there were no new types. Small mercies. Can you hold out 10 more seconds, Captain? Is security finally here? No, they'll still take a little longer, just a little. 3, 2, 1, 0. The moment Neve said 0, the drones abruptly lost power and dropped out of the sky. The self-destruct drones detonated on impact, and the laser drones got caught in the blasts, turning things into an absolute mess. Whoa, I cried. What do you do? Against me, electronic warfare is 100 years outdated. I'm a former battleship biological command unit, you know. I struggled a bit going through this little handheld terminal, though. If I had a cyberdeck for electronic warfare, it would have been easier. As she said this, Neve slapped my handheld terminal lightly with her small white hand. Stop that. That's my trusty personal device. Ah, something's flying in, I noted. So they're finally here. Looks like it. I've also traced the location of the party who sixed those drones on us, so I'll tell these guys and have them deal with it. Oh, nice. You're a capable girl, Neve. Sheathing my swords, I lifted her up again. As soon as I did so, color rose in her pale skin. Captain, you know I'm able to walk on my own now. But if we need to jump down from here, or even just get into that security vehicle, and I'm not carrying you, it'll be a hassle. Getting into the vehicle aside, jumping down from here with no protection is something only you could do, Captain. Is it? Yeah, I guess it is. I was talking about jumping down as if it were nothing, but we're on, what, the 8th or 9th floor? Jumping from this height would kill a normal person. The fact that I even thought so automatically about jumping down from here, I really have lost all common sense. Once the security force that had rushed to the scene took us into protective custody, Neve and I were escorted, voluntarily, to the headquarters of the Capitol's security force. I'm pretty sure that this isn't an arrest or forced detention. It probably isn't. It did feel as though the security force members were ridiculously wary of me, but that was surely just my imagination. What on earth were you doing, is what I'd like to say. In this case, though, the fault lies with us. Serena said that when she came to pick us up at the security headquarters, pressing her fingers to her temple with a sigh. By the fault lies with us. She meant that they hadn't assigned us an escort, since they hadn't accounted for a potential attempt on Neve's life. To be honest, I hadn't expected an assassination attempt on Neve this soon either, so I couldn't really blame Serena, or rather, the Imperial Army, too fully. I didn't think they'd come to erase Neve so quickly myself, and I definitely didn't expect to be attacked in the capital on the surface, no less. So, I guess it couldn't be helped. Generally speaking, the surface of the capital, the part where the sky was visible, was where the upper classes lived and conducted business, and it was said to be relatively safe, with a high level of security. I hadn't thought that we'd be attacked somewhere like this either. In any case, good work, Serena went on. We were able to apprehend the drone's owner too, thanks to the information Neve provided. Frankly, it's impressive that she not only traced them, but also hacked and controlled them using a standard terminal. I'm still no match for machine intelligence, Neve said. Yeah, when it comes to electronic warfare, competing with machine intelligence is impossible, I agreed. Well, we'll make up for that with new equipment. We haven't really been using the Krishna's cargo space lately, so it might not be a bad idea to load electronic warfare gear in there. The Krishna's cargo space was a drop in the bucket compared to that aboard the Black Lotus. Still, if we kept just enough space for the bare minimum supplies and equipment needed for survival and combat, it might be best to allocate the rest to electronic warfare gear that Neve could use. I'll leave that to your judgment, Captain. I'll devote everything I have to you. As she said that, Neve pressed herself tightly against me. For just an instant, Serena's eyebrow twitched at the sight. Serena, are you perhaps a little jealous? It seems that you two got quite close after experiencing a brush with death together. Oh, absolutely. Clinging to me, Neve launched into a passionate speech. From the start, I intended to devote everything to Hero. That resolve has only grown stronger, though, because he protected me with his life on the line. He could have left me behind, and he probably wouldn't even have been blamed strongly for it. Yet he truly protected me with his life, even though there was no guarantee that I'd be useful as a crew member or as a woman. He proved he'd protect me not just with his words, but with his actions. Is there any woman who wouldn't fall for that? I don't think so. Neve's voice was so feverish, it was like you could feel the lust in it. She poured all that out in one breath with an intensity that made even Serena take a half step back. When that first explosion blasted us away, he hugged me tight. He used his own body as a shield to protect me. He believed what I'd told him, assessed the situation, and fought back. If he were alone, he could have escaped easily. But he stopped. He chose to stand his ground against laser-attack drones and self-destruct drones to protect me. And he protected me without sustaining a scratch. My life and heart have been saved once again. How should we address this? Her brain is completely compromised. What do we do? It was possible Neve had gotten as devoted to me as May or Kyugi, maybe even more so. Was that okay? Wasn't this going too far? What if it turned into some Yandir-type situation? I didn't think it would get this intense. Maybe it's because she's never been treated well before. At any rate, we'll just have to let her do as she likes for a while. Put bluntly, Neve, who up until now hadn't even been treated as a human being, had turned out to be a very easy woman. So after I'd gotten her body healed when it didn't have much time left, told her I'd look after her, and put myself on the line to protect her life, scooping her up, and then going all out like some kind of hero, she'd ended up completely falling for me. So that's how it is. Guess we'll just have to let it be. I hope she doesn't end up causing trouble with everyone else. I won't do anything that would trouble you, Captain, Neve said. I'm a capable woman, after all. In terms of hierarchy, I'm at the very bottom of the bottom, so I know my place. Whoa, don't get all calculated with me. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? And this is your fault for toying with my completely innocent heart. That's true, actually, said Serena. If she agreed with Neve, then I had no leg to stand on. Chapter 7. A royal encounter after Serena escorted Emmy back to the Black Lotus. Everyone fussed over us, and I ended up needing to explain, in excruciating detail, exactly what had happened. That was a bit of an ordeal, but by the time evening rolled around, things had finally settled down. I did struggle some to correct Neve's slightly idealized version of me, though. Just as Chris's guard Edeltraud gently suggested that it was about time for them to head back, the trouble started. Please don't do this, my lady. It'll be fine. There is no safer place than here. Nonetheless, my lord was very explicit on this point, so I cannot back down. Please return to the estate, my lady. I refuse. I'm staying aboard the Black Lotus tonight. You may return on your own, Edeltraud. You intend to remain here alone? That's correct. Is there a problem? There is nothing but problems. The future Countess Dalenwold and her knight had begun to bicker. They were sincere, of course. But, well, compared to the assassination attempt on Neve earlier that day, this felt downright peaceful. As I stood there observing the situation with a glass of something that tasted like flat cola, Elma spoke up. Are you really just going to watch them? Should I step in? That's up to you, she said, then glanced away. Her gaze settled on Mimi, who had tears welling in her eyes as she watched Chris and Edeltraud argue. All right then. Okay, that's enough. Let's stop the arguing. Someone here looks like she's about to cry. Ah, I'm so sorry, hero. Chris immediately shrank back. I'm not angry, so you don't need to curl up like that. Edeltraud, your issue is with me, right? No need to answer, it's obvious. Chris, you're not trying to force the issue to do something important with me, are you? You just want to have a sleepover with Mimi for the first time in a while, right? Yes, that's right, probably. Chris's answer was a little shaky, but I'd gotten what I needed. Then let's do this. I'll stay out tonight, and Edeltraud, if you're still worried, you can stay aboard the Black Lotus as well. That'll solve everything. And no, that doesn't solve anything. You do understand what it means for a young lady to spend the night aboard a man's ship, don't you? This might be news to you, but it's a bit late to prevent Chris from doing that. She's already spent extended time aboard my ship. She even stayed overnight on a resort planet with us. Besides, if we're getting formally engaged or married down the line, wouldn't this actually help establish things publicly? As for anything physical, well, I don't intend to do anything until I speak directly with Count Dalenwold himself. Well, when you put it that way, Edeltraud cocked her head, unconvinced but wavering. Anyway, if I'm your concern, then that's handled. The rest is up to you. I'll be staying out tonight with May. With May? Is that a problem? She's been stuck on guard duty 2 days in a row, so I thought I'd treat her. It wasn't like May ate or drank or had much in the way of material desires. If anything, the greatest reward I could give her was probably to let her take meticulous care of me. In that case, I suppose it can't be helped, Elma said, sounding just a little disappointed. I knew better than to choose anyone, but May in a situation like this, it would only stir things up more. So please don't look so crestfallen, Elma, and Neve, stop pouting. Mimi, Chris, wipe those looks off your faces, especially you, Mimi. She really does seem determined to push me and Chris together. Honestly, there's already a checkmate on the board, so there's no need to rush things. Master, thank you for choosing me as your companion this evening. You don't need to thank me. About 2 hours later, after packing for the night, May and I had left the Black Lotus and taken what amounted to a very high-end aerial taxi to a similarly upscale hotel. Checked in and settled, I was now being attended to by May. She was at my side and had just served me some expensive-looking tea from the in-room set. You look exhausted, she said. Yeah, today was a lot, between that incident earlier and everything else piling up. No one's really at fault, but still. If I had to blame someone, it would have been the damn Emperor. He had sent me to the Cleon system, to the Ixamel family who'd plotted rebellion and treason, and to the presumed Belbellum Federation agent who had tried to kill Neve. Complaining to the Emperor was out of the question, though. I'd effectively wiped out the Ixamels, since I'd personally dealt with their heir. As for that Federation agent, Imperial security had already taken them into custody, and they were likely extracting the agent's memories right about now. Still, as Serena had warned, those types often had countermeasures in place, so I wasn't optimistic. At least this incident would flush out a fair number of the Federation spies lurking in the capital. After all, the Imperial security forces were elite. My thoughts are all over the place. I'm exhausted. Are you troubled by your current situation, Master? Not really. I'm just worn out. I haven't soured on anything, though. Neve's attempted assassination scared me, sure, but I always knew things would come to a head eventually with Serena and Chris. I didn't expect them to turn out like this, though, or maybe I did. Either way, this was probably inevitable once I decided to act. Maybe this really was fate, as the Wilrose family had suggested. No point in agonizing over it now. Let's set that aside, I continued. We still have the award ceremony here in the capital, and after that, well, working freely as a mercenary might not be an option. I may need to visit the halls or Dalenwold estate. That may be so, but I believe it will be best for you to act as you see fit. Under extreme circumstances, You are under no obligation to bind yourself to aristocratic custom. Really? Yes. In fact, it may be better not to accommodate them. If you yield, they will press further. Once they know where your limits lie, they will exploit them endlessly. That makes sense. Using Serena, family ties, or even my crew's loved ones as leverage, that was all too plausible. I trusted Count Dalenwold not to stoop to those things, but Serena's father, Marquis Halls, was another matter entirely. In that case, maybe we should put some distance between us and the Empire for a while, I suggested. Distance? Leave imperial space altogether. By going to the Holy Verthalt's Empire, for example. I see. That is an unexpected option. For once, May's eyes widened slightly. That alone made the idea feel worthwhile to me. If I manage to surprise you, I must be doing something right. That's just one option, though. Another would be to visit a shipyard system to acquire a new flagship, something with a better living space than the Black Lotus and a hangar large enough for a medium-class ship. That sounds expensive. It probably would be. Some Maydroid might decide to load it up with every weapon imaginable again. My apologies for before. That did turn out perfectly, so feel free to interfere as much as you like next time. And beyond that, talking through future plans like this with May listening attentively was genuinely enjoyable. She was an excellent listener, taking even my rambling seriously. Thus, between our conversation and my letting her work the tension out of my exhausted body, I thoroughly enjoyed our time alone together. As for what the others were talking about back on the ship, no. I think I'll leave that to the imagination. What is it? I asked. And nothing at all, really? Chris stuttered. Why, yes, quite so. It is nothing at all, I assure you, Edeltraud stammered. When May and I returned to the Black Lotus the next day, Chris and Edeltraud were still there. The moment I made eye contact with them, though, they stared at my face, and when I spoke up, that was the reaction I got. It very clearly wasn't nothing. And on top of that, Edeltraud's speech patterns had totally changed. You weren't using that kind of stereotypical shoujo-style noble lady phrasing before, were you? You showed them, didn't you? I demanded. Why do you ask, hun? Tina replied. I'm not saying what you showed, but only you would record that kind of thing. I glared. Tina and Whiska immediately started to whistle at the ceiling, pointedly averting their eyes. Yeah, I'm not spelling out the contents of what they'd have recorded, but those two are the only ones who'd do something like that. The kind of people who'd film so-called adult videos just for fun. I wasn't interested in recording what I got up to with girls, so personally, I didn't make anything of that sort. May might have had that kind of kink, but she'd never said so openly. Though honestly, with May, there was definitely a log somewhere, whether she intentionally made such recordings or not. Did she keep the footage, though? I figured she must. She was a Maydroid, after all. Mimi, I asked. You ah ha ha, that nervous laughter totally gives you away. Well, it was educational, to say the least. Was it? I wouldn't think that was even possible for you. Shut up. Ow, that really hurts. Mimi had told me it was educational with a perfectly composed face, so I'd teased her just a little, but had she really needed to low-kick me that hard? As for Elma, it wasn't even about whether she could learn from something like that. She was just too sensitive in many ways. My lord, Kyugi said, what is it? I wish to apply myself even more diligently than before. Same here, Captain, said Neve. It was very instructive. After all, my build is close to theirs. I see. I didn't ask Kyugi or Neve what they meant as they stared at me so seriously, but I could read the room, more or less. For now, I needed to get this situation under control. Anyway, let's set that aside for the moment. I want to talk a bit about our plans going forward. Our plans? Yeah. What's coming after the award ceremony, or commendation, or whatever they're calling it? I guess, ordinarily, we'd be expected to visit either the Hall's Marquisate or the Dalenwold estate. Personally, though, I think it might be worth making a trip to Verthalt's first. or possibly acquiring a new flagship to replace the Black Lotus. Hero, you aren't leaving the Empire, are you? Chris stared at me, wide-eyed and stunned. No, no. I still plan to base my activities primarily in the Empire. Verthaltz is Kyugi's homeland, though, and there may be information there about my roots. I also think there's a lot to gain in Verthaltz in terms of psionic research. When I visited their temple in the Empire, they strongly encouraged me to go there. Verthaltz might even have ship equipment that uses psionic technology we've never seen. So it'd be a temporary stay? You'd return soon? Yeah, think of it as a sightseeing trip. I'm so relieved. I was worried that after everything that's happened, you might hate me now. Chris pressed a hand to her chest, clearly relieved. Oh, did you think I was sick of engagement and marriage talk? No, and running off to another nation at this point would be way too scummy. I'd never do that to you, Chris. If it were only Serena, though, maybe. After all, if the Dalenwold family hadn't been involved through Chris, Lawrence might have tried pulling me fully into the Hall's household somehow. If those efforts had crossed a line I couldn't accept, fleeing the country might have become an option. Still, from how Lawrence spoke, he didn't seem like the type who'd turn me into an enemy. He'd mentioned that, over the Hall's family's long history, they'd encountered people who had unusual destinies like mine before. His implication had felt very much like, we know better than to antagonize someone like you. I'm really glad, truly, Chris said, smiling. Good to hear. So, what do you think, Kyugi? Yes, my lord. There would be no greater honor than to welcome you to our homeland. Shall I contact our temple to begin preparations? Let's wait until our plans are finalized. Even if we do go to Verthaltz, it might be best to stop by the Dalenwold territory first and secure land in a planetary residential zone. Secure land, so it's finally time? Yeah, finally. My long-standing goal was to own a house with a yard, to obtain residential rights and land on a planetary surface, though one needed first-class imperial citizenship. Mimi and I had received such citizenship as a reward from the Emperor during our last visit to the capital, and as a Viscount's daughter, Elma already had it. Each first-class citizen could bring 2 or 3 non-first-class citizens along into planetary residential zones. So Tina, Whiska, Kyugi, Dr. Shauko, and Neve would all be able to live there too. Could I bring May? Being a Maydroid, she would be considered my property. Machine intelligences did have rights, but their treatment was unique, apparently. I hope it works out, remarked Chris. Huh, is there going to be some kind of problem? I asked. There shouldn't be. Citizenship is covered, and if the Dalenwold family cooperates, then securing land and constructing someplace to live shouldn't be an issue. Considering how things usually go for us, though, that's the one thing you shouldn't say. In my case, some unexpected trouble ruining everything was very plausible. That was exactly why I hadn't mentioned the possibility aloud. With my luck, something mysterious would take place. The nearly completed house might just explode. Are we replacing the mothership too? Yeah. Right now, we're forcing Elma's Antlion to operate using an external docking port, right? Switching to a mothership with a proper hangar for medium-class ships might be a good idea, and we've got the budget for that. If we reused what modules we could and traded in the Black Lotus, funds probably wouldn't be an issue. Most of the ship's weapons could be transferred too. I see. We'll shortlist a few candidates that fit your needs then. I'll leave that to you. I trust the professionals. Former shipyard engineers wouldn't pick a dud, especially since they'd seen how the Black Lotus operated firsthand. We hadn't settled on what to prioritize yet, but replacing the mothership was something we could start contemplating anytime. Just then, my handheld terminal chimed. I had a message from Serena. Looks like the ceremony's scheduled for 3 days from now, just before noon, I reported. They're awarding another set of medals, apparently. Semi-formal attire is fine. Think I can reuse what I wore last time. You should have something new tailored. That would be best. I agree. Mimi, Elma, and Chris answered me in perfect succession. I'm not short on money, so I don't mind. Still, it's such a hassle. But if all three of them say so, I guess that's that. 3 days after I got Serena's message, we were gathered on the Black Lotus, doing final checks on our outfits before reporting to the Imperial Palace. Well, we, as in all of us but Chris, who wasn't coming with us. Today's event was meant to commend us for our work as mercenaries, so Chris had no reason to attend alongside us. She'd be there as Count Dalenwold's representative, sure, but that was different. May and Neve weren't coming either. May was a machine intelligence, and yes, her rights were recognized, but she still lacked the standing to attend an event like this. As long as she remained my maidroid, at least, anything she did was counted as something I'd done. If she ever split off from us and began acting as an independent individual, then apparently things would change, or so I'd been told. That whole topic was complicated enough to make my head hurt. As for Neve, there were 2 reasons she wasn't accompanying us. First, I didn't want to deal with another assassination attempt. Second, this ceremony was tied to the battle, during which she'd been shot down and rescued. The Imperial fleet had suffered losses during that fight. Imperial ships had been destroyed. Even if the casualties had been relatively light, they still existed. Having a former Bellbellum Federation military biological command unit present just wasn't appropriate, even if Neve no longer held that status. That was the call. "How is it, hun? Do I look good?" asked Tina, who wore a black dress with red accents that matched her hair. "Oh, yeah, you look great. You're so cute," I praised her. That probably sounded like a lazy compliment, but honestly, she really was cute. "Say I'm beautiful, will ya? I'm a grown lady, you know." "So cute, so cute." When I stubbornly stuck with cute, Tina puffed up like an angry little cow. "Hey, aren't you Bane kind of half-assed?" Come on, though. She's not beautiful so much as undeniably cute. It wasn't that Tina was flat, either. She was small, but she had curves. In her usual jumpsuit, which showed off her silhouette, she looked downright sexy. In a dress like this, though one that didn't emphasize her figure as much, she came across less as elegant and more as simply, irresistibly cute. Am I cute too? Very cute. I nodded at Whiska, who wore the same dress in contrasting colors. Its base was white, and it had blue accents. Whiska and Tina were twins, so when they dressed alike, you could see how similar they were physically. That said, body language and expression revealed people's personalities, and the looks in their eyes and their mannerisms were actually pretty different. "It's a bit tight." Well, that's... Mimi and Elma weren't wearing dresses this time. They were in suits. Really, their outfits were more like formal military dress. If Mimi were to show up in a gown, that would only emphasize how identical she was to Princess Luciata. Yes, she'd attended such an event in a dress before, so maybe it was too late to avoid that. Still, this time we'd made a conscious choice to. That said, Mimi looked uncomfortable. That was understandable. With that chest, there was only so much she could do. Elma, on the other hand, looked comfort-a-eek. She's glaring at me. Nearby, Kyugi, still in her usual Space Shrine Maiden outfit, gently soothed Dr. Shauko, who was clearly ill at ease in a dress. "I don't think this kind of outfit suits me." "That's not true at all, Doctor. It looks wonderful on you." "Does it? It's all frilly. I can't relax." Kyugi's outfit was only slightly more elaborate than usual, with more accessories. Her shrine maiden attire was apparently formal enough to be acceptable in official settings, so she could basically wear it as it was. Dr. Shauko, on the other hand, was dressed fully formally. Her long hair, usually a bit messy, was neatly gathered up, and though her dress was subdued in color, it hugged her figure just right. And how do I put this? Her chest was on Mimi's level. Very impressive. She'd apparently be wearing a stole over it to soften the stares, so hopefully she wouldn't become a walking spectacle. Hopefully. This time, we'd split the outfits according to role. Our combat crew was in uniform-style attire, and our non-combat crew wore dresses. I'd wanted to put Kyugi in something more military, too. But even if we ignored her fox ears, her tails would have been a problem. We couldn't have used a standard pattern for her, so her outfit would have needed to be fully custom, which meant it wouldn't have been ready in 3 days. Thus, we'd given up on that. Oh, wow, not bad. Quite a lineup, Captain. Sure is. You look really cute too, Neve. I know you're just saying that, but it still makes me happy. Neve gave me a shy smile. She still wore a white dress, but it wasn't plain. It had a sweet, frilly design, and it fit her perfectly. Very cute. Do you think I'll get to wear something like that someday? Neve's gaze drifted toward Dr. Shauko in her formal dress. That style wouldn't suit Neve's body as it was now, but, Neve, with your pale skin, you might look great in black Gothic Lolita clothes. A white-haired, porcelain-skinned girl in black Lolita fashion would really pop. Unfortunately, Mimi never wore that kind of thing. The Lolita look apparently had a bunch of substyles, but that was the kind of thing you handed off to the staff, saying, pick what suits her, and letting them go wild. The only downside was that what suits her would quickly turn into a mountain of clothes, and sometimes the staff members' different fashion philosophies would bubble up, and they'd start fist-fighting. Hey, you've scrutinized our clothes pretty intensely, and you don't have one comment on your own. Men's clothes are whatever. Thanks for picking this outfit out, though, everyone. It feels amazing. My own ensemble was basically in the same design family as Mimi's and Elma's. It was just a bit more ornate. Not gaudy, because I hated gaudy, but tastefully decorated. All right, shall we go? Our ride should be here soon. Our combat crew could have gone in a regular transport, but there was no way the team members in dresses were walking through crowds like this. Serena had said that she'd send an Imperial fleet vehicle, which was why we'd changed aboard the Black Lotus. Otherwise, we would have needed to bring our clothes with us and get ready on site. Right as I was thinking that, our ride arrived. May and Neve saw us off as we boarded Serena's military vehicle, though military vehicle made it sound far more intimidating than it was. The vehicle wasn't some armored beast with a big gun on its roof. Instead, it looked like a plain shuttle bus. A plain shuttle bus that flew. Not bad. Passable, Serena said, nodding. Thanks, and you're as lovely as ever. As ever? That is to say, I look the same as always, she shrugged. She actually was in her usual white uniform. The only difference from her everyday look was that she'd pinned a few medals to her chest instead of a service ribbon. One day I'll show you myself in a dress, she told me. I'm looking forward to it. Though honestly, that uniform suits you so well, I think you look great like this too. That wasn't even flattery. To me, Serena in that uniform felt like a fixed point in the universe. First impressions mattered, and the first time we'd met, she'd been in uniform too. Is he always like this? Neve asked. Yes, May replied. This is normal for him. That's right, Serena agreed. He compliments people pretty directly. I see. Serena's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot me a resentful glare. What? You didn't say such cheesy things before. Of course not. But being cold to a woman as beautiful as you takes effort, you know. I've always thought that you were gorgeous. I just didn't say it out loud. Ah, enough. That's enough, I get it. Serena ducked her head, covering her reddened face with one hand, and thrust her other hand toward me as if calling a timeout. Understood. Ah, yes, let's hold hands. I laced my fingers through hers. Ha, her reaction is fun. Ow, okay, I'm sorry, I was teasing. You're going to crush my hand. She didn't let go of my hand until the shuttle reached our destination, but she did at least loosen her grip. The medal ceremony itself proceeded smoothly. No one from the Imperial family showed up this time, and everything was handled with quiet efficiency. As for the medal I received, it was my second silver-winged sword badge. The results from the battle were that I'd taken out 4 battleship class, including a flagship, 7 cruiser-class vessels, 12 destroyers, 3 corvettes, and 18 carrier craft. among the small ship combatants on that battlefield, I hadn't just stood out. I was 3 heads above the rest. For her part, Elma received a bronze-winged sword badge for having taken down around 30 enemy corvettes and fighters with the Antlion alone. She kept a poker face, but her ears were angled a little higher than usual, so yeah, she was happy. Still, that was over fast, I remarked. There's a scandal involved, after all. Serena shrugged, holding a small glass of a sparkling golden drink. They have sparkling alcohol, but not carbonated cola. I'll never understand this universe. A scandal? Yes. A noble entrusted with territory and status by His Majesty conspiring in rebellion constitutes a scandal. Fair. When she put it like that, it was obvious that Count Ixamel's defection and treason must have been a serious blow to imperial authority. Luckily, his plot had been stopped before he could carry it out, thanks to our intervention. When I remembered who had arranged that intervention, that damned emperor, it only reinforced my feeling that he wasn't ordinary. Not remotely. When you ruled thousands of star systems, I figured, not remotely ordinary was what you became. So everything really was in the emperor's palm, I mused. Oh, so even someone like you feels the weight of His Majesty's stature. When I think about it, he placed you and me in that place at that time, knowing about my bad luck and my tendency to be a trouble magnet. Maybe it was coincidence, but it was just too perfect. Both the process and the result. I'd be lying if I said that it didn't impress me. There had to be something undergirding that deployment, the Empire's historical experience, maybe a machine intelligence's support. Even so, the move had been absurdly precise. And admitting something is incredible when it's incredible is a good habit to get into. He even set up a classy party like this, I added, popping a slice of something like roast beef into my mouth. Delicious. It had looked like beef, but its flavor and texture were, is this seared bonito? No, wait, At any rate, it's good. This just keeps exceeding my expectations. After the ceremony came a party, standing buffet style, not overly formal, and attended by more military people than nobles. The idea was probably that medals plus good food and drink would equal a boost to morale. Your crew is extremely popular. Yeah, I acknowledged, and there are more female officers here than I expected. Space service suits women, you know. With power armor, the physical gap almost disappears. Men are still the majority, but not overwhelmingly so. Honestly, that makes things easier on my nerves. Mimi and Elma in their uniform-like outfits, Dr. Shauko in her dress, Tina and Wiska in their gowns, and Kyugi in her unusual shrine attire were all surrounded by female officers, chatting happily with them. Tall, gorgeous, and with a perfect figure, Dr. Shauko was especially popular. She was flustered and fluttery as she got mobbed. She was dignified and statuesque, yet bashful and overwhelmed. That contrast was apparently catnip not just for me, but for these female officers as well. The male officers stood at a distance, watching but not approaching. I could see why cutting into that atmosphere would have taken courage. I kind of get what you're thinking, Serena said. But you do realize that none of the men are going over to talk to them because they know you handled that battle, right? Why not? I mean, if they don't, I won't complain. But listen, everyone here may have been involved in putting down that rebellion. But do you have any idea how many soldiers you personally turned into mangled corpses, going in blind, alone, and starting out unarmed? Put yourself in those officers' shoes. They're terrified to get near you. Okay, when you put it like that, I hadn't counted, but it definitely hadn't been just 10 or 20 soldiers I killed. It might have been over 50, probably not 100, but I wouldn't swear to it. And the idea of making a move on women belonging to a mercenary who'd woken up drugged and restrained, but still slaughtered dozens of fully armed troops. Yeah, even I wouldn't have done that. I just hope the rumors don't take on a life of their own. A mercenary is supposed to be feared, someone said. You really are a strange one. This new voice belonged to a thickly built older man. It was familiar, though I couldn't place it instantly. Then it clicked, the Gracchus Secundus Mercenary Guild's manager. His name was Branch Chief Johans, Serena whispered in my ear. Right, Branch Chief Johans, I said, smiling. You could at least pretend you didn't forget my name. Well, you aren't based in the capital, so I suppose it can't be helped. Branch Chief Johans gave me a light punch in the chest, smiling wryly. Sorry. If you were a beautiful lady, I'd remember you instantly. Good grief. Spoken like a man who's bedded 3 noble daughters. Still 2. I haven't touched the 3rd one yet. Sounds as if you're saying it's only a matter of time. Johans flicked his eyes toward Serena, who gave him a cool, composed look in return. That one's already been touched, actually. Anyway, let's change the subject. So you showed up too, Branch Chief, here for the free booze? You're the face of the guild, so if you're receiving a glorious commendation, then as Branch Chief, it's my duty to attend. Fair enough, I acknowledged. How's business? Anything new? Business is good. The reaction to your documentary has honestly been huge. Seriously. I'm dead serious. People used to envision mercenaries as violent thugs, drunk, high, dragging women into filthy ships. Your documentary is changing that image. Now they're saying things like clean, celebrity-like, stoic, gentlemanly. Well, I do try to be mindful about my crew's living conditions and benefits, but disciplined and gentlemanly, what are those words supposed to mean? Those don't describe my character at all. The clean, high-class vibe people perceived was thanks to May properly managing the ship, and the women, starting with Mimi, had given me plenty of input on improving our living environment. I just nodded along and coughed up the cash. I seriously didn't get this disciplined and gentlemanly label. You do understand that whenever I have free time on my hands, I'm flirting with everyone, right? Well, compared to the average mercenary, I think you're quite disciplined and gentlemanly, remarked Serena. Yeah, shockingly so, said Johans. I can't speak to gentlemanly, but you aren't drowning in booze or drugs, you don't force yourself on the women you bring aboard, and you don't cause trouble on colonies. From where I stand, having seen all kinds of mercs, you're a good one. That's not because I'm special. It just means that the average mercenary is absolute garbage. And that's what I'm saying the norm is. Plus, you're ruthless with pirates, aren't you? Your documentary shows a side of you that cleans up the mercenary image while retaining its fear factor. Then adds your sweet tooth for women on top of it. It's wildly popular. You don't seem thrilled about it, but it's brought in clients who never used to approach the guild. That's why business is booming. Some mercs complain that you're soft, though, and yet, I don't recall being hassled much lately. That's because you've piled up results. You've got an honorary title, and you can handle yourself in close combat. So violence wins again. Everything comes down to violence. We are mercenaries, after all. Johans and I nodded at each other. I could sense Serena giving us a cold look. What'd she expect, though? Mercenaries sold violence. In that world, the strong were right, and the weak couldn't complain. If thing went too far, sure, the guild intervened, but the foundation was still what it was. Anyhow, once I eat and drink a little more, I think it's going to be time to head home. I plan to go home after this. Ah ha ha. Well, this was a personal invitation from His Imperial Majesty, after all. Just when I thought, okay, this is a good stopping point, so let's head out, and started gathering my crew to leave the buffet hall. A waiting royal knight intercepted me and hauled me deeper into the imperial palace. It was Isolde, that female royal knight I'd done sword training with. Deeper into the palace, meant into the palace's inner chambers, the private area where the imperial family actually lived. And it was just to Mimi and I. They were probably being considerate. I wish they'd extend that consideration to us as well, I grumbled as we walked. Isolde shot me a glare. Sure, it might be lèse majesté to complain, but come on. At least let the pitiful commoner being jerked around by the emperor vent a little. It won't only be His Majesty today, Isolde informed me. His Highness Crown Prince Walter, Her Highness Crown Princess Louise, and Her Highness Princess Luciata will also be in attendance. Did any sense of risk management evaporate from His Majesty's head? What kind of joke is this? Mind your tongue. His Majesty's intentions are beyond the understanding of mere mortals like us. And if you truly believe we royal guards would make such a joke, I can only say that I'm profoundly offended. Yeah, I get it, but I trailed off. W8, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess too. Isolde's bombshell had made me blurt out something that was basically a beeline toward a charge of disrespect. But I couldn't be blamed for that. After all, His Imperial Majesty himself, the Crown Prince who was his heir, the Crown Princess who was his heir's wife, and their daughter the Princess, all of them lining up to meet me and Mimi. Those were literally the core figures of the Gracken Empire. Well, strictly speaking, I was pretty sure that Princess Luciata had an older brother. So even if, by some absurd misfortune, all four of them were killed here, the Empire would still have a succession plan. Still, now that she knew the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were waiting, Mimi was clearly shaken too. She'd gotten somewhat used to Princess Luciata, sure, but no choice but to brace ourselves, I remarked. Hey, shouldn't you do an extra thorough body search, just in case? Given that you were able to kill a count's son, even in a situation where your arms and legs were bound, and you were being held at weapon point, wouldn't the only method of making someone like you safe be to separate your head from your neck? You say some horrifying things, you know that. So that was why. That was why Isolde was the only one leading us, while other guards were positioned from my flank to my rear, surrounding me in a formation that would allow them cut me down at any moment. I don't plan to do anything violent, so you don't have to be so on edge, I said. It is our duty to exhaust every possible measure in order to protect the imperial family, Isolde said firmly. I see. Yeah, there was nothing to be done about this. I would just behave and let myself be escorted. It's been some time, Captain Hero. Your accomplishments have reached even my ears. Facing the damned Emperor, who radiated charisma as if it spilled out of his pores, I responded with a carefully maintained smile and as much deference as I could manage. It has been a while, Your Imperial Majesty. I only hope that no scandal has reached you and soiled your impression of me. It's fine, you know. You can call me the damned Emperor as you usually do. Ha ha ha, I have absolutely no idea what you could possibly mean. What are you, some kind of super stalker? I've only ever said that out loud a handful of times tops. Mimi was stiff as a board too. She was surrounded by Prince Walter, Princess Louise, and Princess Luciata. She really is the spitting image. Yes, truly. You're Mimi, correct? Why, yes. Mimi, you needn't be so nervous. Mimi was somewhat accustomed to Princess Luciata, but this was her first time meeting the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, so it made sense that she was frozen solid. So, Your Imperial Majesty, what business could you possibly have that calls for some petty little mercenary like me? No one was present besides the Imperial family and the guards. Still, I had a feeling the guards might actually carve me up if I got too cheeky, so I was at least somewhat cautious in my phrasing. It's nothing much. I simply thought I'd take a look at your face. I figured I might show Mimi's face to Walter and Louise as well. I see, I said. Oh, speaking of which, I met your rowdy little sister. What? After I went to the frontier, when I stopped by the airing system, she assumed that Mimi had been tricked and forcibly dragged aboard my ship, and that I was doing whatever I pleased with her. So we nearly wound up in a fight to the death, or rather, we actually exchanged laser fire and crossed blades. Ha! Knowing her, she's probably already vanished into hiding, the Emperor responded, pressing his fingers to his brow and letting out a deep sigh. Making the Emperor sigh like that wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. That old woman was incredible. By the way, good work in the Rimi system, added the Emperor. I commend you. I'm profoundly honored by your praise. To be honest, though, I headed for the Raimai system in the first place on your sister's advice. She said that was a good place to sell off the advanced technology and medical supplies we'd acquired in the Aryan system. She's always had a sharp eye. In any case, I thank you. That we suffered so many losses, there was a failing of my own virtue. Wasn't it the fault of the incompetent noble you had governing the place? That an incompetent man was governing an imperial colony is ultimately my responsibility. Magnelli was somewhat lax. In the future, I can only place my hopes in his son, who was raised watching the field. Hartmut, then, he's a good man. Hartmut was an imperial noble, but judging from how he treated Arya, he didn't harbor much prejudice against commoners. He seemed to have genuine compassion for his people, too. He'll likely become a fine lord. My only worry is whether he'll be too kind and end up lax like his father. In the view of one who hates nobles, perhaps there is room for hope then. I don't hate nobles, you know. A lie. If that were true, you would have put your hands on the Halls or Dalenwold girls long ago. And a man like you, who keeps 2 dwarves, would hardly balk at biting into slightly unripe fruit. Let's not get so graphic, Your Majesty. You have a grandchild at a sensitive age, after all. As I said this, I stole a glance at the Crown Prince's family and Mimi. At some point, she'd relaxed, and they were chatting in a friendly, warm atmosphere. That side of things looked like fun. Meanwhile, I was stuck in a tense little sparring match with a dangerous old man I couldn't let my guard down with. You say that now, after already putting your hands on Mimi. Ought to think that such a bright, cheerful girl fell to your venomous fangs. It leaves me quite unable to vent my indignation. Please stop, Your Majesty. That's not funny. I don't want to be minced into strips by your royal guard. As if you'd meekly allow yourself to be minced. The Emperor gave me a loaded look. This guy knows something about my psionic abilities too, doesn't he? Well, of course he does. Since finishing that job on the frontier, I haven't exactly been hiding those much. That's something we wouldn't know until the moment came. By the way, Your Majesty, I'd like to go to the Holy Verthalt's Empire soon. What? Do you plan to flee before entering a serious relationship with the Halls or Dalenwold girls? No, but we've got a shrine maiden aboard my ship, right? I want to let her visit home. And, as you'd imagine, I'm hoping that there might be some detailed information there connected to my psionic abilities and my origins. I intend to return shortly. I'll say only this. I have no intention of obstructing you. Turning someone like you into an enemy tends to lead to an unpleasant outcome. I think His Majesty's judgment is sound. In the worst-case scenario, there'd be a non-zero chance that an entire star system, or multiple systems, could get blown up. Even if it didn't come to that, who knows how my fate manipulation ability might wind up interacting with things. Much appreciated. Once I'm back, I'll continue as I always have, clearing out the pirates that raise hell in the Empire's backwaters. I will look forward to it. The Emperor curled his lips into a grin. I don't like that. He looks like he's plotting something again. Many others in the Imperial household would like to meet you and speak with you. The next time you visit the capital, you should stay a little longer and unwind. Ha ha ha, I am most grateful to be blessed with your offer. Absolutely not. No way in hell. I'm never coming here again, idiot. You'll put a hole in my stomach. The damned Emperor had kept a fixed grin plastered on his face, prompting me to return a 100% manufactured smile, while I screamed all of that in my head. You should stay the night. We'll have rooms prepared. Right, Mother? Princess Luciata asked. I would like that as well, but Mimi and the captain will have their own obligations, Princess Louise replied. We can't force them, Luciata. If anything painful happens, Mimi, you can come to me any time. I may not measure up to your parents, but I'll do my utmost to help you. Mimi looked as if she was having a rough time as well. Initially urged to stay by the Crown Prince and Crown Princess and Princess Luciata, she then received a dead serious declaration of protection. She kept a smile on her face, but I could tell that she was really at a loss. I knew it. Honestly, though, it was Crown Prince Walter who really got to me. He kept shooting me openly dubious looks because I was in an intimate relationship with Mimi, who looked exactly like his own daughter. Yeah, I'm sure this doesn't look good from his perspective. Still, could he please not stare at me like he's thinking, should I kill this guy? I wasn't kidding. Being glared at by the next emperor was shortening my lifespan, I was sure of it. By the time the sun was about to set, or rather, had already set, the royal entourage finally released Mimi, and I, with Isolde the royal knight and the rest of the royal guard leading the way, we were at last allowed to leave the imperial palace. Our hosts had even arranged our transportation home. It was truly attentive to the point of excess, but Mimi and I were so exhausted that, even in the vehicle on the way back, we exchanged barely any words. That said, even though we weren't talking, we snuggled with each other the whole time, so it wasn't a lonely ride at all. We were both looking for quiet comfort, just the two of us. Welcome back. Wow, why you're both dead-eyed. If you just spent several hours with a colossal space empire's ruling family, you'd end up like this too. Welcome back, my lord. Elma and Kyugi, who had come to greet us, both wore strained expressions. Apparently Mimi and I looked horrendous. We'd been huddled together in the vehicle, trying to recharge our willpower or something, but yeah, it hadn't been nearly enough. For now, I'm going to change, I declared. No matter what, I want to get out of the capital as soon as possible, so push the departure preparations as far forward as possible. Aye, sir. May, you too, okay? Elma said, speaking toward the ceiling. Understood. I will proceed with departure preparations, May's voice echoed from somewhere. Quite a few sensors and speakers were installed near the boarding ramp. May was probably using those to keep track of our conversation. In any case, I couldn't relax in the formal wear I had on, so I hurried back to my room and changed into my usual clothes. I'd honestly like to shower too, screw it. I will. If I leave the departure prep to Elma and May, everything will be fine. I ran into Mimi right in front of the shower room, and we both gave each other weak smiles. Ah, hero, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Looks like it. Since we had the opportunity, we'd skip the shower and take a proper bath. If we soaked in the tub together, we'd probably feel better. All right, I'm feeling a bit rejuvenated now. Yeah. After taking a long bath together, Mimi and I both had our energy back. It went without saying that baths and skinship were the best. You felt your will to live come bubbling back up. You two had a pleasant, slow, intimate time, huh? Must be nice. We didn't get intimate, okay? I returned Neves, teasing with a wry smile. Mimi and I genuinely hadn't had the energy for that, especially not Mimi, who'd had to deal with the crown prince and princess, as well as Princess Luciata, the whole time. Mimi was kind of hoipal-ish, or rather, she had a fairly model imperial subject mindset, so that must have been a brutally stressful stretch for her. Seriously, good work. Sorry to pile this on when you're tired, but how are we moving in the end? Well, right now, my primary objective is heading to Verthaltz. I can't exactly snub the House of Dalenwold and the House of Halls, though, so we'll need to contact both houses first. Leaving the Empire without saying anything would obviously be bad. Such an action might be taken exactly the way His Majesty had implied. If it looked as though I'd fled to another country right before getting engaged, it would cause all kinds of problems. It would absolutely crush both houses' reputations, and nobles were in many ways in the reputation business. Just imagining what would happen if I did that was terrifying. We're heading out tomorrow then? Yeah, but it wouldn't look great for me to go alone, would it? Hard to say. Honestly, looking at this situation in terms of noble marriage, it's a pretty unusual case, so it's tough for me to judge. After all, the groom-to-be is already married and in common-law relationships with multiple women. Actually, wouldn't you need to run this past Elma's Wilrose house too, not just the houses of Dalenwold and Halls? That side's fine. I'll talk to them. Either way, though, we'll probably need to go to the main Dalenwold residence in the Dexar system at least once to meet Count Dalenwold himself face to face. With Chris, too, of course. In terms of what we have to do here in the capital, then, it's basically just going to be a greeting and explanation to the House of Halls. Hero going alone is out of the question, and if someone's going to accompany him, then Elma is the obvious choice, right? Yeah, and if May goes along as the captain's attendant, that should make things airtight. The brains of my mercenary crew were discussing our next moves. It was a huge help to have so many people to whom I could leave the thinking in a situation like this. I did think things over myself, sure, but it wasn't as if I was especially smart. Through this discussion, we decided that, the next day, we'd start by contacting Chris to consult her about going to the main Dalenwold residence in the Dexar system. At the same time, we'd use Serena to get an appointment with the House of Halls. Elma said that she'd contact the House of Wilrose herself. Sorry to put you through all this, Elma. Thank you, really. It's nothing. More to the point, you'd better be properly sharp by tomorrow, got it? If you meet Marquis Halls while you're all droopy and half dead, he'll see right through you and take advantage. Roger. I thought I'd recovered pretty well, but I still looked worn out to Elma. Yeah, letting that suspicious-as-hell Marquis get the upper hand would be way too dangerous. I'll take her advice and make sure that, for today, I rest and recharge properly. Chapter 8. The people of the Halls Marquisate the next day. We all got moving, handling our respective tasks. Mimi would talk over the trip to the Dexar system with Chris. Tina and Wiska would push forward with departure prep. Neve would help out as the twins instructed her on what to do. Kyugi would contact the Verthaltz's embassy in the capital to consult on procedures and arrangements for traveling there. Dr. Shauko would procure medical supplies, along with the materials we'd need to treat Neve. Then there was Elma, May, and me, getting in touch with Serena and trying to make contact with the Hall's Marquisate. Just a little trip, and it turns into this whole damn production, I griped. Seriously, these damn strings and obligations are such a pain. I ran away from home because I couldn't stand this kind of hassle either, so I get what you mean. Our outfits today weren't as stiff as those we'd worn the day before. Still, they were more formal than our usual clothes. They basically had a military uniform style, but their design was different from the Imperial Fleet's uniform. The last thing we needed was to be mistaken for their officers. You two really do just say whatever you want. Inside a limousine-like luxury vehicle that coursed through the air, Serena sat facing us and gave us a sullen, narrow-eyed look. She'd received our message first thing in the morning, then gone to the ridiculous trouble of shoehorning a meeting with us into the schedule of her father, Marquis Halls. After being forced to do that much work by a single message, then having to deal with our very obviously unenthusiastic attitude, she probably had 1 or 2 or 3 things she wanted to say to us. No, I really am grateful that you went out of your way on such short notice. Seriously. Plus, I'm happy I get to see your face again today, I said, winking at her. Yeah, sure. Serena blushed and looked away. I hadn't been flattering her. I genuinely meant it. In light of her duties, she couldn't be attached to my crew the way the others were. Well, that applied to Chris too, I supposed. You were thinking about another woman just now, weren't you? Serena demanded. There's literally one right next to me. Also, could you not suddenly crank the intensity to 11? It's scary. The fact that she could read my thoughts so precisely without any psionic abilities was way too creepy. Was this what they called woman's intuition? No, with Serena, it was possible her enhanced senses had picked up on something I couldn't have. Honestly, why did I ever get hooked on someone like you? Huh. If you don't like it, you can leave, for the record. If you don't treat me a little more gently, I'm going to cry, you know. Are you sure you're okay with that? I'll cry loudly, you know. I'll throw myself on the ground and throw a tantrum, you know, right in front of my house. She's scary. Face twitching, Elma recoiled from Serena's intense threat. If Serena actually did that, there was no telling what Lawrence would say to me, so I genuinely wanted her to stop, for real. If you were to carry out that action, there is a high likelihood your relationship with Master, including your engagement, would be severed completely, said May. Therefore, you would not do such a thing. In a situation like this, it would be better for you to seek affection more directly, Lady Serena. Don't glare at me like I'm the villain, I told her, then offered, Here, want to sit next to me? I will. Serena moved from the seat across from me to the one beside me, then hugged my arm tightly and leaned into me. Incidentally, May, who had been sitting in that seat, smoothly slipped into the seat Serena had just vacated. 2 women attending to you in broad daylight must be nice. You think? Well, yeah, I guess. That was true, so long as you ignored the fact that both beauties possessed strength on par with a brown bear's. No, even taking that into account, I was still pretty damn lucky. The only disappointment was that all 3 of us were dressed fairly sharply in stiff clothes, so I couldn't really enjoy the sensation. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Since I truly don't have much time, let's get straight to the point. The moment we arrived at the Hall's estate, an estate in name only, as the structure was more like a gigantic building, we were shown into something like a reception room, and Lawrence immediately appeared. Since Serena had called first thing in the morning and jammed this meeting into his schedule, he must genuinely not have had much time. I plan to leave the Empire for a little while, I explained, so I came to report that and consult with you. Leave the Empire. Yes, one of my crew members is a shrine maiden from Verthaltz. According to her, there may be information there about my origins. I want to confirm that, and, well, it's not like it's something worth hiding at this point. I figured I might as well train my psionic abilities while I'm at it. There's also the matter of letting that crew member return home. Is it really the right time for this? Lawrence asked, cocking his head. Sure, it looked suspicious to go abroad right when the engagement had been decided, but that couldn't be helped. This situation is exactly why the timing works. I have to go meet Count Dalenwold too either way, so I thought I'd extend the trip while I was at it. Well, I suppose that's fine. You don't plan to run off for good, do you? Of course not. If I did, I'd have kidnapped Serena without saying a word, hoisted a sail on my ass, and blasted off at full speed. Even as I said this, that idea started to sound not so bad. Kidnap Serena and Chris, flee to Verthaltz, and live out a cushy retirement with everything served up to us. Not bad indeed, but I'd probably get bored in under 3 months. That does sound like you, said Lawrence. In that case, I have nothing more to say. Just contact me when you return. In the meantime, I'll proceed with what I can on my end. He was referring to making preparations for the wedding, as well as corresponding with the houses of Dalenwold and Wilrose. I had a feeling I was going to end up unable to raise my head around him. I apologize for the trouble. Well, it's no more than that. If we made you suffer for it, people would start to doubt the Hall's Marquisate's mettle. Sorry, but that's it for time. I'll leave the rest to you, Serena, all right? Yes, Father. Good, I'll be off then. Hero and Lady Elma too, when you have time, come back and tell me about your travels at length. With that, Lawrence left the reception room. He really had forced this meeting into his schedule. I felt bad. Right then, I said. We shouldn't trouble the Marquisate any further, so let's take our leave. That's not happening. Yeah, figured. Following Elma's exasperated gaze, I saw Serena with her cheeks puffed out, sulking. Sorry, that was a joke. I know that we couldn't come all this way and then leave without telling your family. Do you really mean that? If it's such a pain, then fine. Father, mother, and my siblings will just needle me with nasty little comments later. Okay. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said that, even as a joke. Please forgive me. Serena is about 30% more troublesome today compared to her baseline. Is her relationship with her family not good? I should probably be careful. How did it come to this? I let out a sigh at a scene best described as bodies strewn everywhere. Some people groaned with shattered collarbones and broken fingers. Some trembled as they vomited blood. Some used blunted metal swords as canes, barely staying upright. Collapsed onto one knee on the ground, they crouched and trembled. And beyond those individuals, plenty more were injured. I was hurting too, all over. I hadn't taken any clean hits, but the foe's sword tips had grazed me numerous times. Even although their blades had been blunted, those strikes had been swung with a noble strength. Their slashes had torn my clothing with ease and left cuts on my body. Ah, damn it. This was one of my only outfits for going out too. How had showing up to greet Serena's family turned into fighting on a battlefield? Well, you see, the first place Serena, still sulking a bit, led me was a room like a parlor, lavishly decorated and with refined furnishings. Was this their salon? The moment we entered, a voice called out from deeper inside the room. He's really arrived. Now then, come over here and let me see your face. In a sunny spot further into the room were several women. Sunny? No, wait. This room should be near the center of a massive building, so there's no way sunlight would be coming in. That light must be some kind of artificial sun lamp, right? Then, what is this chamber a salon/sunroom? What a weird concept for a room. Thinking that, I moved toward where I'd sensed people and found three beauties. They were gorgeous, was that the word? All three had that poised, dignified kind of beauty. They seemed older than Serena, so were they her sisters. I brought him as promised, mother, Serena declared. Mother, mother, I blurted out. At my shocked cry, Serena asked with a puzzled expression, what are you so surprised about? I mean, what do you mean, what? You said mother, so that means one of these women is your mother, right? Yes, it does. This is father's first wife, Mother Annalise. This is his second wife, my birth mother, Mother Hildegard. And this is his third wife, Mother Beatrice. My three mothers-in-law offered elegant greetings. I returned them properly, but internally I was freaking out over the situation. Is this really that surprising? Annalise asked. I nodded and told her my honest impression. It's extremely surprising. You're all so young and beautiful. I honestly still can't believe that you're Serena's mothers. I thought you were her older sisters. When I looked at Serena, she made an intensely displeased face. They are my mothers, without question. Right. Ah, pardon me, I'm Captain Hero, a mercenary. My title is, well, I've got a few, but which one would be the most recognizable? Platinum Ranker, Honorary Viscount of the Empire. Gold Star, Platinum Rank Mercenary is probably safest and simplest, said Serena. All right, so, what should I even talk about? How was I supposed to greet this family? I hadn't just brought their daughter here, but also another fiancé and even a maidroid. Was that acceptable? At the very least, Elma and May hadn't seemed to object, so I wanted to believe that it wasn't outright forbidden. Standing around talking isn't ideal, is it? Hildegard remarked. If you keep looking up like that, your neck will start to hurt. All right, tell us how you met Serena and how you've spent your time together. I nodded at her words, then sat with Elma and the others in the seats we were offered and began describing how Serena and I had met and how things had gone since. Of course, I carefully glossed over anything I couldn't talk about, my origins, the matter involving the singing crystal, and so on. As we conversed, more people gathered in the salon, Serena's sisters. That is, her little sisters. I see. He doesn't look as strong as I expected. The younger sisters looked about Chris or Mimi's age, but considering their mothers, were they really? The anti-aging tech their mothers had made use of was just too insane. Hildegard, in particular, looked a lot like Serena. If you'd told me she was her sister, I'd have believed it. Still, the younger sisters were probably the age they appeared to be. Probably. They say not to judge by appearances, though, said Serena. Do I really look that weak? If anything, I'd say I lean more toward intimidating, I said. My eyes weren't exactly friendly, and since coming to this universe, I'd been working out regularly. My build should have been fit enough that you could tell even through my clothes. If I took those off, it'd be even more impressive. You have a different aura at rest than you do in combat, Serena replied. Oh, well, sure, if I stayed on edge 24/7, I couldn't perform when it counts. Is it really that different, though? It is, said Serena. It is, Elma echoed. I think it is, May said. Really. Did I look that spaced out in everyday life? That was a little shocking in its own way. Heh heh, you have a cute side too, don't you? Annalise commented. Beatrice nodded. Indeed. After hearing that you were a brave and daring mercenary, I wondered what kind of person you were, but being called cute didn't exactly thrill me. What in our exchange had prompted that impression? Everything's ready, someone cried. Bam, the door flew open, and I turned. I spotted a ridiculously handsome man with blonde hair and crimson eyes. He was tall, and the sheer thickness of his build was something else. He was absolutely jacked. Compared to him, yeah, it was no wonder I'd seemed relatively less strong. That's my older brother, Leon, Serena whispered to me. Right, my brother-in-law. That fit. But why was he striding toward us with a big grin? So you're Captain Hero? All right, let's go. Leon grabbed me hard by both shoulders, forcing me to stand, and then began to drag me along with him. I resisted, demanding an explanation from Serena. Wait, hold on. Where are we going? Serena, explain. Leon, what are you doing? She asked. Where are you taking my fiancé, and what do you intend to do to him? Have a bout. My brother-in-law Leon threw an arm around my shoulders, pulling me into a unilateral shoulder lock as if we were buddies. What was with this guy? He was unbelievably intense. Up until now, Serena's turned down match after match because of the other party's swordsmanship, hasn't she? But now, she suddenly announces an engagement. Leon exclaimed. On top of that, her fiancé is a platinum ranker. Yes, but still a former commoner mercenary of unknown origin. Countless people will reject that. So we're going to have her fiancé spar and prove his skill with the blade. All right, let's go. Is this one of those I can't refuse situations? I asked. Don't waste your breath, Elma said, looking at me with genuine pity. Tell me this isn't happening right now. How did it come to this? The place I'd been hauled to, pretty much by force, by Serena's brother Leon, was a sprawling training hall. I've got an entire floor dedicated to training facilities, Leon declared. The House of Halls is one of the Empire's military houses, after all. Not just the men train, the women do too, to a decent extent. Well, in Serena's case, she went a bit far. My future brother-in-law stared into the distance for a moment. Maybe he'd had his share of struggles as Serena's older brother. Our sisters who showed up in the salon are all much younger than Serena, right? That's because the sisters older than Serena have long since either married into other houses or taken husbands and left our main family, Leon explained. I see. So, imperial nobles' sons and daughters marry young, huh? They probably get engaged before they even come of age, then marry the moment they hit adulthood. That'd be the normal thing. In that sense, Chris, who'd snapped me up early, was properly following noble custom. Or, well, noble common sense. Right, that's that, exclaimed Leon. Let's get started. I don't want to. And why were so many other people standing around like they're ready to go too? They're the ones who'll cross blades with you, of course. And naturally, I'll join the bout myself. I really don't want to take part in this. And those blades are just blunted too. When I'd trained with the Royal Knights at the Imperial Palace, we'd used safe practice swords equipped with high-grade detection systems. But it didn't look like the House of Halls's training hall had anything like that. You don't like this kind of thing? That's unexpected, Leon remarked. I figured that, as a mercenary, you'd be the aggressive type. Someone who gleefully dives into danger doesn't live long as a mercenary. They don't make it big either. Charging a powerful enemy without a plan, barking, I ain't scared of you. was basically a death flag in my book. Is that so? Yet you're called Psycho Hero, a nickname you earned as a daredevil, aren't you? That's just what people call me. They make a huge deal out of me, having charged a swarm of crystal life forms with a single ship. That is a huge deal, though. Let's agree to disagree. Well, I'm not remotely thrilled about this, but I can't exactly say no to my brother-in-law's face after he went to the trouble of gathering everyone. Saying that, I went over to a corner of the training hall where a bunch of practice swords had been laid out, picking one at random. The weapon's quality was impressive. When I looked closer, it actually wasn't just a blunted blade. The material itself was the same as that of the reinforced monomolecular blades that nobles used. Practical, in a way. They'd really spent money on this gear. This one and this one, I said as I chose. Now let me do a bit of prep. I'm in your debt. We'll prepare as well. With that, Leon went to speak to my opponents who were waiting in the hall. They were presumably all noble youths. Serena's brother really had that natural leader vibe. He was pushy, but somehow not repulsive. It was more like you couldn't help going along with him. Was that what you called charisma? I stretched, swung the practice swords a little, and assessed how my body felt. I was wearing a fairly stiff getup for going out, but it was flexible enough not to get in the way of sword swings and combat movements. It had originally been based on a uniform, after all. I'm ready on my end, I said. With that, I headed onto the floor of the wide training hall, carrying my 2 practice swords. They were nearly the same length and weight as my usual pair, one large and one small. Elma, May, and Serena weren't with me, however. What were they doing now? All right, let's begin. Oh, your companions and Serena are watching the proceedings in this training hall, so do your best and show some spirit. Is that so? Well, who's attacking first? There was probably a camera or some optical sensor hidden somewhere in this hall. In that case, going full psionic might be something I should avoid. I'd stick to slowing time down and only by holding my breath. I shall have the honor of facing you first. The person who stepped forward to stand before me was a seasoned swordsman. He was clearly 2 full tiers older than me, Leon, or Serena. He was probably around the same age as Lawrence. His gaze was sharp, and he looked like a formidable practitioner of swordplay. You're starting with someone who looks strong as hell, I said. Sir Lauren is my and Serena's sword master. He serves as the House of Hall's fencing instructor. Oh, a fencing instructor would obviously be strong, whereas I was still a complete amateur who'd been holding a sword for less than half a year. What's the signal to start? I asked. There is no such thing. Come at me whenever you like, Sir Lauren said. I won't hold back then. Accordingly, I carried both my swords down by my sides as I closed in on Sir Lauren with apparent carelessness. I felt his confusion. I probably came off as far too exposed, but I actually wasn't being careless in the slightest. I knew that with a noble's physical abilities, 10 or even 20 steps might as well be no distance at all. I was used to that, though. I dealt with May regularly, and she could cover 30 steps in the blink of an eye. Oh, here it comes. Unlike May's, Sir Lauren's intent to attack came through loud and clear in his mental waves, easy to read. HCK? Oh. He covered more than 10 steps in an instant, simultaneously slashing with one clean stroke. I deflected it with my left-hand sword and tried to break his posture. Nope, the moment I parried, he'd already distanced himself. He was fast. Bizarre. That's a harsh way to put it, I said. I'll see what you're made of then. Try it. Sir Lauren's body seemed to swell up a size. Then he came at me with absurd speed. Had he removed his enhancement limiters, or was this some kind of secret sword art technique? I couldn't tell, but his speed was vicious. Still, it wasn't enough. He couldn't reach me this way. May's sword, the one that knocked me around daily, was faster and heavier than his. And I could see where he was aiming, the line of his cut. I could feel it. GHH. Despite having swung his blade toward me at a terrifying speed, Sir Lauren let out a pained sound and jerked back. The fact that he hadn't dropped his sword now, that was skill. I concede. Sir Lauren's sword hand was in a bad way. 3 of his fingers were broken and nearly torn off. Blood dripped and dripped from his hand, staining the training hall floor red. He was strong. He'd been fast with a sword, and his handling was more seasoned than that of any swordsman I'd faced so far. Still, if you knew where your opponent was going to strike, and which of his attacks were feints, responding wasn't difficult. Slow the time flow at key moments, knock the blade aside, parry, slip through his guard, and counter. That was all it took. I'm amazed, said Leon. You felled Sir Lauren in a single exchange. You've got a line of opponents after him, right? Have them hurry up and attack me. Is a free-for-all acceptable? Sure, but if you get hurt, I'm not taking responsibility. When I said that, not only Leon, but the other noble youths raised their swords. All right, then. Come at me. How did it come to this? I let out a sigh at a scene best described as bodies strewn everywhere. Some people groaned with shattered collarbones and broken fingers. Some trembled as they vomited blood. Some used blunted metal swords as canes, barely staying upright. Collapsed onto one knee on the ground, they crouched and trembled. And beyond those individuals, plenty more were injured. No one had been injured badly enough to die on the spot, but none of these wounds were light either. Why, you're insane, little brother-in-law. Leon forced those words out while down on one knee, slick with cold sweat. I'd landed a good hit in his gut. In a situation with swords flying at me from all directions, I'd had no room to hold back. I was still standing somehow, but I was pretty much battered to hell too. Also, was I going to head home in this shredded outfit? I hadn't brought a change of clothes. By the way, I began. What? I still haven't gotten serious. No way, it's true. Saying that, I used telekinesis to grab the swords that had fallen from the noble youth's hands, making the weapons whirl and dance around me. If I'd wanted to, I could have lopped off all my opponents' heads the moment they'd raised their swords. But that would have been too cheap a kill, and one that was way over the top to boot. You have psionic abilities. Right. I withdrew my telekinetic force, and the swords that had been dancing in the air were left lined up neatly on the floor. At my current level, I could manage fine control like that. I hope to get even better at using my psionic abilities in Verthaltz. My range was still too narrow right now. Anyway, I said, let's clean up this mess. Why, yeah, ugh. Maybe Leon's willpower had finally run out because he flopped face down on the floor. Don't you dare go to sleep on me. This is your mess, so get up now. After I'd shaken Leon awake, helped with the cleanup, and had a change of clothes prepared for me, quite a bit of time had passed. Frankly, I just wanted to take my leave already. We're having your clothes mended as quickly as possible, hero, but we've monopolized you for so long that there will already be hell to pay later. I'll assign you an escort, apologies, but head back to the salon and keep mother and the younger sisters company. Aye, sir. I want to say, no way, but they're observing this training hall. If I say something stupid, it could sour their mood, so I'll just go along with this. Also, when this kid says mended, is someone really doing it by hand? You'd think that in this universe, especially in the capital, they'd have some convenient machine that repairs things automatically. This way, please. Thanks. My guide was a boy with refined features. A group of boys had watched me fight my brother-in-law and the others in the training hall, and this boy had been one of them. He led me onward through the house of Halls's estate. The massive structure was practically a skyscraper. I didn't have any idea how many levels it held, but there was no way it was fewer than 50 stories. Plus, it wasn't just tall, it was wide too. Just how many people lived here? No way it was only 100 or 200. In a place this huge, you'd never reach your destination without a guide. There were barely any signs, either. How many people live here anyway? I asked. UHUM may be a little under 10,000. Although he managed to answer, my guide had looked startled by my question for a moment. maybe I'd scared him by beating up a bunch of adults right in front of him. 10,000 residents is insane. That's basically a city. How do you get daily necessities? Are there stores inside the estate? I've heard that if you order what you need from your quarters, the ordered items get delivered there. Like the logistical delivery system colonies use. I see. As I admired this explanation, I found myself wondering who the youth really was. His grasp of things felt a little oddly second-hand for a normal resident of the estate, as if he'd only heard the information from others. He probably lived a life in which he didn't need to concern himself with such details. "Don't tell me you're one of Marquis Hall's sons," I guessed. Yes, I'm Camel Hall's, Beatrice's son." "I see. So you and Serena are half-siblings, which means you'll eventually be my brother-in-law." "Yes." "Right. So, bluntly, what do you think? About some nobody like me becoming your sister's husband, that is." When I asked that, Camel stopped walking and thought for a bit. Initially, I was apprehensive, since, for the House of Hall's sake, Serena ought to marry into an appropriate house. "Yeah, an irrefutable, perfectly reasonable point. You're strong, though, hero." I think it's a good thing because you're very strong." "Is that the criteria?" "I think so. Father himself says all the time that, the moment a noble is looked down on, they're finished." "I see. What was the best way to avoid being looked down on?" "Violence, of course." Well, I didn't know if that was precisely what he meant. Still, I could see how violence was probably indispensable to noble society. Even Leon had come at me swinging just to confirm whether I possessed the necessary brutality. And it was true that the nobility revered swords. Those terrifying sword-wielding fanatics threw their weight around too. Chatting idly, Camel and I finally reached the salon. But then, "Big sis, can't you give me this guy? I'm not giving him to you." "Come on, you can just pick some suitable military guy." "That's enough of your nonsense." "What's the problem? You were single until now anyway, so you don't need to rush to get a partner. Come on, show your dignity as a big sister by yielding him to your cute, adorable little sister." "Shall I demonstrate my dignity with a sword?" Serena was getting absolutely mobbed by her younger siblings. At a glance, they looked like innocent little sisters clinging to her, hugging her, and adorably begging their big sister for something. But what they were saying was atrocious, and Serena seemed about to explode. "Oh, I'm back, I guess," I called from the entrance to the salon. When I did, the sisters who had latched onto Serena slipped away from her like eels. Too late, too late. Don't give me those. We weren't bothering Serena at all, and we definitely weren't saying anything weird faces now. It's too late. Way too late. Welcome back, hero. Or should we say captain? Shouldn't we call you Viscount Hero? You're the head of a viscounty, after all. Isn't that a little too sycophantic? I think hero is perfect, said Serena. Right, hero. Her sister's attitudes had completely flipped. Before I left the salon, they'd been staring at me as if they were appraising goods. No, there's no way I'm getting ensnared in something like this. It's going to get annoying. Maybe I should just leave now. My clothes can go to hell. Serena's younger sisters began throwing me sidelong glances as if they were sending signals. But then Serena physically expelled them from the salon. Watching her subdue each of them by slapping on a submission hold was kind of fun. Wait, it pretty messed up to find it funny when a pretty girl in an elegant dress gets folded up, screaming. Well, it is funny, so I guess that can't be helped. These girls, Serena included, were all noble princesses, but the vibe of this interaction was less sisterly and more like brothers. In the salon, now quiet, since Serena had thrown her sisters out, we went back to having tea with my 3 mothers-in-law. Then the second wife, Hildegard, Serena's mother, suddenly spoke up. You don't waver even a little, do you? Wavering or not, wasn't that whole thing pretty funny? I asked with a wry smile. Hildegard closed her eyes and sighed. Was she exasperated? I suppose. Still, being approached by beautiful young girls can't feel that bad, can it? Not in general, sure. When it's your fiancé's little sisters, though, it gets complicated. They didn't have even a shred of decorum either. First impressions mattered. Serena's sisters had blatantly appraised me when we first met, then suddenly flipped their stance and started acting sweet. What was I supposed to do with that? If the situation had been totally different, maybe, but decorum. Oh my. Hey, Serena, isn't he just adorable? I see. At my answer, Hildegard had widened her eyes in surprise. Annalise laughed elegantly, and Beatrice nodded as if she understood. What was with their reactions? Hey, yes. A sense of decorum is important, isn't it? I don't know why, but I seem to have hit Annalise right in the funny bone. How come? A battle-hardened mercenary who makes children cry in silence, who dives a single ship into a swarm of crystal life forms, who cuts down just under 100 of the House of Ixamel's private soldiers, and he says he needs decorum. Hearing Hildegard's words, Annalise finally couldn't hold back. She burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Ah ha. Do you need to laugh that hard? You don't, you really don't, right? I see, Serena, Beatrice remarked. You were drawn to his personality. In the end, yes, Serena replied, cheeks red as she looked away from the woman. I supposed that was what it boiled down to. Serena had initially seemed obsessed with my combat abilities and that kind of thing, but somewhere along the way, as we kept getting tangled up together, she'd stopped hiding her affection. What on earth was the turning point? Since you're a noble daughter, one might question that, but you've always been unconventional since you were little. Hildegard smiled in a way that was hard to describe. It wasn't quite exasperated, more like troubled maybe. Ah ha, I haven't laughed like this in ages. Hilda, Serena managed to catch a partner she could ultimately sway, someone who could sway her too. Isn't that enough? In the end, as long as everyone's happy, that's all that matters, right? That's true. But if you let her get away with too much, Anne, having been gently lectured by Annalise, who had finally recovered from her laughing fit, Hildegard now wore a truly troubled smile. The two women seemed close. Perhaps they felt a bit distant from the third wife. Beatrice, or maybe Beatrice, was the one who held herself a step back. Even these three probably dealt with their share of things, woman to woman, like my crew did. I really couldn't thank the women of my crew enough for keeping matters from descending into open discord. After that, my mothers-in-law teased me to death and grilled me relentlessly about how I'd met Serena and my other crew members. The trio dug into every detail. By the time I returned to the Black Lotus in the house of Hals's airborne limousine, I was exhausted. I went straight to my room, tore off my going-out clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. I was tired. So tired. Sure, my body was worn out from fighting Leon and the other guys, but more than that, my brain was tired from dealing with my mothers-in-law. You could even have said that my heart was tired. I was lying face down on the bed, limp, when someone entered the room. I didn't need to see them to know. It was Mimi. As my training awakened my psionic abilities, I'd gotten a lot better at freely adjusting my telepathic sensitivity. At this point, I could recognize a familiar presence even without using my eyes. Mimi was creeping closer slowly. She was right there now. 3 steps, 2, 1. Hiya. Wah. I'd captured Mimi just as she leaned in to peek at me, and I dragged her onto the bed. Ah, good, this is so much better. Wonderful. This warmth, this softness, it's really the best. It felt as if the fatigue in my body and heart was melting right out of me. Geez, Master Hero, aren't you tired? I'm recovering. I'm taking in my requisite Mimi. Sniff. MMPH, this is kind of embarrassing. As I breathed in her scent, I regained my mental strength. Huh, you're saying that my dignity and whatever dashing factor I had rapidly decreased in inverse proportion to my mental recovery. Don't know, don't care. Cuddling Mimi was more important than that. Feeling calmer now? She asked. A little. Being grilled by those gorgeous mothers-in-law who look more like Serena's sisters wiped me out mentally. For real. With that, I buried my face in Mimi's stomach through her clothes and sighed. She began to pat my head. If you pamper me this much, I'll go into full baby mode. I can't fall that far. I have to stay strong. That sounds exhausting, said Mimi. Are you okay? No, but you came here for something, right? What's up? Yes, it's about Chris. If we're going back to the Dexar system, she wants to come with us. Yeah, that's a reasonable request. We'll have the same destination anyway, so going together will be safer. How had Chris gotten to the capital, though? When I thought about it, hadn't Lawrence said that she'd come tearing in on a high-speed craft? I was pretty sure he had. But, I added, it won't be free. Right, not even if she is going to be a relative. If we're going to escort her, we'll need to run it through the guild properly. At the very least, we'd need Chris to pay the minimum reward that the guild and other mercenaries would deem reasonable. That reward could take a form other than Enner, though, for instance, services, trade items, or some other kind of compensation. But if they radically cut prices for a noble client, even a platinum ranker would get chewed out by the guild, especially since nobles were probably lucrative regulars for the platinum and gold high rankers. Yeah, we should talk it over with Chris, I confirmed. All right then, let's go. I'm feeling a lot better thanks to you, Mimi. Is that so? If you want, you can still recover a bit more. What time is it? Just a bit more, only a bit, okay? I'll cuddle with Mimi just a bit more before we go then. Just a bit. Chapter 9. Departure preparations. After that, I spent a bit more time flirting with Mimi, and then the two of us headed to the lounge. I didn't do anything that required a shower, mind you. It was totally wholesome. Got it. Oh, welcome back, Neve greeted me. So did you hurry off and have some private fun already? You're pretty energetic, huh, Captain? You know, I wouldn't mind having a little private time myself. The moment we stepped into the lounge, she'd latched onto me. Maybe it was fun for her to be able to walk around on her own, because when she had nothing to do, she wandered all over the place. It seemed like she'd settled into the lounge now, though. We didn't have any fun, I replied. Honestly, try acting a little more refined, would you? Sorry. I was raised listening to nothing but crude soldier talk my whole life. I pressed my index finger to Neve's forehead and rubbed it around, and she made a happy little sound and flopped back onto the sofa. What a cute brat. Also, Captain, you're way too influenced by how I look. Regardless of my appearance, I'm a 24-year-old adult woman, you know. I'll do my best to correct that impression. Point taken. Still, when I look at Neve, she's probably about as tall as Tina and Whiska, but her build is so thin and fragile. She really looks childish, so I can't help treating her that way. You're staring so hard that I'm getting embarrassed. Want to give it a go? I'll do my best for you, Captain. I wasn't looking at you that way. Anyway, no need to rush. Just make sure you follow Dr. Schauko's instructions properly. Everything will be fine if we leave it to her. She's a specialist, after all. Aye, Captain. So, did you have some private fun or not? I told you that we didn't. Why are you so curious, you little pervert? I poked her soft cheeks with my fingertips, squishing them. When I did, Neve puffed out her lips in protest. Of course I'm curious, Captain. Before, I couldn't even move freely. I just had to watch things, and I thought I'd die that way. Now that I've got a healthy body, how could I not be curious? Looks aside, I'm a 24-year-old who's finally getting healthy. Well, yeah, I guess. When she suddenly got serious like that, it was hard to respond. But it did make sense that she'd be curious about everything after being physically restricted for so long. Lately, I've actually been able to eat flavored liquid meals, Neve reported. Sweet things are incredible, Captain. Even when my stomach's full, I want to keep stuffing myself. Hearing that made my chest ache. Those sweet, liquid meals were probably just nutrient paste with basic flavoring, some kind of supplement goo processed from food cartridges. Nutritious, sure, but definitely not tasty. When your body's recovered and you can eat normal food, we'll go eat tons of good stuff, okay? I assured her. Right, Mimi? Yes. I'll prepare lots of delicious food that Neve will love. Mimi, who'd been watching our exchange quietly, clenched her fists and snorted with enthusiasm. Whenever Mimi got fired up, she tended to serve dishes like mellow, creamy face-hugging parasites and similar horrors. But well, I could step in if needed. I'd gotten pretty used to her bizarre delicacies, and some of them actually tasted okay. Sometimes. There were disasters, too. After seeing Neve off on another of her walks, I sat back down in the lounge to contact Chris. Linking my handheld terminal to the large holo display, I sent a connection request to her personal address. "I've been waiting for you, hero." Chris's face filled the screen in an extreme close-up. Since my terminal was linked to the big display, the effect was intense. Chris's perfectly shaped face and blooming smile completely dominated my vision. Hey. Sorry I made you wait. I kind of burned through all my energy and crashed for a bit. You met with the Halls family, didn't you? In that case, it couldn't have been helped. Mimi discreetly adjusted the projection, and on-screen, Chris's face smoothly pulled back. The holo display could reposition images pretty freely. "Let's get straight to it," I said. "The plan to head to the Dexar system together, that is." "Yes. Since we have the opportunity, I'd really love to travel with you." Our ship still docked at the Gracchus Secundus colony. It's a small craft, though, so could you carry it aboard the Black Lotus? "One of our small ship hangars is open, so loading it won't be a problem," I replied. "It won't be free of charge, though, and we'll need to go through the Mercenary Guild." "No worries there. I'll take care of everything perfectly with zero issues." That dazzling smile again, so bright that I felt as if it had blinded me. Definitely suspicious. "If you say so, Chris, I trust you. You'd never do anything that would make me upset or uncomfortable. I'll leave it all to you." "Oh, of course. Leave it to me." I could practically see cold sweat forming on her face. She really was plotting something. Still, I trusted that she wouldn't do anything I'd actually hate. "If you handle the contracts, then there shouldn't be a problem operationally," I went on. "We've got some empty rooms aboard the Black Lotus, too. You've got 2 companions, right?" "Yes, Edeltraud, whom I introduced to you before, and Gutrun, who's waiting aboard the ship at Gracchus Secundus." "Gutrun, another female knight." "Yes, she's my bodyguard." That made sense. It wouldn't exactly work for an unmarried noblewoman traveling abroad to bring male guards. "Then you'll need transport for 1 small ship and 3 passengers, including your escort. Mimi, work with Chris and May to get the paperwork done, and check whether we need to do anything else in the capital, and if everything's clear, we'll depart as early as tomorrow." If we lingered, that damn emperor or the princess might pull something again, for instance, saying, "You're heading to Verthalt's, right? Take Princess Luciata with you as a goodwill envoy." Ha ha ha. Just imagining that made me want to cough up blood. Absolutely not. "I'll check with Tina and the others about our launch readiness," I added. "Chris, handle guild negotiations and get ready to vacate the inn. Oh, and I should probably notify Serena about this." If I left without saying anything, she'd sulk later. Once the prep work was done, it was time for dinner. Or at least, it should have been. I'd normally have been eating the Steel Chef Fives cooking in the Black Lotus's cafeteria, but tonight I wasn't. Why do you look as if you just bit into sand? Because I'm watching my wonderful fiancée, who can't even hold her liquor in general, try to polish off an entire bottle of wine. I can't help it. Across from me sat my fiancée, Serena, dressed in an elegant evening gown, her cheeks faintly flushed as she looked away. As I checked our launch preparations, I'd explained the situation to Serena, noting that we might leave the capital as early as the next day. She'd panicked, cut the call, and then contacted me again over 10 minutes later. "UMOW. Sorry, would you spend tonight with me?" Her face on the hologram was beet red. There was no way I could refuse. And well, when I thought about it calmly, it made sense. Serena had military duties, so she couldn't possibly come with me. Moreover, I was heading to the Dalenwold family's territory next, then straight to Verthalt's. Since I'd be outside the Graken Empire, there wouldn't be chance encounters between Serena and me like before. In other words, I wouldn't have the opportunity to see her for a while. Gotcha. I'll move heaven and earth to spend tonight with you, I assured her. Also, thanks to whoever that was. Then it's settled. I'll send the plan to your terminal right away. She cut the connection, and sure enough, a plan for our date night arrived almost instantly. How come this plan keeps changing every few seconds? After board pickup vehicle in front of the Black Lotus, the evening's schedule kept morphing. It was eating dinner at some high-end restaurant, then attending a hollow theater at a luxury hotel, then getting drinks at an attached bar. Then, suddenly, the plans switched to browsing sword and clothing ateliers for nobles before heading straight to a luxury hotel suite with a pool for a full-service dinner. Hey, going straight to a hotel is way too obvious, don't you think? Obviously, multiple planners were messing with the schedule. My bet was that they consisted of Serena's mother and relatives. Her married sisters might even be joining in. I hadn't met them at the Hall's estate, but apparently some family branches created through marriage still lived inside the massive structure itself. The estate was so huge that it even contained residences for cadet branches. I'll ignore this until it's just before time to head out, I decided. But maybe I should at least ask about the dress code. I would have preferred to go on this date in my usual mercenary gear, but I'd make an effort to meet their expectations if possible. This would probably turn into an overnight stay too. Staring at the constantly shifting date plan, I sighed. I figured I should ask May for advice. So that was how Serena and I wound up getting dinner alone together. In the end, the plan that was settled on was simple. Dinner, then rest. A no-nonsense, 3 basic desires first kind of schedule. This is my very first time going on a date alone with a man, Serena said, wearing a slightly uneasy expression. I figured it was her first time. After all, until now, whenever we'd met, we'd always made sure that someone like Mimi was with us so that we'd never be alone together. You were plotting a restaurant date in a private booth back when we reunited in the airing system, I pointed out. So how come you're getting so flustered now? Well, that was different. Our positions, our feelings, everything was different back then. That different? That different? I mean, haven't you been way too nice to me ever since we became a couple? Maybe it was the wine she was drinking rapidly, or maybe she was just nervous, but Serena's face was flushed as she gave me a sulky sideways glare. I just stopped needing to treat you coldly and started being honest. I already told you that, right? Still, you've changed too much. My emotions can't keep up. Wait, did you really treat me coldly on purpose before? Really, really? I was just keeping myself in check so that I'd never lay a hand on you. If I'd followed my instincts instead, I would have taken you for my own more times than I can count on one hand. That part was absolutely true. Forcing something wouldn't have worked. If she'd seriously resisted my advances, Serena could probably have snapped my neck with her bare hands. Still, she liked alcohol, despite not having much of a tolerance for it. She would get drunk fast, lose all composure, and hold on. Isn't that part strange? Wait, Serena, should you really get drunk this easily? You've had body enhancement procedures, right? Such enhancements didn't just boost strength, speed, and agility. They also reinforced internal structures like the circulatory system. So for someone who'd undergone those procedures, it shouldn't have been possible to get drunk so easily. I left out alcohol tolerance. A lot of nobles do. Being unable to enjoy drinking would be a loss in life. Is that so? I wouldn't know, I'm a lightweight. The drink in front of me was just water. Well, slightly fancy water, heat-treated, filtered, mineralized, safe, clean, tasty water. Honestly, though, I couldn't tell the difference between this and the filtered water on the Black Lotus. Not knowing how to enjoy alcohol is a waste, a real waste, Serena added. Want some? I'll pass. It'd be a shame if I got useless later. When I said that and shrugged, Serena cocked her head, clearly missing my meaning. Then she immediately turned bright red. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. She's so innocent and cute. Pervert? Yep, I said, puffing out my chest proudly as she glared at me. Trying to hide it would have been weirder. Men were perverts by nature. That was just how things were. Honestly, why are you so shameless? I feel stupid for being so nervous. You're perfect as a soldier, but in your personal life, you're full of vulnerabilities and kind of a mess. I like that about you. I am not a mess, Serena protested. A brilliant mind and flawless beauty that would describe me perfectly. Thank you very much. Someone with a brilliant mind and flawless beauty doesn't get blackout drunk and tossed into a medical pod. GRR, hey, you're being mean again, be nice. Hey now, ma'am, that won't do, ma'am. Banging on the table is terribly improper. Ma'am, honestly, do you actually love me? Do you? She pressed. Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't have gone crazy fighting a count's private soldiers with nothing less than my life on the line. It may be true that you did that, but Mimi and the others were there too, weren't they? Serena looked away again and pouted, still sneaking glances at me, way too calculatingly cute. So she thought that I'd fought Count Ixamel and his men just because Mimi and the others were captured. If it had just been you and me on that ship under those circumstances, I would have done exactly the same, I assured her. In that scenario, Vincent would have used Serena as a shield instead of Mimi. But the others and I would have broken free, killed him, and rushed to Serena's aid just the same. There was no world in which I would have abandoned her and escaped alone. Really? Probably. If I didn't care about you, I would have said goodbye to you back during the Crystal War, not dropped onto a terraforming planet in the flesh and fought bioweapons. I'm actually pretty cold like that. I had people to support, after all. I didn't act purely on emotion. Well, maybe. Besides, right now, it's just the two of us. Isn't that enough? Oh, it's not that it isn't. Serena started to poke at the food on her plate with her cutlery. You know, that's awful manners for a noblewoman. Tusk. Maybe she wasn't actually upset with me, though, but instead feeling guilty about something. Hey, Serena, we're going to be husband and wife, right? Huh, why yes, of course. Ah, have you changed your mind? I'm sorry. I'll be good, so please don't throw me away. In seconds, she'd gone from blank-faced to pale with tears pooling in her eyes. Wow, so emotionally unstable. She's totally using alcohol to force her mood up, isn't she? I'm not throwing you away. What I mean is, since we're becoming a married couple, we shouldn't have any more secrets. Secrets? Yeah, I tell my crew this all the time. Trouble between people usually stems from their lack of communication. So I tell the crew not to bottle up worries or complaints and to speak honestly. It's not a rule, just a mindset. I see. Serena cocked her head, her expression subtly showing that she didn't quite grasp it. So I won't hide anything either, I continued. If you want to ask me something, I'll answer it. Questions about my past, where the Krishna came from, everything. I want you to be honest about your worries too. For a while, Serena looked down at the table in silence. Then she spoke, her voice trembling as if she were afraid. I'm scared that you don't actually want to marry me, that you only accepted out of obligation and consideration for my family. I see. I thought that we'd already talked this out before we returned to the capital. Had someone put ideas in her head at the Hall's estate? Either way, I'd confront this head-on. I'd be lying if I said obligation and consideration played no role in it. Serena flinched. Listen, though, I'm not the kind of guy who'd marry someone I didn't like just because lives were on the line. I mean, well, I could sleep with someone I didn't like, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm a healthy man. I'm not so sensitive that I could only sleep with someone I love. Hey, This was supposed to be a serious conversation. Lying isn't good, though. Serena's anger was way better than her crying, so I ignored it and continued. Anyway, I wouldn't accept a marriage I didn't want. I accepted because it's you, Serena. The Hall's family has nothing to do with it, and if I ever couldn't bear that aspect of things, I could just kidnap you and run away from the Empire. That would be a problem for me, though. Then work hard to avoid it, or pray that it never comes to that. If it does, there'll be so many duels even Blade purists would turn pale. I shrugged. Serena sighed in resignation, then laughed softly. Honestly, you're impossible. So selfish. When it comes down to it, violence solves everything. It's great. Violence was the universal currency, even in an interstellar age. That's a very mercenary-like thing to say. Of course, I'm a professional. A professional at what? Violence, obviously. I was a top-class, platinum-ranked mercenary, after all. Enough overthinking. Let's eat and then hole up in here. We can enjoy wholesome skinship and not-so-wholesome skinship. Weren't you just talking about a sense of decorum being necessary the other day with my mother's? I think this is your fault for getting mopey when I tried to set the mood. I can't argue with that. Fine, then I'll just drink. Another bottle. Hey, stop it, idiot. At this rate, our date will end with her drinking herself catatonic. When I woke up the next morning in the hotel bed, I turned my gaze to the source of the warmth pressed snugly against me. NNH? Maybe Serena, who'd been sleeping peacefully, noticed my slight movement because she opened her eyes too. Our gazes met, her sleepy crimson eyes half-lidded. Why is it so unbelievably cute when someone who's usually so sharp and cool-looking suddenly shows you a defenseless expression like this? Good morning, she said. Morning. You can sleep a little longer if you want. I checked the time when I woke up, and there was still plenty to spare, so we didn't need to get moving just yet. It was hard to tell whether Serena had even understood what I said as she rubbed her cheek against my shoulder. What is she, a cat? Hey, that hurts, don't bite me. Stop gnawing. What are you doing? What are you doing? I thought I should leave a mark on you. Don't latch on, don't latch on. And don't keep creeping upward from my shoulder either, or you'll leave marks. Well, I guess that's the point. Might as well let her have her way. Aren't you going to give me one too? Still pressed against my chest, Serena looked up at me with pleading eyes. Starting the day by provoking me, huh? I'll make sure she fully understands what happens when I'm provoked in bed. Haya, Serena sighed. When you sigh deeply after doing things like that, it really makes me feel awkward. Are you tired? In front of the breakfast our in-room maidroid had prepared, I gave her a wry smile. After our morning fun, we'd showered together, then asked the maidroid to prepare breakfast. Around the time we finished showering, though, Serena's mood had dropped sharply. No, it's not that, she replied. I just realized we'll be apart for a while. Yeah, I'll miss you too, when I said this. Serena shot me a sulky glare. You'll go back to your ship and have lots of girls besides me, won't you? You won't even have time to feel lonely. That might be true, but it really does make me feel lonely right now. Fine. When I became your partner, I knew what I was getting into, so I'll accept this part. Next time we meet, though, I might be carrying someone special inside me. So think about that. At this outrageous comment, I nearly spat out the milk I was drinking. Serena looked delighted by my reaction, grinning over her teacup. What? Are you sure about that? I demanded. I mean, after all the premarital stuff we've already done, it feels weird that I'm this shocked. But, in other words, Serena hadn't been taking any preventative measures at all. Stuff like this depended on timing, and it wasn't that easy to hit the mark, but still. My mother and the others put the idea in my head. Father wouldn't like it, but he can't stand up to them anyway. Success isn't guaranteed, though. Things happened so suddenly that I couldn't get any medicine in time, so it'll be up to luck. Medicine? Does some pill guarantee pregnancy or something? The tech level is such that a single injection can heal broken bones and internal injuries, so taking that into account, A one-pill, 100% success drug for this purpose wouldn't be surprising. Without a weight to anchor you, you'd just wander off somewhere, wouldn't you? I don't think so, I replied. Probably not. That was coming from someone who'd been drifting through star systems nonstop since waking up in the Tarmine system, though. I wasn't being very convincing. You always showed up wherever I went anyway, didn't you? I asked. No, you've got it backward. You were the one who kept appearing wherever my fleet went. We even commented on how scarily persistent you were. This revelation was shocking. Serena hadn't been chasing us. It was just coincidence that she kept showing up where we were. Well, I'd suspected that it was probably my unconscious fate manipulation ability at work. I'm getting oddly irritated, knowing that I was being slandered like that, Serena sulked. Easy, easy. Let's calm down and eat breakfast. Here, this thing's good, whatever it is. Say, ah. I cut a bite-sized piece of something with a dairy-like taste, maybe a yogurt or cheese pastry, and brought it to Serena's mouth. She bit into it with a pout and started chewing. Without a word, she opened her mouth again. Ah, okay. I kept feeding her. What is she, a baby bird? Not that doting on a beauty like Serena wasn't fun. As I did this, I had a vague sense that the maidroid assigned to the room was staring at us. That was probably just my imagination, though. When I glanced over at her, our eyes didn't meet. After breakfast, it was time for Serena and I to head back to the ship. We boarded the flying limousine and headed for the capital's main port facility. I was dressed the same way I had been the day before, but Serena had changed out of her evening gown into a skirt in gentle colors and a soft, warm-looking sweater-like top, completely casual garments. Her usual uniform was sharp and cool, but this ensemble made her look softer and simply adorable. I honestly liked this look better than the evening gown. We were both silent, but Serena was completely glued to me, hugging my right arm and resting her cheek on my shoulder. The soft sensation of her body pressing against my arm as she squeezed it tightly was overwhelming. I could feel it clearly through her sweater, and it was wonderful. Don't go. Don't suggest things that are impossible. What happened to all that talk earlier about accepting our situation? I covered my face with my left hand and looked up at the ceiling. The limousine didn't offer any solutions. I'll come with you then. That wouldn't be okay either. I get that you're lonely, but throwing away our duties would be irresponsible. So your work and the other girls matter more than me. Wow, aren't you a little troublemaker? You're cute, though. Serena's cheeks expanded like a pufferfish. When I stroked them with my left hand, though, they deflated with a little PSSH, her breath tickling my ear and cheek. Just like that, with Serena having clung to me the whole time, the limo reached our destination. Come on, we're getting out. I don't want to. That's not how it works. And stop saying things like that as if you're about to cry. It hurts my heart. I somehow pried the whining Serena loose and got us to the bottom of the Black Lotus's ramp. Now then, I'd better find a way to appease this clingy little thing. What should I do? As soon as we returned to the Black Lotus and stepped into the lounge, Mimi greeted us with a beaming smile. It sounds like you had quite the night. Ugh, that groan came from Serena, not me. Mimi's smile apparently contained some invisible pressure. But today's my turn, Mimi added. Right? Yes, Serena responding, buckling under Mimi's unyielding pressure. Mimi is scary strong. Maybe the imperial blood that ran through Mimi's veins made Serena submit instinctively. Given that Serena knew Mimi's true origins, that Mimi's face was identical to Princess Luciada's, Mimi had to be a very intimidating opponent. Pushed away from me by the pressure from Mimi, Serena trudged off into the lounge with slumped shoulders. Tina and Wiska followed her. Leaving her to Tina and Wiska should be okay. After watching Serena leave, Mimi hugged me, then started grinding her head against my chest, like a dog or cat rubbing its scent onto something new. Mimi's gaze had fixed on my neck right under my chin. Smooch, Stretching upward, she sucked hard at my neck. Ow, ow, she definitely found Serena's mark. Counterattacking with a painful hickey seems like a bit much. But hey, I do like Mimi kissing my neck. Oh my, that looks fun. Should I try too? May I as well? Sure. Go ahead and give him a big one. Wait, Mimi's giving permission now? I exclaimed. Elma and Kyugi joined in, each sucking at my neck. They were gentler than Mimi, causing no pain. They added licking, though, which felt weirdly intense. Why are you two like this? Well, slight jealousy like this is fine, right? It's not like we're pulling knives or laser guns. Yes, no complaints whatsoever. Total surrender. Surrounded by these three, resistance was pointless. Still, you being alone together like that, I am a little jealous, came Kyugi's soft voice from behind me as she tugged shyly on my jacket. We'll make time for something like that too, I told her. I promise. HMPH. Who knows when that promise will be kept? Our schedule's pretty packed from here on out. We'll be staying in Verthaltz for a while, so how about there? I suggested. What do you think, Kyugi? Good idea. My homeland has many scenic spots and plenty of inns, with whole towns built around travel and tourism. I think that would be wonderful. The tugging on my clothes sped up, and I heard a faint whooshing sound, probably her tails wagging wildly. Then it settled, okay? All three of them nodded in agreement. Crisis averted for now. Honestly, handling this many women is already beyond my capacity. I've probably made them endure plenty as it is, so I should be more considerate going forward. See you, said Serena. You will come back, right? Absolutely, positively come back, all right. Yeah, I'll definitely be back. You keep working hard until then. I hugged Serena tight as she clung to me, her voice trembling. She was on the verge of tears. We'd gone a month or two without seeing each other in the past, but still, I felt lonely for her as well. Seeing her this way made me want to just kidnap her and bring her along. Then a small shadow barged between us, forcibly pulling us apart. All right, separate, please. A proper young lady shouldn't cling to her man like that before marriage. You're doing the same thing, Serena objected. I'm his fiancé, Chris retorted. I'm his fiancé, too. Although Chris had pulled her away, Serena reached for me with teary eyes. Cute and kind of pitiful. Why is Serena so adorable when she's crying? You're being unfair, Chris countered. Just because you two will be apart doesn't mean you should go this far. Wah! The two genuine noblewomen started to wrestle. Given the size difference and training gap between them, Serena got an overwhelming upper hand. Chris was making noises like a beached seal getting whacked with a stick. Once a soldier, always a soldier. Shouldn't we stop them? I asked Edeltraud. Being caught in the middle of that would be, no thanks, she replied, looking at me pleadingly. Fair enough. The idea of getting between enhanced nobles while they were play fighting wasn't exactly appealing anyway. Once Chris and Serena had finally tired themselves out, we said our goodbyes properly. Could you walk me to the car? Serena requested. I want us to stay together until the very last second. Don't, hero, you'll be kidnapped, Chris warned. Shoo. Her clothes still a bit disheveled from the scuffle, she stepped protectively in front of me and waved Serena away like a stray dog. A bit much, but Serena's damn you look said that she really had been considering such an abduction. When push came to shove, she wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary. Sheesh, she said. All right, then see you. Walking slowly down the boarding ramp, Serena glanced back again and again. Each time she did, Chris hissed like an angry cat. If she'd had a tail, it would have been bristling. Honestly, she exclaimed. Well then, Hira will be in your care for a while. Yeah, welcome aboard. It's been a while since we traveled on the same ship. I'm kind of excited. So am I, Edeltraud, and I will go unpack. Come hang out with me later, okay? Having confirmed that Serena had exited the ship, Chris smiled and headed toward the ship's living quarters with Edeltraud. Mimi and the others were already preparing their rooms. I was left alone. I'm so tired already. but I can't slack off. Most of the work was being handled by everyone else, so I didn't have much to do myself, but that didn't mean I could just let all the others take care of things while I lazed around in the lounge. Guess I'll do a final check on everyone's tasks. The arrangements to get supplies and the procedures to depart from the capital were all complete. The reports on those matters had come in too, so I decided to head to the lounge to confirm them. For whatever reason, our lounge was near both the living quarters and the hangar and cargo space, so it was actually the most efficient spot to work. Epilogue: encountering no real interference or accidents to speak of, the Black Lotus left the capital and shot into space. There, it docked with the Antlion before heading straight for Gracias Secundus, so that we could resupply before departing the Gracias system. Huh, didn't you already resupply in the capital? I hear you ask. Well, the capital's prices and system of distribution were kind of weird. Some of the supplies produced there, like certain crops and foodstuffs, were so cheap that the prices felt like lies. Anything imported from outside the system, though, cost much more than the going market rate. And when it came to the supplies used by spacefarers like us, vendors sometimes didn't carry such items at all, since the traffic of spaceships arriving in and leaving the capital was strictly limited. There wasn't much demand for those goods, so they didn't stock them. Thus, if you were setting out from the capital, you basically needed to perform your real travel prep at Gracias Secundus. Of course, we always kept a comfortable stockpile of supplies on the Black Lotus, so even if we departed as we were, that wouldn't have been a problem. Either way, though, we'd have to retrieve Chris's ship and bring it aboard the Black Lotus. Apparently someone had stayed behind on the vessel as a guard, so we couldn't just leave that individual. Thus, the Black Lotus pulled in at Gracias Secundus, and that other person joined up with us. So I see. My name is Gutrune. Nice to meet you, Captain Hero. Saying this, the woman bowed deeply to me. She was probably about my age or maybe a little older, extremely skinny and very tall. She might even have been taller than me. Her blonde tresses had a slightly different texture from Serena's shining gold hair, but she was blonde. She was dressed in a maid outfit. How could I put this kindly? She looked unhealthy. Her eyes were sharp in a bad way, kind of leery, and the dark circles under them were horrendous. Is she okay? Also, isn't she supposed to be a bodyguard? She's in a maid uniform. Nice to meet you, Miss Gutrune, I said. You can be more casual with me. If you called me Captain Hero all the time, it'd feel a bit too grand. No, I can't do that with someone who will one day become Christina's partner. More to the point, I would like you to call me simply Gutrune. You are the one who will stand above me as Christina's partner. Maybe so. Right now, though, Count Dalenwold hasn't even acknowledged me as Christina's official fiancé yet. So until that time comes, please just call me Hero. Understood. Gutrune seemed to accept my proposal, albeit reluctantly. We unloaded Gutrune's luggage from their ship, and I left it to the crew to guide her. Meanwhile, I contacted Dr. Schauko, who was running checkups on Chris and Edeltraud. What is it? Dr. Schauko asked. This Gutrune who just came aboard, Chris's other attendant, could you do a checkup on her as soon as possible? Sure. Did something happen? It'd be kind of dumb for me to tell a professional what I saw with the eyes of an amateur. Still, however you slice it, she just looked unhealthy. Mimi is showing her to her room right now, so contact Mimi, and do so quickly, I instructed. Got it, I'll contact her right away. Dr. Schauko was quick on the uptake, which always came in handy. Hopefully, this was just an amateur's paranoia, and nothing was wrong with Gutrune's health. Guess I can only leave it to them. Either way, all I can do is give instructions. If nothing's wrong, then great. Severe sleep deprivation, said Dr. Schauko. Sleep deprivation? I echoed. She was so worried about Chris that she could barely sleep. For now, I've got her taking a nap. I see. All right, then. The results of Gutrune's checkup had come back from Dr. Schauko while I was in the hangar, inspecting Chris's ship along with the mechanic sisters. In just a few days, Gutrune had gotten so worried that she couldn't sleep, making herself sick. Shouldn't she be getting proper mental care at this point? I heaved an involuntary sigh. "What's up, hun?" Tina called to me. "You look wiped." "Don't worry about it. It's really trivial," I said, waving a hand dismissively. It wasn't really a problem I should actively get involved in. Once Chris understood the situation, she would probably handle it herself. I'd at least raise it with her later, though. "So, what have you learned about Chris's ship?" I asked. "It's a high-speed small craft built 2 generations ago," Tina replied. "Just based on the exterior, there's nothing weird or special about it. We can't exactly look inside, but the ship is old, although it's fast. The problem is its living conditions," added Wiska. "I didn't plan to deploy it as combat power anyway. This is the level of ship Chris uses for travel, though," I noted. "I've seen Count Dalenwold's fleet before, too, and yeah, the Dalenwold equipment looks pretty old overall." "I don't know. That said, when we were working in the Cormet system, I don't remember them having any standout forces. If Chris and I do get married in the future, and I end up involved in maintaining public order in Count Dalenwold's territory, that might become a problem area. Well, at least this ship has proper equipment. It's more combat-capable than a typical pirate wreck. Still, I don't think I could just march in and say, 'We're modernizing Count Dalenwold's combat ships,' and make that happen. I might want to think about this." "Got it," I told the twins. "You can scan Chris's craft, but don't do maintenance on it or mess with it unless you get Chris's permission first." "Okay," said Tina. "Yes, understood," Wiska added with a nod. "I'm counting on you too. Now I'm going to go check on Chris and the others," I told the pair, leaving the hangar. One way or another, I have to talk things out with Count Dalenwold first, I reflected. After all, I'm taking his grandkid. No, that's not it. Am I the one being taken? Honestly, I don't really know what he thinks about that. The truth was, I hadn't actually exchanged many words with Count Dalenwold himself. Considering everything that had transpired so far, though, he probably didn't dislike me. And it didn't seem as though he thought that my relationship with Chris was out of the question either. If he did think that, he wouldn't have brought me the job in the Cormet system. He would also have interfered somehow afterward in my contact with Chris, or in what had happened in the capital this time around. At any rate, I'm thinking about all kinds of things. Can't I just slice through this mess cleanly and solve everything in one go? I moaned. "That's not really something to ask me about, Captain," said Neve. "If anything, it's more something you should consult May about, or Elma." "Yeah, I know. Those two look busy, though. You seemed conveniently free, Neve." "I'm happy to have you rely on me, but I'm from the Federation, so I'm not well versed in noble stuff. The only thing I can do right now is to have you pet me like this and act as a soothing tonic for your heart. It's funny when you say things like that yourself. Well, regardless of age, I'm unquestionably a beauty, you know. Here, go ahead and pet me as much as you like. Touching me is fine too. Or should I touch you instead? Hey, what are you planning to touch?" "Stop." She looked like a perfect, pretty little girl, but Neve acted like some creepy old sex pest, which made my brain glitch. "GRR, your guard's up unnecessarily high, Captain. We can only do that kind of thing after Dr. Schauko gives us the go-ahead." Forcing the topic back, "The only people aboard this ship with time to kill right now are you and me. So if the two of us get too carried away with flirting in a place like this, I think we'll get yelled at." Mimi, Elma, and Kyugi were busy preparing rooms for Chris and her 2 attendants, helping them unpack, arranging new supplies, and so on. The mechanic sisters were probably running around checking things and securing materials for departure. Dr. Schauko was looking after Gutrune. May would probably multitask regardless of what she was doing, so she'd still be able to deal with me, but I didn't want to get in her way. "I want to have a skill I can put to use soon too, you know," Neve whined. "I'm torn between whether to put you on the Krishna or the Antlion," I told her. In terms of manpower, having you aboard the Antlion would lighten Elma's burden, since she's been operating it alone up till now. Installing electronic warfare equipment aboard the Krishna is tempting too, though. Make enemy interference the Antlion's specialty, or load the Krishna with methods of electronic deception. Both options would have huge benefits, so it was a tough call. But thinking logically, I should put her on Antlion. Either way, it'll be after we get you a cyberdeck, I told her. Yeah, Neve responded, nodding. If things go well, we might be able to deal with pirate junk scavenging ships without undergoing a laser and missile shootout. Could we pull off that kind of output? I wondered aloud. A cyberdeck was an aggressive piece of electronic warfare equipment that could remotely slam a pre-prepared cracking code into an enemy ship, inducing all kinds of mechanical failures. Right now, when I launched a boarding attack on a pirate ship, I used Mimi's support to crack the vessel's system in order to gain information and cause malfunctions. A cyberdeck would do that at the engagement range of ship-to-ship combat, though. It was a pretty tricky style of ship combat, but if it worked, it was insanely strong. Well, we probably won't be able to prepare a cyberdeck for a while, I added. So for now, you're like an advisor or a morale booster. So I'm in a pet role. Should I put on cat ears and a tail and meow while serving you? Neve winked. Stop. That would look terrible. With Dr. Shauko healing her, and the other women helping to polish her up, Neve's appearance was genuinely that of a lovely, delicate young girl. If outsiders learned that I'd dressed her that way and had her saying things like that, the optics would be catastrophically bad. If you're that concerned about Count Dalenwold, do you want me to look into him on my end? Neve offered. Yeah, go ahead and do that, I agreed. But don't cross any dangerous lines. It'll be fine. May is monitoring me. If May was watching, that was reassuring. Still, even by May's standards, wouldn't that mean she's overworked? Maybe I should bring up upgrading her specs sometime. I'd like to finish my meeting, or rather, discussion with Count Dalenwold peacefully, then head for Verthaltz as soon as possible. But, from what I've heard, that's not going to happen, Neve remarked, shaking her head. Why do you say that? The fact that even Neve, the newcomer, had basically given up on the idea of my journey being peaceful was terrifying. Who had she heard that from? Well, if it was one of my crew, they'd all have said the same thing anyway. Yeah, and it probably really won't turn out that way. My heart feels heavy, I sighed. I'm kind of looking forward to this, Captain, Neve said, grinning. She's only got this kind of leeway for now, I thought, rolling my eyes.